Do you like wrestling trivia? Then check out the 5-Star Match Game, the Pro Wrestling Quiz Show. I'm Joe Gagney, and every episode, I grill 3 contestants with 5 rounds of power-packed wrestling trivia. We have over 30 evergreen episodes in the archives covering WWE, AEW, Japan, Mexico, and much, 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 much more. Play along at home and check it out today.
Love Japanese pro wrestling? Want coverage of the entire scene, men's and women's promotions, from New Japan to Stardom, Noah, All Japan, DDT, Marigold, and more? Then Wrestling Omakase is the podcast for you. Hosted by a 23-year Puro watching veteran, that's me, John Carroll, and a rotating cast of co-hosts, we bring you a passionate, knowledgeable look at the wide world of Japanese wrestling. Wrestling Omakase is right here on the Voices of Wrestling Network. Check us out on any podcast app or feed today.
If you're a podcast host, listen up, this one's for you. My name is Allie Jackson. I'm the host of Finding Mr. Height, a dating and relationship podcast that I've been doing for 4 years now, sharing my positive and practical approach to dating that's built on my own life experience. And I wanted to share another experience that I've had, my secret behind monetizing my show. It's called Red Circle, and I was just telling my colleague about how much I love their platform. With Red Circle, not only am I getting a seamless hosting experience, but I also love the support I receive in ad sales. It's not just typical ad sales either. It's targeted opportunities based on my show and my life. And the platform is super simple. You just set your preferences and Red Circle matches you with sponsors that align with your show. You can vet every opportunity and their platform gives you great analytics. More recently too, my Red Circle team has brought me opportunities outside of my podcast on social media to really augment the podcast partnerships, bring them full circle. I just can't recommend them enough. If you want to give it a try, go to redcircle.com to get your free trial. That's redcircle.com for a free trial.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Thank you so much for supporting WWE and NXT and me. You're so sweet.
You are listening to the Flagship Podcast with your hosts, Joe Lanza.
You know what I want out of my wrestling? I want Bryan Danielson versus Yuji Nagata, and then a week later, Bryan Danielson versus Hedges. Why? Because fuck you, that's why. That's what I want out of my wrestling.
Rich Frage.
I hate my life so much where there's so many things I don't know about. You said, hey, who was the large-breasted, who was General Huge Erections, Dame?
And you know that.
And I knew it without even a second. Oh, that's Major Guns with 2 N. Yeah, I got that.
Dun, 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 dun. When it comes crashing down and it hurts inside. Dun, 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 dun.
And we are live on the Flagship Podcast. I am Rich. He is Joe. The divorced dads are back together once again. We've reconciled, finally, once and for all. How are you, Joe?
Trial separation? Is that how that works?
Yeah, I don't know what would be the term for what we would that be the term for what we just did?
That's what they call it, right?
Yeah.
Like people do a trial separation.
Right. Like we slept in different beds for a day. We slept, we fucked some other people, for a little bit, and tried it out and said, all right, I got that out of my system. I'm ready to come back.
That's really what it is. One person moves into a hotel for a while and they both fuck the person at work that they've been wanting to fuck for the last 6.5 years, and they get it all out of their system and shake it off, and then miss the other person, and we got a 6-year-old, we better make this work, and they come back together. In our case, we have a 15-year-old podcast, and
exactly. Yes.
Got to make it work. Make it work. So
this old child we have to raise into adolescence, and we'll never get rid of. That thing will be at our house for a long time, as we've said, for spite reasons more than anything. And that's maybe why you keep the kid anyway, for spite. You don't want people talking, so you're like, screw it, And you know what? Hey, maybe you come back to the table after the trial separation. That thing that was okay. Like, I want to stay with you, but maybe trying out some new things every so often might not be the worst thing. See how.
But I also really wanted to fuck Judy from The Office.
Right. So I just wanted to get out of my system. I just wanted to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Judy. Who wants to fuck Judy? Nobody wants to fuck Judy.
There could be a hot Judy. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, maybe in the 80s. I don't know. Is there a hot Judy anymore?
You don't think there's any hot Judys?
I'm sure there is a hot Judy somewhere, but I don't. Does not. When you say the name Judy, I don't immediately think that's a hot. There's a hot woman behind that name. No offense to the Judys listening.
What did Judy Blume look like?
Judy Blume. I don't know who Judy Blume is, to be honest.
You don't know Judy Blume?
Who's Judy Blume?
Did you read books when you were in elementary school or no? You don't know You really don't know Judy Blume?
I don't know if I know Judy Blume. No.
You don't know Super Fudge?
Super Fudge. I don't. Oh, okay. Yeah.
You're gonna get raked over the coals for this one.
I do recognize this cover. I don't remember reading it, but I do recognize the book cover. Judy Blume, was she hot? Let's see. This is a great way to start this show of all shows.
No, she wasn't hot at all. What are you about?
Maybe at her time. I don't know.
She looks like the Crypt Keeper. She's not hot.
Oh, that's rude. No, she look like the Crypt Keeper.
She kind of does. She looks like late stage Katharine Hepburn. Is what
she does kind of look like Katharine Hepburn on her in her dying days. So
she looks like the less attractive Hepburn when she was 70.
Yeah. People are raking me in the chat room about this. I mean, I read a lot, but I don't remember these Judy Blume books. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't a thing in the Chicagoland area.
I just figured.
I got someone that grew up with me that's in the chat room right now. So Dan, feel free to chime in if you remember Judy Blume. If he does, then I'm just an idiot. But I don't know.
Is Judy Blume alive?
Great question.
Yeah,
do not tell
87.
me that's our segue to Hulk Hogan.
She's well, he too is a
Rich,
large
guess
part
who's
of people's
not
childhood.
alive anymore? It's like, oh God.
Is she still writing these terrible books? Is she still out there pumping them out at 87?
Still
Probably
hustling
not.
the kids book, the kid genre. That's probably a good gig. Because they don't have to be good. You know what I mean? They could just be whatever.
No, they definitely don't have
Once
to
you
be good.
make a good one that people like, you can just keep making bad ones forever and you're good to go.
Yeah.
No one cares.
Super Fudge. You make Super Fudge and then you're good to go.
Oh, God.
I can't listen. Every kid read Super Fudge.
I'm sure I did. I just the name, when you said the name Judy Blume, it doesn't immediately come to mind. The book, I'm looking at the cover. I'm sure I read Super Fudge. I read the cover with the crow, I think. The crow eating the fucking ice cream cone. I remember that.
The thing about it is, some people like me are into fine literature, and other people like you were just reading the sports section. I don't know.
Well, they did in my day have SI for kids, which was great because, well, first off, I didn't like SI. Actually, it's not, because I was one of those guys where I thought SI for kids was like beneath me, and I wanted to read the like long form, Jackie McMullen write up about some Olympic runner or whatever. I'm like, this is where it's at. Yeah. The real deal Sports Illustrated. This SI for kids bullshit and crossword puzzles and stuff. Get this shit out. No, I got no time for this. Yeah.
No.
This milk toast Drew Bledsoe bio. Get out of here. I got no time for this shit. So.
No. You don't care what video games Drew Bledsoe likes.
Yeah.
You don't want him to be relatable to you.
No.
Yeah, you wanted to read that 7-page deep dive on Jackie Joyner Kersey. That's what you wanted
exactly.
to do.
And her struggles as a child. I'm like, oh, here we go. Yeah, this is interesting.
That's what
I didn't realize
into.
she had such a hard road to the Olympics. Unbelievable. Yeah,
you were immediately flipping to the back page to check out the new Rick Riley. You couldn't wait.
Of course.
That's what you were doing.
That smug face, Rick Riley, this smug ass face. Ugh.
Yeah.
Here comes some
who's the other guy?
Article about
who was the other back page guy? The guy that married Rebecca Lobo. Remember? Steve Rushin.
Yes.
Steve Rushin. That's the guy. He's the other one. His column was called Air and Space. Remember? And it was the same pretentious bullshit.
Yes.
Some pretentious angle on sports. I think he's still happily married to Rebecca Lobo.
Good for him. You know what? Good for him. That's.
I think they have a podcast that nobody listens to.
Oh God, yeah, I don't want to listen to that. Yeah, the Ball and Chain podcast. Get it?
Get
it, Joe? They're married, but she played basketball, and he's the chain. Oh man.
I thought I was going to say it was Airballs and Space. like Aaron Spare.
Oh, there you
that's
go.
What
But that would be too a negative connotation on Rebecca Lobo's Hall of Fame career, though. No airballs there.
Is she a Hall of Famer?
I'm sure.
Well, she was a great college player, but I don't know anything about her pro career. Was she a good pro?
I think she was. Yeah. I wasn't big on my New York Liberty in the mid '90s, so I can't really tell you too much. But I would assume that she is a.
I think you're guessing.
I think I'm guessing. Does the WNBA have a Hall of Fame? I don't know that either. I just kind of said that. She is in the Basketball Hall of Fame, and she's in the Women's Basketball Hall of Fame. It is unclear if the WNBA has a Hall of Fame. But
no, I think it's just the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. They just do
everything. Yeah, exactly. So she's in that. She's in both the Basketball Hall of Fame and the Women's Basketball Hall of Fame.
All right, well, good for Rebecca Lobo and her, strange upper lip. It's fine. She
horse face.
She was a great player. She was. What a weird way to start the show. Judy Blume and Rebecca Lobo.
That's only here. Only here, man.
Yeah. Really? I mean, where else? I don't know. That and the MLW talk. You're not getting it anywhere.
No, nowhere else.
You think Judy Blume has ever been discussed on a wrestling podcast?
Probably not. We're breaking new ground here. I think Rebecca Lobo is probably uncharted territory. Well, who's her husband? I already forgot his name.
Steve Rushin.
Yes, Steve Rushin. I'm sure Steve Rushin has never, maybe once or twice brought up on a wrestling podcast, but I'm positive that Judy Blume never and Rebecca Lobo only rarely brought up in a pro wrestling podcast.
But not only that, you wanted to opine on the fuckability of Judy Blume, which really took this to some weird places.
It really did. Yeah.
I don't know. Why did you even ask? Is she hot? Like, what made you ask that?
Well, because the whole.
Hot Judy's. That's
yes,
right.
the whole discussion was about hot Judy's. Yeah. Don't make me into the pervert here. No, the whole discussion was about hot Judy's, and I said, "Is there any hot Judy's?" Or you said, "Oh, I wanted to fuck Judy at work," and I was like, It doesn't strike me as the name that immediately comes to mind.
Well, but again, a feminine name, I thought.
We are talking to many generations here on the Flagship podcast. We have a multi-generation. Isle of Man guy recently had a child as well, so we're going to continue to be the biggest podcast.
His wife's name is Judy.
I don't think that's true.
No, I made that up.
Yeah, I think you made that up. I don't think you know what his wife's name is.
I wanted to make you feel bad for a second.
I know. I was like, man, he's going to really
after burying the Judys.
No, he's really going to. Yeah, go ahead.
I couldn't think of another famous Judy other than Bloom.
Yeah, Bagwell. To bring it to wrestling, Judy Bagwell, of course.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. They all have that. When you think of Judy, close your eyes, and it probably looks a lot like Judy Bagwell, right? With the perm, the flowery pattern shirts.
Yeah.
The black pants, you know what I mean? The black loose pants.
The grandma shirt with the sequins on it, that kind of deal.
Yeah, the sequins. Judy Greer is a good one. Now there you go. Never mind. There are some hot Judys.
What's Judy Greer?
Judy Greer? Arrested Development. Some other shows. Look her up. You'll know who Judy Greer is.
Judy Greer. Oh, EER.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I recognize her, but she's also someone who manages to constantly do things that I don't watch. You know, that kind of celebrity?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
That you just, for whatever reason, they elude you, but you know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
Like I see, she's been in Jurassic World.
Oh well, who cares about any of those? For God's sakes.
Well, yeah, I just went to the new Jurassic Park gimmick with the family and confessed that I'd never seen one before, and they were aghast.
Well, you never saw the original.
No, not start to finish. Wow. No interest.
Not even the original in 1994. You didn't watch that one?
I don't want to watch animatronic dinosaurs walking around. I'm not into it.
Come on. In 1994, that was a great movie. Now, if you didn't watch Lost World, I'll let you slide or whatever, but I'm not letting you slide on the original. The original was like a sensation. How did you never see it?
No interest. I don't know. I just had no interest in watching it.
That's fair. But you were the age where it should have appealed to you.
What year was it?
I think it was 94.
I mean, I don't know. I was watching baseball, I guess.
There was a game on.
Jurassic Park. I'm like, what is this shit? A fucking dinosaurs aren't real. I'm not watching this.
But see, you didn't watch the plot. They were real.
I don't have an imagination.
You didn't need an imagination for the movie. They became real again. They made it for you.
Yeah, I don't know. Not my kind of movie.
Yeah.
Not my kind of movie.
Barry Larkin was playing. I'd rather just watch Barry Larkin and Brett Boone or whatever the fuck. I'm trying to think of 94, 95 Cincinnati Reds.
You're in the right neighborhood.
Reggie Sanders. I had Neon Dion at that time, right?
Deion Sanders, Ron Gant.
Ron Gant. I love Ron Gant. Yeah.
Pete Harnish. So you're on the right.
I'm there. Yeah, I remember them only from the video games. Played a lot of Sega games at that time, like the Reds. I liked playing with the Reds because I was a big Reggie Sanders guy, which we've talked about in the show a lot. I don't know why, but as a kid, I fucking love Reggie Sanders. And I go back and look at my old cards, and I have like so many Reggie Sanders cards, and I'm like, what was I doing? Like, what was I trading to get all these Reggie Sanders cards? I can only imagine what great cards I gave up to my friends to say, hey, can I get your Reggie Sanders? Sure. Yes.
Good player.
I like Reggie Sanders, but yeah, underrated player, by the way. Look at his career numbers. Better than you think.
Yeah, he's a really good player. I don't know why you're burying yourself. I mean, those
like
cards are worth probably a solid $2.60 today. But
yeah, I have 30 of these, and they're probably worth a combined $2.70. But
the thing about baseball card values is it's all fake.
I'm not getting this shit graded. I'm not going to send in these cards and get graded and stuff.
Never selling them. Who cares what they're worth? Yeah. I'm never selling them. You know, like. Yeah, I'm never exactly. I'm not sending them nowhere to get graded. I'm not doing that. I just want to look at them. Is that okay? Can I just want to look at them?
No.
Can I just take out my binder once every 7 years and flip through and look at them?
Remember some guys. You flip through and you remember some guys. It's great.
Can I just do that? Can I look at my 1961 Willie Mays and remember the card show I bought it from and not worry about getting it graded and not give a shit about how much it's worth? Can I just do that? No,
I'm afraid you cannot. I'm afraid you cannot in 2025 do that anymore.
No, you can't do it. They don't let you do it. They don't let you do it.
The man doesn't let you. Yeah.
Big show we have here today.
Mm-hmm. You wouldn't know it, but there's one of the biggest shows we've ever had is happening as we speak.
We could go all banter. This would be some week to do it.
Wow.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
It's bold.
Do you know how easy it would be? We both have vacations to discuss. Mm-hmm. That could eat up an easy 90 minutes.
I met Bret Hart, which technically counts as banter.
Yeah, absolutely.
You gallivanted around Cincinnati.
I did.
I had travel woes in addition to my trip. And we could easily do it.
Like, so easy. It'd be so easy to do that. We could just keep naming famous Judys like Garland.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's an objectively attractive Judy in her time.
Yeah, she's all right.
You don't think Judy Garland in her prime?
You know what? I'm going to be brave here. No, I don't find her attractive. No.
Okay, that's a hot take, I think, too.
Well, not to evoke AJ Styles, but the gay community is not going to be happy with me.
No, they're not. But no, they are not. Yeah.
The gay community. Yeah.
Such a great quote.
What a great quote.
The best is it's coming back. It comes back every couple years, and there's a whole new wave of people that don't know what it is and have never heard it.
And then it has to be explained.
It has to be explained all over again. It becomes funny again, because you're like, well, I know the joke or whatever. But then people are like, what's the? And then you have to explain it, and then it gets funny because then you have to go back and listen to it again to kind of refresh your brain, and you're like, oh, this is great. It's so good.
What's good about it too is for like 40 seconds, they're ready to cancel you. Right, yes. They don't know the context. And you kind of, it's fun to kind of let it hang in the air, like to make them think that you're about to be, you know what I mean?
Yeah, somebody made that. Hang there. I forget what it was. Somebody made a post on our Discord, and somebody replied, "The gay community," with exclamation points. And then there were a couple of replies were like, down, thumbs down, and some guy was like, "Yikes,
hey man, come on, man."
And I just let it ride, and we all did. It was great. We all kind of waited. You could tell there was a bunch of us there that were all like, "We're just gonna let it slide." Let it slide. Okay, jump in. Because just in case, we got to help this guy now. But let's at least let this ride for like 45 seconds and then come in and say, okay, that's what I mean. This is what he's doing.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. It's like when you were a kid and you had a loose tooth and it was the good kind of pain. It hurt when it was hanging by a thread and you couldn't quite get it all the way out of your mouth. And you're like, it was a little disappointing when it would like finally come out. And you're like, oh man, I was kind of enjoying that. Just enough pain to enjoy it level of pain that this loose tooth was providing me. That's kind of what it's like. What's with the dog over there?
He just itched himself. I don't know why he's making that noise, though. Must have been a good itch. A little ear itch. Seem to be enjoying it. But all right. We got a lot to get to. Judge Judy, by the way. Thoughts on well, here we go. The Vitamin J. This will be a perfect segue here. We'll do a classic fuck, marry, kill. Judge Judy, Judy Martin, or Judy Garland. Go.
Whoa. Hold on. Fuck, marry, kill with who? Judge Judy,
Judy Martin, and Judy Garland.
Yeah. Well, I'd have to fuck Judy Garland.
There it is. We got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, they got him.
We got him.
I guess I would marry Judge Judy.
You would. I feel like you and Judge Judy would get along well.
That'd be a responsible home. I mean,
yeah.
Bills would be taken care of.
All
children
small
would be
claims
raised
would be handled for sure.
Absolutely. So unfortunately, I'd have to kill Judy Martin.
Oh, but you love Judy Martin.
You know.
But you don't want to marry Judy Martin. She just smells like cigarettes and sweat. You don't want to.
And I'm certainly not fucking her. I mean, that's
great wrestler.
Off the table.
You love Judy Martin's in-ring work, but yeah, not anybody.
Love Judy Martin, but
someone you'd rather watch from the stands than, participate in any sort of other activities with.
Yeah, for sure. So I think I took the only viable path there.
I believe so, yeah.
What did young Judge Judy look like?
I have no idea. I don't know what's her real name. It's got to be some crazy Italian name, right? Or is she Greek or something? I don't know what she is.
I don't know her background. Because her last name is her husband's last name. So that doesn't help. We don't know. Shindlin, that doesn't help because
it's Bloom.
He had a show
Judy
too,
Bloom, taking us all the way back, full circle. Judy Bloom.
There's not a chance.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. Blum. Judy Bloom.
Oh, a different spelling, but the same name. Isn't that crazy? Average looking woman in her youth. I'm sticking with my choices here. I'd marry Judge Judy. I'd pork Judy Garland, and I'd kill Judy Martin.
There it is, folks.
Judy Martin, a little too handsome for me. You know what I'm saying? A little too handsome for my tastes.
Some good jaw lines.
Handsome woman.
Good jaw. Good straight lines.
That's a sturdy woman for sure. But
it is a sturdy woman.
I'm not into the sturdy types, so I'm gonna.
It's really the cigarette smell that would get it for me. It's just,
and I don't even know that she smokes, but she looks like she smokes.
She looks like
you know what I mean? Yeah. She looks like she smokes, and it'd be like Winston's.
Oh, of course,
really
none of that bitch shit. No, she's smoking
no Virginia Slims.
No,
it would be those Winstons where you could smell the person coming from a quarter mile away. I had a great aunt who smoked Winstons. And if when we go to her apartment, I would smell like Winston's for a month. You couldn't get it out of your skin.
No,
the scent of those Winstons, it was brutal. It was like that. It was just a deep, musky, tobacco-y smell that Winston. People who know what Winston's smell like know what I'm talking about.
You know. I had my parents smoked Winston's for a number of years.
There you go. Oh, there you go. You know the Winston
and it'd be on my
smell.
clothes, and I'd be at work, and then the teacher would be like, "Rich, are you smoking?" Like they would wait for me after class and be like, "Rich, are you smoking?" I'm like, "No." They're like, "Are you sure?" And I'm like, "No."
And they were probably like, "Are you smoking Winston's? Like of all cigarettes you're smoking?"
Exactly. How can you afford Winston's? Yeah. You're 7.
Rich, are you a 48-year-old divorcee with many cats? Why are you smoking Winston's? Yeah. I don't understand. So I don't know. This show got real awkward and weird now. Where do we take it?
Hey, that's what we do. Well, of course, the big news of the day, and we'll get to it here in a minute, is the death of Hulk Hogan at age 71. So we'll talk about that. We do also on the show want to talk about now how we're going to get to all these topics, what we're going to do. We're going to figure it out. Everyone's saying, "Oh, what are you going to do? You're going to do?" We don't know. We don't know how long this bio of Hulk Hogan's going to go. We don't have any clue how long we're going to do that sort of stuff. So I saw a lot of people saying like, "Oh, well, you're definitely going to do an overrun." I don't know. We never know. We never start these obituaries by saying, "Yeah, we're going to do 2 hours on Corporal Kirshner." It just kind of happens. You know what I mean? It just kind of happens, and we do the career, and we do the controversies, and we do the good, the bad, and all that sort of stuff of someone's life, and then we just see where it goes. So we're going to see. It's Hulk Hogan. It's a pretty massive story. It's an enormous story. It's one of the biggest wrestling stars in history with a complicated legacy. So there will be a lot to talk about. But yeah, I don't know how long we're going to go. But if we do have time and we have the overrun, we have other options that we can do as well. It is a huge week in wrestling, too, a very busy week in wrestling, as we have to review TNA Slammiversary, which we both watched, and I assure you, I am not. I watched this show from front to back. I am not watching TNA Slammiversary and not getting some content out of it. I tell you, there's no way. So we're going to do something about TNA Slammiversary. Dragongate's Kobe World also happened a couple weeks ago. We wanted to talk about that. 2 big GHC title changes. They did back-to-back nights in Cork and Hall this week and changed the GHC title twice. Ultimately, Kenta emerging as the champion. So we're going to talk about that, review those 2 matches. Plus, if we get time, catch up on the G1 Climax. Now, that is less pressing because you are doing daily G1 audio over at Flagship Patreon, $5 tier. Do you want to let people know a little bit about that? Because I think you take it in a very interesting direction, the G1 Climax daily audio. And it's always been a favorite since the day we opened our Patreon is people listen to that daily audio. But yeah, explain to people what you do there so they can get a little bit of an idea of what, if they want daily G1 audio, $5 tier, what they're going to get.
Man, I guess I've been doing it for at least 5-6 years, maybe longer.
We started in
2019,
not 2018 actually.
Yeah, but I think the G1 was over.
Oh, you know what? It was probably late in the year in 2018. So yeah, you're right. Probably about 6 years then. Probably about 6 years.
Probably about 6 years. Yeah. So I mean, I'm doing daily audio. I do a recap show every day of the G1, and we'll do it until it gets to the larger buildings at the end of the tour. That's usually how we handle it, and then we move the coverage to the Flagship. But you're going to get reviews of every matches, and you're going to I'm going to talk about the storylines both in the ring and outside the ring, and the business side of the tour, which this year is looking a little bleak. Did you see the last show in Nagaoka did a lower attendance than they did in the COVID restricted year that they were there in 2020?
Is that that's the most recent one, the Narita and ELP match and all that?
Yeah, night 4.
Yeah, well, I noticed with that is when Narita went outside the ring, I was like, I would have told him, brother, go in the ring. Don't go outside, because he came from outside the ring, and you could see that there was a couple of rows of chairs and nobody in the upper levels. And I was like, oh, that's a pretty big building, and there's nobody there. This is bleak. Yeah, it did not look very good. But yeah, that's those are not great numbers. Yeah, you broke them down every night. You're doing that and really looking at that, which is really cool. I also love, and people love this too, the spoiler-free recommendations as well, because catching up with the G1 is very difficult to do. And sometimes if you get caught, one night behind, you feel like you're 1,000 nights behind or whatever. So what I love about that, and I actually use that as a guide as well, is sometimes when I get caught behind or whatever, your spoiler-free recommendations are great. You jump onto the episode. The first 4 or 5 minutes of the episode is you basically talking about the show in general, and then giving spoiler-free recommendations. Watch this match, this match, this match, and skip this match and this match and this match, which is really good if you're trying to catch up and saying, all right, look, I cannot watch. Now it's a little bit easier. Those first couple nights get pretty daunting with the 10 matches or whatever. Moving forward now, it's like 5 matches a night or whatever, and 4 in one case if Gabe Kidd never comes back. So it's a little bit easier to catch up, but that's still, I always find that really helpful, and I do think a lot of our listeners do as well, because they wake up, they get your recommendations, then they're able to kind of decide what to watch that day as well.
Yeah, so every show starts with that. Within the first minute, I tell you what you should go watch, spoiler free. So you don't have to listen to the review first, and then you can come back and see what I thought of it. So yeah, people really like that, because very few people have time to watch all of these matches. So I don't even know how many people are even doing daily G1 audio anymore. I mean, it used to be more of a thing, obviously, in other places. I don't know that anyone else is even doing it. I can tell you right now that nobody was doing it as good as me. I mean, they just weren't. You're not going to get the depth of the discussion that you're going to, I try to talk about big picture stuff more than recapping moves. Nobody gives a shit about recapped moves. So just very similar to written reviews. I just don't think people care about recapping moves anymore. So I don't do that on the audio either. I try to give you a feel of what the shows and the tour feels like. I think that's more important. And I think that the listeners appreciate that more, rather than, talking about every reversal and counter. You know what I mean? So it's different in that way. And I try to give them a little life and a little bit of flavor. And if it's good, I tell you it's good. If it's bad, I'll bury it under the earth. But been doing them for 6 or 7 years. It's one of the most popular things we do behind the paywall. The spoiler-free recommendations, like you said, are a big part of it that people really like, because it saves them a lot of time. And I do the attendance. I try to star rate most of the matches, and every now and then I'll forget to throw a rating on one or whatever. And then later in the tour, I'll talk about what the top matches in the tour are. We keep track of the standings all through the tour. We let you know when somebody's eliminated. We let you know when somebody's mathematically eliminated. We let you know when people advance. So yeah, it's what a lot of people say is they don't even watch the tournament, but they keep up with it through the audio.
Yeah,
so
which is great.
Yeah,
fine by us.
They can, which then they can parachute in. When it gets down to nut cutting time at the end of the tour, and people should say nut cutting time more. I've been trying to bring that back.
Yeah, I'll help. That's good.
Time.
I like it. Yeah, I like it. I'll bring it. I'll help bring it back a little bit.
Yeah, we got to bring that back. It's a very masculine phrase too. Yeah, it's nut cutting time. You expect your uncle who's a welder to say that a lot, right? Yeah, everyone has that uncle who's a welder, right? And he's just a no-nonsense guy.
Strong as fuck, too. Just strong hands, strong wrist.
Yeah, and it's the bottom of the eighth. It's a tied game, and you're watching the game with him. He's like, it's nut-cutting time. They're bringing in the setup man, and it's like that. That's the kind of guy who would say that. So anyway, yeah, that's the daily G1 audio. That's a $5 tier, too. $5 tier for that. So a lot of people parachute in this time of year just to listen to that. And then they get out, which is fine, But, if you want to follow the G1, but you find it daunting and you don't want to sit there and watch every show, that's a really good way to do it.
Got you covered. Yeah, we got you covered. All right, let's do it. We got to start the show, obviously, with the news of Hulk Hogan's death. Now, this was announced first. TMZ was the first with it this morning, talking about medics arriving at his house due to cardiac arrest. And then it was very quickly thereafter confirmed by multiple other sources. And then obviously, it's true. It's not just TMZ. Hulk Hogan dead at age 71. Now, this is a little bit interesting because the last couple of months, there's been the Bubba the Love Sponge stuff. Like, he's been out there on his radio show and on podcasts and stuff talking about how Hulk Hogan was in very bad health and not doing well and really suffering and all that sort of stuff. And it was weird because then there'd be this deluge of people being like, no, he's fine. He's good. He's better than ever. Oh, yeah, he's had some surgeries here and there, but he's okay. He's okay. And I don't know whether, I hate to hand it to Bubba the Love Sponge. I hate to say, was Bubba the Love Sponge right? But it just was very strange that he was kind of the only guy that was like, look, things are not going well over there for Hulk Hogan, and everybody else in the world was basically like, he's fine, he's doing okay. Now, obviously, you can die of a heart attack and have a cardiac arrest, even if you're fine, but it does definitely seem like Bubba the Love Sponge maybe knew a little bit more than other people and was trying to warn people that this guy is not in the best way right now. But regardless, news dropping this morning, obviously, that Hulk Hogan dies at age 71. I was kind of surprised. I thought he'd be a little older than that at this point. And ultimately, when somebody dies at 71, I don't know if you have the same thought I do. I still think of that as a pretty young death. Someone at 71 years old. I mean, that he led a very hard life, of course, but I don't know. 71 still struck me as, to me, that seems a little young for someone to pass away.
I'm gonna tell you why. You're getting a little older. You're still in your 30s. I'm not suggesting that, but I don't want. I hope I'm alive beyond 71.
Yeah.
So that's kind of why you're thinking that. When you're 20, you might not think of 71 as young for someone to die, but as you get into your 30s, you get into your 40s, you get into your 50s. 71 isn't that far around the corner, and you see people in your everyday life who are, 70, 71. And it's like, yeah, it feels like it's a little too young to be gone. I mean, when I see someone was 85 and they passed away, I think to myself, well, let me see how I feel when I get there, and I'll let you know whether I want to make it past 85. You know what I mean? But 71, you're like, oh, that's, yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people that are in their early 70s, and it would be a real shame if they went, because they're very much vibrant and alive and healthy and all of those things. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't classify this as a young wrestler death. He was a 71-year-old man who had a heart attack. I mean, that's, pretty normal, and chances are he probably would have lived longer if he didn't, live the lifestyle that he lived, and, the the steroids and everything else. But, I understand what you mean by that, though. I mean, I would like to make it past 70. I would be a little disappointed.
You're probably
if that
right.
was my end.
It's probably having, people, like you said, I regularly interact with people in their 70s all the time. And I'm just thinking, man, if I woke up tomorrow and someone said, yeah, that guy died, I'd be like, holy shit, wow. He still has, he's got a lot of years in front of him, and I can't believe he's dead. So I just kind of got, I don't know. When I heard 71 for Hulk Hogan, I was just like, ooh, that seems younger. But yeah, you're right. If I was 18 years old, 71 would seem old as fuck. So yeah, when you're quickly approaching your 40s, it seems like, that's not that far off. That's not really that far off for me. So,
and the thing with Bubba the Love Sponge, we don't know that he was right because
correct.
Again, this was the cause of death. We believe is a heart attack, and Bubba could have been full of shit, and then this guy just happens to die of a heart attack. Do you know what I mean? Sure. Like it's because Jimmy Hart had tweeted a couple days ago that they were out doing karaoke or something, and that's kind of a weird thing to lie about unless Hogan was just too proud to want people to know that the end was coming, and consorted with people to make it look like it wasn't. I could see Hogan and his weird personality thinking that way. But again, he died of a heart attack. He didn't die after a long illness. He didn't, you know what I mean?
He didn't die of cancer or something like that. A heart attack can happen to anybody, anytime, for a number of different reasons.
Right. So, I mean, look, we're doing this live on Thursday night, and I'm sure we're going to find out more. But I would hesitate to say everyone apologize to Bubba the Love Sponge.
For a multitude of reasons, I would say don't apologize to Bubba the Love Sponge. Right. You do not got to hand, under no circumstances do you got to hand it to Bubba the Love Sponge. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. So, I mean, now, look, a heart attack could be caused by being ill for a long time. So, look, I would wait this one out before I hand it to Bubba the Love Sponge. Is basically what I'm getting at.
I agree.
But we'll see. Was he really out doing karaoke 2 nights ago? I don't know. I mean, with Hulk Hogan, as we're going to get into, essentially his entire adult life was a lie. So, I mean, who knows? You know what I mean? The guy was just the consummate worker. He was always working. There was never a moment in this man's life where he wasn't working. So it wouldn't stun me at all if he was working to the end and told Jimmy Hart, hey, brother, I don't want people to know that the end is near. I almost did an impression, but did you notice how I stopped myself?
It was close. Yeah, we have to help ourselves.
We're not going to get hacky. We're not going to do the hacky Hogan impressions. We probably will, though. But, I could totally see him, wanting maybe to kayfabe the fact that he's like the personality you would expect to not want anyone to think he's weak in any way.
Of course, yeah. Because
including passing away.
I wrote that in the piece that I wrote at flagshippatreon.com, which is, by the way, free for anybody to read. You just have to be a member of our Patreon, which is not, you don't have to join a tier. You can sign up for free and get a lot of free content that way. But what I wrote in there is towards the end, and it was really kind of the last half of his life, really, Hulk Hogan and Terry Bollea, and this happens with a lot of wrestlers as well, those lines get so blurred that the real human being to the wrestler, they become indistinguishable between one another. You know what I mean? Like that. People said Randy Savage was that way too. Like they knew Randy Poffo before he was Randy Savage, but then those guys later in life were like, I don't know the difference. The Randy Poffo I knew doesn't exist anymore. He's only Randy Savage now all the time. Like he's become that character. That's just how he lives. And
Hulk Hogan quite literally worked himself into a shoot.
Yeah.
I mean, he made that phrase popular with what I still believe is the greatest tweet of all time. And Terry Bollea worked himself into a shoot, and he didn't know who he was for the last 50 years of his life. I mean, he just, so that happens a lot in pro wrestling, just like you're describing. And I think that, look, I think the other thing with this is, even as we were preparing to do this show, and I looked on the run sheet and it said Hulk Hogan dead at 71, and it's still like, wow, Hulk Hogan's dead.
Yeah.
It speaks to what you just talked about, how, it's 71 years old. It's just, with Hulk Hogan, and also this week with Ozzy Osbourne, and also this week with Malcolm Jamal Warner, what you have here are 3 people where adults of a certain age, they're facing down their own mortality with this, because there's these iconic figures from their childhood are who you never thought, like, intellectually, yes, we know that everyone's going to die, but it felt like people like Hulk Hogan and Ozzy Osbourne would never die. Right. And it's like, because of that, and you throw in Malcolm Jamal Warner, who dies tragically, he drowns while on vacation in front of his kid. Like, I mean, you know, these are, if you're of a certain age, these are just people you grew up with who were famous already when you became conscious and have remained famous throughout your entire life. And in the case of two of these people are just iconic figures that almost felt like they were larger than life or not even human. Like Ozzy Osbourne's not going to die. He's Ozzy Osbourne.
No, yeah, and as Verb Abrams points out in the chat room, Hulk Hogan's nickname was literally the Immortal, and you kind of felt that way too. And I think what works for those two, and I'm glad you mentioned the Ozzy Osbourne thing because I had that in my notes as well. The thing with Ozzy and Hulk is that those guys stayed relevant for decades beyond their peaks, right? And they've stayed relevant in largely the same ways.
Yeah.
Both having reality TV shows. Right when their peak as performers is starting to wane a little bit, they come out with these reality shows. And then it just kind of gets started all over again. Like Hogan Knows Best was a big-time show at the time. And obviously the Ozzy Osbourne reality show was massive for its time as well. And that kind of helped those guys continue to be famous. So no matter what age you are, if you're listening to the show, Hulk Hogan and Ozzy Osbourne were famous during your life, for most of your life. You know what I mean? Like they were public figures, gigantic figures in your life, no matter where you lived, for almost your entire life. Like for me, my entire life. I don't know a life without Hulk Hogan and Ozzy Osbourne being massive stars, right? I don't know that. And now today, this week, I do, because they both died. Right. You know, and it's insane. It's just, those are two, you know, they're larger than life figures.
Yeah. So it forces you to face down your own mortality. Right. Rather than for such a large portion of your life when celebrities die, right? They were famous before your time, and it doesn't hit you the same way because you didn't grow up with them as famous in your generation. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
Now you have people dying who are your celebrities. And then Rich Craich is saying to himself, man, he was only 71.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so that's why it hits you. And someone like Hulk Hogan, especially with what we do and being wrestling fans, there's that added element to it as well, where it's like, I'm still looking at it in black and white. Hulk Hogan dead at 71, and it's weird. It's like, you know, you just, it's odd that you think you're never going to confront that that day, right? But yeah, just, you know, no matter how big of a celebrity you are, no matter if you call yourself immortal, no matter how iconic you might be, like someone like Ozzy Osbourne, one day you can just have a heart attack and that's that. And I think sometimes that's you know, difficult to I guess articulate in your mind. But the thing with Hogan is, you know, he destroyed his own legacy in the last, you know, in the back nine of his life. And, you know, I don't even, you know, it's he did it to himself, but it wasn't even so much the audio, the Heather Clem audio. You know, I think there was a path where he could have, not with everyone, but I think that there's a path where he could have, I guess, survived that for lack of a better term. You know, people in general, our society is very forgiving. That really is the truth. And people, I think most people who are intellectually and emotionally mature, they won't hold the worst thing you did against you forever. They won't hold the worst thing you've said against you forever. There's some people who just, you know, they're a different breed. Most of them exist online. But for the most part, we are in a very forgiving society. And that's why, you know, a lot of times, and I promise I'm not derailing this, but, you know, a lot of times the debate comes up and people will lament. They'll say, oh, well, cancel culture isn't real. Well, you know, it's because we live in a society where people are generally forgiving. But the thing with Hogan is he not only did nothing to earn forgiveness with people, he compounded it and constantly made it worse.
Right. He was never remorseful about it either.
Never remorseful. And he is someone who, with his level of charisma and his gift of speaking, and the fact that a certain age of adult probably very badly wanted to forgive Hogan and not see him in that light, he could have done certain things and at least redeemed himself in the eyes of some. And again, not everyone, but he made 2 crucial follow-up where it was impossible to do so. You know, he had a chance to apologize to the WWE locker room. And if there was ever a group of humans who were probably dying for him to say the right things and see this man redeemed, it was probably a locker room full of people between the age of 25 and 50 who grew up idolizing him. Right.
Who work in the company that he helped, you know, because of him, they all make lots of money in professional wrestling with that particular company.
And they listened to him, and he focused on, don't get caught being recorded without knowing it, brother.
Right.
Versus, you know, I hate what I said and I've reflected. None of that. And they all just threw their hands and said, well, fuck this guy forever. I mean, this was his chance to explain himself, and he focused on all of the wrong things. And this was an audience that probably they weren't out. This was not an audience of deeply addicted online people who had their red pens ready to correct his apology. They wanted him to redeem himself. And he still blew it because he focused on the very last thing he should have focused on. Don't get caught versus, man, this has allowed me to reflect, and that was pretty awful of me. And then, you know, the second thing was, his son ends up in jail, and on a recorded prison call, he talks about how he hopes he doesn't get reincarnated as a black person.
No, Joe, he used Carney, so you wouldn't know what he was talking about. He said Blizzak Gizai, so that you wouldn't, to disguise what he was talking about.
Master plan.
His Navajo code is to try to use Blizzak Gizai, and how could you ever detect what he was trying to talk about there? But
so it's like, again, everyone who wanted to see this man redeem himself had to throw their hands in the air and say, well, fuck. Whatever he said to Heather Clem, that really is legitimately how he
it's a regular thing for him.
This is who he is, you know? And so those two, he just, no attempt at any kind of redemption in a meaningful way. And now there's...
Well, it never showed any humility as well. And I think that's where, you know, I bring up the fact that he could never not be Hulk Hogan ever, being really to his detriment, because as he started getting into his 60s and as these sort of things happened, it probably could have been, if he was smart enough and understanding enough and got it or was remorseful or whatever, he probably could have dropped a little bit of the Hogan thing and like you said, been remorseful or talk about it or show a shred of humanity, but he never did. It was always Hulkster brother, flex, you know, whatever, you know, he could never get away from that because that's the only thing he knew was Hulk Hogan, the Hulkster, the immortal Hulk Hogan. I'm just the immortal Hulk Hogan. So, it'll work. It'll work out because it always works out because I'm the immortal Hulk Hogan. And it never really did. You know, it never did quite work out ever again for him.
No, because once all of these incidents stacked up on top of one another, it became impossible for anyone to give him the benefit of the doubt and just chalk it up to, he's talking shit to someone, and you know he didn't really mean, because he kept compounding it by showing the same behavior. So you know that's why he ruined his own legacy, and the reason that there's so much that some people have completely written him off, and the same reason that every single piece of praise being thrown his way today is being couched with,
you have to,
despite having flaws, despite being a terrible person, despite having a complicated legacy. That's on him. In this case, this is squarely on him. And then extremely late in his life, and this is because he was constantly working. Okay, this guy was the ultimate worker. I think at one point he realized he was never coming back from these things. And then he just figured, you know what? I'm going to completely lean into an audience that might accept me. And then, he became a Trump guy. So then, at least half the country and most of the world is going to hate him for that alone. But he didn't care because he figured he already lost those people.
Those people are already going to hate me no matter what.
Those people, right. So he's like, I may as well lean into this guy who has this cult of personality. And, I can at least have some portion of society continue to embrace me. Now, those may have been Hulk Hogan's real politics. They may not have been. I don't know.
Who knows? He would flip-flop a lot of ways. Yeah, he probably didn't know either. He didn't care.
But the bottom line is it doesn't matter because the motivations to me were very clear. Okay, I can become a Trump guy, and then at least a portion of society will continue to embrace me. And that continued with every other step he made. The Real American Beer.
Yeah.
Which
the
marketed
non-woke
towards
light beer.
The non-woke light beer because of the whole Bud Light controversy with the trans person. I don't remember their name.
I don't either.
I don't want to mess it up and get people up. I don't remember whether it was a man or a woman even. I just know it was a trans person who Bud Light hired as a sponsor. People flipped out, and then Bud Light. Now here's the thing. Those types of boycotts, they never sustain and they never work. Okay. The vast majority of people either are never going to hear about it, the controversy to begin with, they're going to keep drinking their Bud Light, or they're going to shrug their shoulders and say, I don't have anything against trans people. What do I care? I'm drinking my beer. Okay. Same thing like we saw with Frito-Lay a couple years ago. There was a Frito-Lay strike and everyone's like, oh, we got to boycott Frito-Lay. Listen, man, I like Frito-Lay products. I went to the store and I bought my fucking potato chips. Okay. These things don't work. And the whole Bud Light thing, the Real American Beer was attempting to capitalize on that. The problem was it was so fleeting because Bud Light recovered from that almost instantly. They hired Shane Gillis and they hired
Post Malone.
They hired Post Malone, two just super likable regular dudes, and they completely recovered.
Especially with that audience, with the audience that was boycotting them, those two guys are very good spokesperson.
Who doesn't like Post Malone? I mean, the guy, have you ever heard that guy like in a normal city? He's like a likable guy. Shane Gillis is like an everyman and he's hot. It's like they recovered from that easily, because these things don't sustain. So this Real American Beer, they were too late in the game and they're trying to capitalize on something where there's nothing to capitalize on. But Hogan, again, he saw that as his angle.
Mm-hmm. And he also did the born-again Christian thing, too, which I saw him at a card show during the peak of his born-again Christian stuff. And let me tell you, you went and signed a card with him, and then he also sold you a T-shirt that said, it had the Hulk Hogan logo with the crucifix in the middle of it. And I'll tell you, that motherfucker sold a lot of T-shirts that day. A lot of people walking out of that card line with a Hulk Hogan rosary, cross, Bible quote on the back of the shirt. I mean, I don't know his real motivations there again, but the man was a worker, and that was another audience that I think he found that he could still sort of work, maneuver, because to the final dying days, like you said, maybe to the literal final days of his life, the guy was working.
Always. And I think that's why he leaned into Trump and Real American Beer and Real American Wrestling, the latest, which by the way is now streaming on Fox Nation of all places. So it's like, I think Hogan realized, look, I've lost a portion of society. I can grasp onto the last portion of people who even I have a chance of still being able to relate to and make money off of as I enter my final years. He didn't know he was going to die at 71 years old. So, to me, and that's how I read his motivations in the last years of his life.
Oh, of course.
But it's all on him. This was all self-inflicted. And it's as it turns out, it's just who he was. So he couldn't redeem himself. So for someone who was so smart when it came to working people in his profession for so long, he wasn't smart enough to work his way out of this one. Because he kept shooting himself in the foot because that's who he was. And just trying to mask it and speaking carny is just, you're baffled by the stupidity behind that. I mean, it's like just throwing some Z's on the words, brother. That ain't gonna, people are gonna understand. It's just insane. But look, his fall from grace and his tarnished legacy is of his own creation, his own doing, and his own fault. There's just no way around that. And I know you termed it as a complicated legacy, and I know a lot of people have. And I'm going to say the same thing I said when we did the Pete Rose bit. I don't find it complicated at all. I really don't. Hulk Hogan is one of the most, if not the most instrumental figure in modern pro wrestling. And anything having to do with his career remains true. And he also happened to destroy his own legacy himself. I don't understand what's complicated about that. And I understand where you and others are coming from. It's complicated because people they don't want to lose their childhood, right? From that standpoint, maybe it's quote unquote complicated, but
yeah,
I don't find it complicated at all.
What I mean by that, really, and I don't know
these things out.
Sorry.
I don't think I'm coming at you.
No,
because I'm not,
and I don't. To me, when I think of that term, and that and that's kind of why I use that term, is I think when I say complicated legacy, and I think I can't speak for others, but at least when I use it, I mean the fact that we cannot come onto the show and just start with, here's the biggest wrestling star of all time, and he passed away, and this is a gigantic, sad day for pro wrestling. It's a sad day for any of us that grew up as Hulk Hogan fans or grew up watching wrestling. We can't do that. And I think that's, to me, what makes it complicated, because we do have to do that. We do also have to say at some point, but you do have to also address the controversies. You have to address the fall from grace. You can't do a Hulk Hogan obit. You can't, a real honest Hulk Hogan obit without talking about the controversies, without talking about the fall from grace, without talking about the Clem tapes, without talking about the tape with Nick, without talking about numerous other things. You have to include those. And I think that complicates things a little bit, because had all that stuff not happened, it's just so much easier to come onto the show. Or if we're just dumb or whatever, we just come onto the show and say, oh, one of the greatest wrestlers of all time passed away, Joe. Oh, tell me all about your favorite Hulk Hogan memories. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's it. Yeah. It complicates that, because the discussion has to be couched with, has to be qualified with, you have to discuss the controversies and all that sort of stuff before you can get into, in my mind, the legacy.
Well, I think if you're going to do any real discussion on Hulk Hogan, you just have to talk about everything.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you do.
Same as when we talked about Pete Rose. You just have to talk about everything. And for example, when you're talking about Pete Rose, you don't have to praise the fact that he had over 4,000 hits, and you don't have to couch that every single time with, but here's all the shit he did wrong. People, you can just have both discussions. And this is not a remember the wrestler thing or anything that I'm saying. It's just, you just have to talk about both. I think it's dishonest to discuss Hulk Hogan and leave out the discussion we just had, and the fact that he did destroy his own legacy, and the fact, and all of those, and all the other negatives that we're going to talk about as we move along, because that's not. There's others. There's other issues with him that aren't quite as serious as the stuff we just talked about. But it's just dishonest to do that. But I think it's just as dishonest to have a discussion about Hulk Hogan and just say, oh, well, fuck that guy. He was a racist, and we could just erase him from history. That's emotionally immature, and that's dishonest too. If you're going to talk, you talk about everything. You be an adult, and you discuss the entire life and legacy of the person. And I don't know why people find that so hard to do. In both directions, you just do it, right? I mean, I don't. That's why I completely understand what you're saying, but I never find these things complicated. They're all part of the discussion, and we're just discussing the person. They're what they mean to what Pete Rose meant to baseball. I keep going back to Pete Rose, but it's a good comp.
It's a great comp.
What Pete Rose meant to baseball, and and all of Pete Rose's misdeeds, what Hulk Hogan meant to wrestling, which cannot be ignored, and you can't downplay it no matter how terrible of a person you think he was. You can't downplay and ignore that stuff. So you just talk about everything. You leave anything out, you're being intellectually dishonest.
You do the whole life and the whole career, and that's what I think we've always done a good job. I think I like to pat ourselves on the back about that. These obits, we'll give you the good, we'll give you the bad. Of every single person's life. It just because they passed away, we don't have to pretend that everything they did was good, and just because they passed away, we don't also need and maybe they had some controversies. We don't have to just say, oh, fuck that guy. Like you said, I think that to me, it was never a thought in my head that we wouldn't discuss Hulk Hogan at length on this show whatsoever. I knew for a fact we would have to either start the discussion or at some point break down the fall from grace, the racism, all that sort of. We had to talk about that. There was no way to do the Hulk Hogan thing and not talk about it. But I never for a second thought, oh, let's not talk about Hulk Hogan because he's an asshole and fuck that guy. Like, no, if we're a pro wrestling podcast, you have to talk about one of the biggest stars in pro wrestling history passing away. I mean, that's just, you have to do it. And what you do is, like you said, we're going to do what we're going to do here is talk about everything, the good, the bad, and everything in between.
Someone in the chat is saying, why is it he destroyed his own legacy and not exposed himself as a racist? I'm going to tell you why. Because, again, he did nothing to redeem himself or save himself or make people think that what he said to Heather Clem isn't how he really feels. That's what I mean by that. What I mean by that is this isn't the fault of anyone but him that Hulk Hogan is who he is. That's what I mean by that. So, yeah, you know, and of course, yes, we know who he is because he kept stacking evidence on top of, he kept stacking evidence to prove who he was. So that's what I mean when I say it's his own fault. This wasn't a creation of his enemies. This wasn't a creation of the media. This wasn't people taking one bad quote or one misdeed and twisting it into something else. This is a man who constantly showed us and told everybody and showed everybody that, yes, you're right about what you think about him. And it's 100% on him and no one else. That's what I mean by he did it to himself and destroyed his own leg, because he did. You know, and if he was thinking about any of that on his deathbed, I hope he understands that was he did nothing to correct the way he thought about things, and he did nothing to reflect or change.
So how do you want to start with the Hulk Hogan career? Do we start from the beginning and work our way that way, or do you want to come at it from a different angle? Because he's got a lot. I don't know that we can do the beat by beat Hulk Hogan thing here, but I don't know. Maybe we can.
Wherever you want to start. I mean, there's a lot of different places to go with it.
I think. Well, here, this is one way that I want to start this, and one thing that I've always. Now, I'm not the biggest in-ring Hulk Hogan fan or whatever. I'm not even that big of a Hulk. Honestly, I was never, even as a kid, I kind of came in during the late stages of Hulkamania, and I saw more as a relic of the past. Like, I wasn't watching, obviously, in 1987. I was 0 years old. I started watching in, 93, 94, and at that point, I'm like, who's this? This guy's, what the fuck is this? I was into Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels and Diesel and Razor Ramon and those kind of guys. That's who I was into when I first started watching wrestling. But one thing that I've always... when I've went back and watched old Hulk Hogan or watched early WWF Hulk Hogan or watched AWA Hulk Hogan or his first WWF run, 1979 to 81, 82-ish, somewhere in that range. I forget the exact years. One thing that I'm always, I always try to remember is I think the way that WWE tells their history for a lot of different reasons. And this has now been complicated in recent years too, because of Vince McMahon. But when WWE tells their history, a lot of it is, Vince McMahon, the pro wrestling genius, decided one day I'm going to go national, and then he found this Hulk Hogan guy and said, "Okay, I think that's going to be my guy," and then he created Hulkamania. And as I watch more and more old Hulk Hogan and a lot of dig into it a little bit more and dig into the history, I find that I think, and this is going to seem crazy, I think Hulk Hogan's like underrated historically in terms of how important he was. Not as much as Vince McMahon's genius, but the fact that Vince McMahon had a ready-made guy there for him. Because that's the thing that if you watch WWE documentaries or whatever, they'll kind of tell the story of, Vince McMahon created Hulkamania. He did not. Vince McMahon did not create Hulkamania. Hulk Hogan created Hulkamania. Vern Gagne created Hulkamania. Vince McMahon Sr. knew that Hulk Hogan was a tremendous star, but not to the level that maybe Vern did or Hulk himself did. People forget, and if you only know WWE history from WWE, you wouldn't know that this guy was a mega star in his first WWF run, and he was an even bigger star in his AWA run. And that is where
he was the biggest star in the world when Vince signed him away from Vern.
Right.
Vince just made him a better business deal. But he was already the biggest wrestling star in the world at that point.
And everybody knew it. And everybody knew it too. So yeah,
if you go Vince wanted him.
Yeah, exactly. So that I always find that, like, it seems weird to say Hulk Hogan was underrated, but what I always mean by that is that I think we don't realize that Vince made him, like you said, Vince made him that better offer. But if Hogan isn't Hogan, when Vince says, you're going to be my guy, and Hogan, he signs Hogan, and within a couple weeks, he's the champion. And he's the focal point of my company. Why do you think that was? That wasn't because he said, I got to build this guy up and get him. No. Hulk came back. They established that he was a babyface right away because a lot of fans remembered him from a couple years ago when he was in the WWF and he was a hated heel. So they made sure that he helped out Backlund so that everybody went, oh, okay, this guy's a good guy. And then he'd just be Iron Sheik. And then they were off. That was it. It was like a couple of weeks to do that entire thing because he was already a gigantic star. And the fans knew it from the first time he was in WWF. And anybody that was paying attention to the AWA or watching wrestling at that time or reading wrestling magazines or whatever knew that Hulk Hogan was a massive star because he was a gigantic star in the AWA. But Vern just, couldn't get out of his own way in a lot of different ways. And Vince McMahon gave him a deal that he couldn't refuse. So Hulk jumped and he went to WWF and the rest is history. And I really, really, really think that Hulk's sort of importance has sort of been, for a lot of different reasons, has sort of been reduced or mitigated over the years. And I really think that you can't tell the true story of the WWF expanding and destroying the territories without understanding that Hulk came in ready-made for Vince. Vince was ready to expand, and Hulk was ready for him to be the focal. Or Vince was ready to expand, and Hulk was ready to be that guy that was going to be the centerpiece. And I don't know that either party works without the other. You know what I mean? Like, you needed Vince to be ready to go at the exact moment he was ready to go, and you needed Hulk to be ready to go at the exact moment he was ready to go. And those two guys came together, and what we saw was, the explosion of the WWF and the destruction of the territories. But it couldn't just be Vince McMahon's genius, and it couldn't just be Hulkamania. It needed to kind of be both. But I really do think over time, Hulk's star power pre-WWF has really been, reduced, and you don't. I saw, how many headlines did I don't know how much other stuff you read today, but every article was about, Vince McMahon created Hulkamania and exploded the pro wrestling scene from a low budget territorial thing to a national TV thing. And I'm like, that's so ridiculous. You know what I mean? That's just completely not understanding wrestling history on even the most basic levels.
We're going to get the same stuff when Vince dies. It's going to be that Vince took it out of the smoky rooms and all of that, which we all know is a bunch of nonsense. I mean, you watch any territory footage, and it's kids, it's families, it's, the grandmas in the front row hitting the heels with the cane. It's this idea. That's all the mythology that's been built over the years in WWF documentaries. And we know that. And I think that our audience is sophisticated enough and knowledgeable enough to understand that. And it is very frustrating though, when you see it framed that way. But you're absolutely right. I mean, Hogan was the biggest wrestling star in the world before he came in to beat the Iron Sheik. I mean, that's just a fact. And also think you're right in that I don't think Vern was equipped to do what Vince eventually did. I think Vern probably would have tried. Don't forget that Vern Gagne expanded into every market that was left behind. I mean, eventually he came down to Chicago and Indianapolis, and he went out to San Francisco after that office closed up, and he went to Las Vegas. It's not like Vern was just sticking to the Twin Cities and Nebraska. Okay, when he had chances to expand, he did. And, he may have attempted to expand if Hogan stuck with him. But if you've ever seen Vern Gagne's TV, if you're familiar with Vern Gagne's booking style, it wasn't something that was going to catch on nationally the way that Vince's ideas did. And, the one thing that I've always said about Vince is that I do think Vince I think he's overrated as a pro wrestling booker and creative mind. And I think he was super lucky in a lot of ways. And this isn't the Vince show. So I'm not going to get super deep into it. But I think what Vince's best skill is he was an aggressive businessman that wasn't afraid to fail, and it worked out nearly every time for him. When it came to wrestling, he fell on his face with other endeavors. Every other endeavor he ever tried.
Every single one.
But when it came to wrestling, he was an aggressive businessman, and to me, that was his best skill. I think he's overrated in the areas of creativity and booking and all of those sorts of things, but I think he's underrated from the standpoint for lack of a better term, being a businessman and his business aggression, because that's where all of his success came from.
Oh yeah. He had to eat shit for a number of years. He basically was paying for all these TV. I mean, he was swallowed up in debt from buying all these TV slots and buying all these wrestlers and he just kept, it's going to work. And eventually it did. I mean, there's a couple things that could have broken the wrong way and it wouldn't have worked, but he had to have that confidence that bravado that not many other promoters at that time had to say, fuck it. I'll go in the red. I'll lose money, but eventually it's going to work. I'm sure of it. And that it did. It absolutely did. But he was doing stuff that if you go and read, I mean, you even go and read Old Observers at the time. You know, Dave Meltzer's even saying like, there's no way he can keep losing this amount of money and sustain, because most other promoters couldn't. But he, you know, just kind of stuck with it. He was obviously given the tremendous benefit of being in New York or whatever. That always helps. And he was also given the nothing. Yeah,
right. It was also given a tremendous benefit of buying the territory for virtually nothing from his father, and then not having and having the luxury of paying it back at his leisure with whatever money he made, because the deal was made with his father, versus, you know, making that deal with another ruthless businessman who, you know, and buying it at what it was truly worth and all of those things. So from that standpoint, he got off to a tremendous start before his father passed away.
An interest-free $1 million loan to own a company based in New York is pretty good. That's not
Which
bad.
you can pay off at your leisure, essentially.
right. Pay off whatever you want.
The profits.
I love the best part. I don't think you watched it. Did you watch the whole Mr. McMahon thing on Netflix?
I eventually did watch the entire thing.
Okay, because there was one segment where they were talking about Vince, and Vince's like, my dad sold me the company, and he said, if you ever miss a payment, the company goes to Gorilla and Arnold and all those guys. And then they cut to Linda, and Linda's like, the MSG gates paid for it alone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She was just nonplussed about it. We never sweated it. Because Vince is like, I had to make sure that I made every payment. Linda's like, we just use the MSG shows once a month and paid it.
Which is true, right. But he's creating this mythology around how different, because it doesn't suit his interest to make it to allow it to be known how easy it was for him to acquire.
But I just love Linda was like, no, we never sweated it at all. It was really easy to pay it off.
Right, because she's not the worker Vince is, and she's not trying to build a false legacy around herself the way that he always was. So, you know, she just told it like it was. But yeah, look, Vern would have never had the wherewithal or the ability. So I think you're right in that both Hogan and Vince needed each other, and it wouldn't have worked to the same extent had they not had come together. I don't know who Vince would have turned to. I mean, who are even the contenders? There's Sergeant Slaughter. There's Junkyard Dog. There's, maybe Paul Orndorff as a babyface. I don't know where he turns, but none of it works the same, obviously. You know, Hulk Hogan is, I hesitate to say one of a kind, although that's not too far off. I mean, it's hard to articulate and even overstate how massively charismatic and popular he was at his peak. It's truly hard to articulate it, because I don't think we've had anyone else come down the pike since. Not even Stone Cold Steve Austin. It's a different it was different. It's just a different feel. And The Rock is a little different too. And it's just, Hogan was just, there's no one that Vince could have put in that spot where it would have worked. Just wouldn't have worked.
People are saying Flair, but Flair's not the right vibe for what Vince was trying to do. No. It wasn't. It needed to be Hulk Hogan, right? Like there's no.
Had to be.
You're right. You can squint and maybe it's Paul Orndorff, maybe, but
he didn't have the necessary magnetic charisma that Hulk Hogan had.
Well, and Z in the chat room points it out perfectly. May 15th, 1982, Hogan was a guest on the Johnny Carson show. That's a full year before Vince Jr. hires him.
I mean, and this is what we're saying. He was the biggest wrestling star in the world already.
And he was already a crossover mainstream star because of Rocky III.
Which was before all of this too, and I think people don't understand the timeline on that either. Like our listeners do, but you know, the common person talking about Hulk Hogan today on the news probably doesn't realize that the Rocky III and Thunder Lips was before Vince McMahon got his hands on Hulk Hogan. They don't know that. They don't realize that. Because Vince wisely created all of this mythology, that he created Hulkamania, that he created Hulk Hogan. That he turned him into, and that extends to, I took wrestling out of the doldrums, ignoring that what he really did and what he obviously deserves the credit for is expanding his own business nationwide. And it obviously worked. And
at the expense of every other wrestling company and territory in the world too, which he definitely did.
Right. But before he did that, wrestling was thriving in a lot of different places. And it had the same ebbs and flows that it has now in all of those different places. And there have absolutely been times in WWF's history, post-Vince, where pro wrestling was less popular on the whole than it was before he expanded nationally. There have been many times where Vince was drawing less fans on a national basis and less television viewers on the whole than if you piecemealed everything together that was happening in, say, 1981.
Oh, yeah. I've always argued that wrestling was way more popular before WWF was popular. But the idea, but Vince has created the mythology and WWF's created the mythology that, we made wrestling popular because go look at the big arenas and all that sort of stuff. And it's like, well, yeah, but if you add up the amount of people that were working in wrestling and the amount of, people going to buildings all across the country,
wrestling was still filling big buildings. It was filling big buildings in Greensboro and in the Superdome and in, all across the country in every territory. And it's like, our listeners know this. There's people who would listen to this and think that we're insane for saying this, though, because this mythology and this rewritten history has been, has been told to them for 40 years now. That wrestling wasn't popular and it was a small room attraction, right? It was in bars, right? Right. It wasn't in major arenas,
right? Cut to Jim Londos selling out a fucking Olympic stadium. You know what I mean? In the 19, it's nuts. Right. Yeah. Or like you said, on any given weekend in 1982. World class filling up, the Texas Stadium and Greensboro being filled in a, right. Or them at the Great American Bash Tour at some giant, college football stadium or whatever. I mean, it's just, it's you combine all those together. Yeah, but you're right. There's going to be somebody that listens to Busted Open's Wrestle Nation that's like, what are these guys talking about?
Right.
Bingo halls. They were bingo halls at guard armories. No.
Because they have Bully Ray explaining history to them. Someone who knows nothing. And boy, do I have a segment later.
Oh, no.
I got something prepared.
Have you been listening to Wrestle Nation? I hope not.
God, no.
Oh, okay.
So you have people who don't know history talking history. But yeah, there was, and they would think that you're literally an insane person when you tell them that Vince made wrestling less popular on the whole, but while making his company far more popular and expanding his company.
Right. His company got more popular than any other wrestling company had been in maybe ever.
And it was the first one to be nationally.
Right.
That's the whole key here. Right. But, so anyway, and Hogan was obviously a huge key to that. And the key to that, it doesn't happen. I think you're right when you say it doesn't happen without Hogan and it doesn't happen without Vince. They both have to come together. And, unfortunately they did. But I will say this, we're probably not doing this right now if that doesn't happen. And like you came a little later and you described your history. I was never a Hulkamaniac either. Hulk Hogan was never, not only not my, and I've talked about this a million times, not only was he never my favorite wrestler, he was never one of my favorite wrestlers.
No, I never liked him.
It's weird because by all rights, he should have been, because I'm right in the wheelhouse. I'm the right age and I grew up in the right part of the country where I should have been a little Hulkamaniac, right? Because everybody else was. And I also came to, I came into discovering wrestling right at the perfect age for that. And it was right as things were starting to get going, right around the first WrestleMania, where I became aware of pro wrestling and became a fan. But the thing about it was, where I lived and on my block and the kids, I had a lot of wrestling fans that I grew up with. And we all had TBS too. That's the thing. So while I watched and enjoyed WWF, we all thought the wrestling on TBS was just so much cooler. That's how it was in my neighborhood. Your mileage may vary with your neighborhood, but while we all liked the WWF and we would all beg our parents to buy the pay-per-views and then go over each other's houses to watch the pay-per-views and everything, what we really liked was the shit on TBS because it felt more real. It felt grittier. And then the UWF came on WPIX 11 in New York, which was the same network that showed the Yankee games. So for a year there, when Bill Watts got TV, we were blown away because we had only read about it in our After mags, and we were able to actually see, the UWF prime. We thought that was just cool as fuck. And that was the beginning of Joe Lanza and his smarkdom and, and what I became as a fan and what I still am as a fan today. But I don't know if any of that happens. I don't know if that door opens without Hulk Hogan and without Hulkamania, even if that wasn't the primary draw for me, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, well, you had a bunch of people on your block that became wrestling fans. They probably knew about wrestling and watched it because of Hulk. I mean, because, make no question about it. When Vince decides to go national and Hulk's the front and center of all that, he is the guy. And we had somebody in the chat room earlier, and I'm trying to scroll up and find it, but I couldn't. But someone said he's the Kleenex of professional wrestling. You say the words Hulk Hogan, he's synonymous with pro wrestling. And I think it was true in the 80s as well. When you were growing up, he was in Sports Illustrated. He was in the cartoons. He was on Saturday Night Live. He was on Saturday Night's Main Event when Saturday Night Live wasn't on the air. He was a national TV star, the likes of which wrestling hadn't seen in a number of years. I mean, really, the earliest you can do is maybe like your Gorgeous Georges or whatever in the early days of TV was the last guy that was like truly a national guy. Like people mentioned Flair a little bit earlier. Flair was very popular among wrestling fans, very popular in the South or whatever, but not like Hogan was. Like Hogan in 85, 86, 87 was just a complete the mom test, whatever you want to say. Everybody knew who the fuck Hulk Hogan was, right? Nobody would ever, but so you started watching wrestling largely, I think, probably because of that. Because the fact that, and that would be then the gateway wasn't necessarily, the gateway was Hulk Hogan, but then you became the fan that you are today because you looked at Hulk Hogan and said, and then you watched the Killer Bees and you're like, yeah, all right.
Exactly.
And that's how I was. Like I said, when I started watching in 93, 94, I saw Hulk Hogan and I was like, meh. But then I saw Bret Hart and I was like, yeah, that's what I like. I like this guy, yeah.
I was always a little weirdo. I didn't really like Randy Savage either. In real time, like Randy Savage became an acquired taste after I, grew up a little, and I was like, wait a minute, Randy Savage was great, you know what I mean? But as a kid, everybody loved Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage, and those two, they didn't really appeal to me. I don't, and I used to root against Hogan so hard. I'd watch those MSG shows with my dad, like until I would fall asleep. They'd come on Saturday night or whatever. And he'd be wrestling like Kamala, and I'd be rooting for Kamala to win the title.
Get in there, Kimchi, give a hand. Let's go.
When I was still too dumb to figure out that he wasn't going to lose, like when I was, before I got a little older, I'd be rooting for like Kamala to win the title. I have vivid memories of like rooting for Sika to beat Hulk Hogan. Like
if we could only be so lucky. If we could only be so lucky, but
yeah, because I'm tired of this guy. Like I thought his whole routine was very cornball, even as a 10-year-old, and I'm not saying that to be cool or edgy. You know what I mean? It's just how, and I really do think having cable and having TBS really encouraged that, because you would put on TBS and see the fucking Road Warriors, and you'd see Magnum TA, and you'd see Nikita Koloff. It was just so much grittier. And then you would turn on Saturday mornings Wrestling Challenge or Superstars, and they really did feel like cartoon characters. It felt like the circus. That was the big knock back then. Oh, Vince's circus, right? And even as a kid, it felt like that. Hogan with the bright yellow, and he had even as a kid, it was easy to recognize every match had the same formula.
Right.
He would take his beating, then he would Hulk up,
shake
and he
the
would
head.
start to no sell.
It was always the shaking of the head that got me annoyed too, as the hair's flowing back and forth. I'm like,
and he would no sell, and the heel would look perplexed, and then they would eat the big boot and the leg drop, and you were in and out in 9 minutes. And let me tell you something, it was a winning formula. Go back and watch the matches. I mean, the pops that Hogan would get for his entrance, they would wait an extra 15 seconds to hit the music. And there'd be this quiet murmur, and then that music, dun, dun, dun. the fucking roof would blow
that's
off.
over. That's over. I love people trying to tell you Mystico at All In was over. No, motherfucker, that is over.
You don't know over till you see those pops.
Right.
You know, Hogan in Boston Garden in 1986, or in MSG in like 1985, or you know, those two in particular.
Shit, I was watching a Bockwinkel Hogan match in AWA when he comes out to Eye of the Tiger or whatever, and my God, this place. When Eye of the Tiger hits and Hogan comes out, it is up for grabs. That place is insane in the St. Paul Municipal Auditorium. I don't even know where the match was from, but it didn't matter. The crowd was just throwing babies in the air as they were just going nuts for Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, and you know, through that era, that's how it was. And you know, it's not like I didn't despise him, but I definitely rooted against him. And I was never a fan of him. You know, my very first favorite wrestler was Junkyard Dog. I do remember that distinctly. But I remember preferring the wrestling on TBS, but I didn't really have favorites there. I just liked watching it because it was so much. And I watched both. It's not like I disliked WWF. 1987 WWF is still one of my favorite years of a promotion in pro wrestling. I don't know why. But, you know, that's like a comfort watch for me, probably because I was the right age and all that. But, so I didn't grow up a Hulkamaniac. I was never. And then obviously, as you get older and older, you start to hate Hulk Hogan. I mean, if you're a smark, like if you're a dumb smark like us, the older you get, the more you're like, and the more you learn, and the more you start reading newsletters, and the more you start learning about wrestling, you're like, oh, fuck this guy. You know what I mean? It's like now I legitimately loathe him, and now I'm mad that he dominated so much of my childhood because things could have been so much cooler with him out of the picture. But look, the guy was an absolute phenomenon during that era. And the level of a Hogan pop, even with Stone Cold or The Rock or whoever you could think, it's just different. And I'm not putting those guys down. It's just the Hogan thing was different. And in real time, especially when there was more monoculture back then, he was everywhere. You couldn't avoid Hulk Hogan. It's like you briefly mentioned the mom test. He was legitimately one of the most famous people. I don't want to say in the world, but in America for sure. He was one of the most famous people in the United States for a 3-4 year period there. Instantly recognizable. And Vern wouldn't be capable of achieving that. There's not a chance in hell Vern Gagne achieves that.
No. And Vern had a chance. I mean, by 1982, everybody knew that Hogan was like a big time giant deal. And he still for a year did a bunch of DQ finishes and bullshit stuff with Bockwinkel until he eventually gave him the title. But then when he eventually gives him the title, that's when Hogan's ready to leave. And it's just like, yeah. And the same thing happened with, Vern did this many times. Kurt Hennig is another great example of Vern just waiting so long to pull the trigger on a guy. And it's like, yeah, this guy's the big baby face. Like, maybe give him the title. And it would be, now we'll have Bockwinkel, fuck him over and do DQ finishes for a year. And then we'll get the baby face to win. And it's like, all right, at that point, nobody cares anymore. That kind of happened time and time again with Vern. So yeah, and he did that with Hulk. And no, he would have never been equipped to do it. But yeah, I mean,
Vince really picked him apart. I mean, it wasn't just Hogan; it was Mean Gene Okerlund. Yeah. It was everybody else on his roster too. I mean, he picked Vern. It's almost he took like pleasure in picking Vern apart versus some of these other guys. But yeah, so I mean, where do you want to go? Do you want to backtrack on Hogan, or do you want to keep moving forward? I mean, how do you want to do this?
Let's keep moving forward. I don't have a ton to say about his early career. I've only seen a little bit of that. Obviously, for people that don't know, he trains in the late 70s or whatever. I think Hiro Matsuda in Florida and goes from there and stops wrestling for a little bit. And I think it's Ed Leslie who gets him back into it. That's why he's always had a devotion to Ed Leslie for many, many years after that. So Ed Leslie's like, I get back into this thing. And Hogan does. And then, yeah, he goes to, a bunch of other places. I think he does Central States for a little bit. He does Alabama for a little bit. He does
Memphis.
And Memphis, of course. Yeah.
And obviously New Japan, where he was a big star. He's a huge star in New Japan, with the first IWGP champion and all that, with the accidental KO or whatever. And, and a big draw in Japan for a long time, even, semi deep into his WWF run, he was still going back and forth because Vince had the relationship with New Japan there for a while until that petered out. But yeah, the initial heel runs in the WWF for Vince's dad, managed by Freddie Blassie, and yeah, it was plainly obvious that this guy was potentially the next great difference-making star in pro wrestling throughout that whole time period. And then once Vern got him, as we explained, he became the biggest star in pro wrestling and worldwide at that point, because by that point he was going to Japan and was a huge star in New Japan. And it's become a meme and it's become kind of hacky to talk about. But, that's also the era of Hulk Hogan where, did you know Hulk Hogan was a good wrestler because he hadn't
talked about this earlier.
Fallen into
Discord is people that used to be like a 2002 message board. If you were like a message board smark, people would be bad mouthing Hulk Hogan. You'd be like, "Look, I'm just telling you, when he went to Japan, he was a good worker." It's like,
well, I will say the first time you see his Japan stuff, it seems like a different human.
Right, he does a spinning toe hold, and you're like, "Whoa, what's Hulk Hogan? Wow!"
And he's younger and more mobile.
Yeah, sure. And he was objectively better at that time, and he knew the working standard was higher, so he worked to a higher standard. That was the thing. He knew, like you said, I know the template. I got a 9-minute match with Kamala. I'm going to come out. Kamala's going to hit me and club me over the head a couple times. I'm going to sell. Then he's going to hit me over the head one more time. I'm going to shake my head. I'm going to Hulk up. I'm going to knock Kimchi off the apron. Then I'm going to power, body slam Kamala, drop him with the leg, and it's over. And he knew it. He understood that was the template, and it's good. And I don't need to deviate from that.
And he was smart to work that formula. Yeah. And by the way, it still destroyed his body because he had those hip issues from dropping that leg so many times. So, and it's still, and the thing, and you watch the first time you see that pre-Hulkamania WWF stuff, he's using the axe bomber to finish people. Like, what? No big boot and leg drop? You know what I mean? It's like, and it's funny because for years when he would go back to Japan, he would continue using the axe bomber, right? Because that's what he used when he was there, and that's what people were familiar with. So there, once you get into sort of a deeper level of fandom and into some smartdom, I think the first time you see Hogan work outside of the formula, right, it is a little shocking. But yeah, to this day, you still have people who will hit you off with that information like they're giving you something fresh and new.
They crack their knuckles and they're like, "I'm gonna let this guy know he was pretty good in Japan."
Right.
Not to the extent it used to happen in 2002, but it still happens from time to time. You'll get a guy that cracks his knuckles and been like, I'm just telling you, he was pretty good in Japan.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw elements of the formula creeping in when he was in the AWA, but he generally worked longer matches there too. All the screw job finishes against Bockwinkel and all of that. Which this is the first time in a while where I was preparing for an obit and I didn't watch anything because I've seen all this shit. So
yeah, my God, I didn't watch this. I watched one Bockwinkel Hogan match because I was like, I don't think I've seen this one before. But yeah, It's like normally when these obits happen, I spend a day or two just it's Hulk Hogan. I've seen everything. What is there to see that I haven't seen of Hulk Hogan?
Yeah, I've seen it all, and again, he was never one of my favorites. Look, I don't have a craving for Hulk Hogan nostalgia. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, I get it. I get it 100%.
You know what I mean? Like sometimes someone will die and it'll be like, oh man, I haven't paid enough attention to Kamala. And now that he's dead, it's a shame that this is what re-sparked me to go watch some, whoever the fuck. Whoever, and Hogan died, and it's like I didn't run to YouTube. I don't know, and for most people actually that we come on here and talk about, I do. I do run to you. I ran to YouTube to watch Black Bart when he passed away.
And it's after the show, after we do these obits, we'll discuss something, or after the show, I'll go onto YouTube and look up the guy that we just got done talking about because I'm thinking maybe I did miss something, or I'm never gonna. I promise you, I'm not gonna go to YouTube later tonight and watch Hulk Hogan videos. I promise you.
Well, it's like because I feel like I've seen so much of it over the years, and he's one of those guys I just don't reinvestigate very often. But let me ask you a question: do you think he's a great pro wrestler? And approach that question however you want to approach it.
Well, I will say is actually right before I found out that he had passed away, I was watching Road Wild 1997 because, yes, folks, FlagshipPatreon.com, you're going to get a Road Wild retrospective coming up very soon here in August. Got a couple of the episodes already ready to go. And I was watching that show, and I was watching it was him versus Lex Luger in the main event. And it's peak Hollywood Hulk Hogan, NWO or whatever. And I'm watching, and when it's done, I'm just like, yeah, you know what? This format kind of works. Like it's so simple and so basic, but honestly, I see why it held up and I see why it worked. Like the Hulk Hogan formula, it's not good. You know, it's not good technical wrestling, but you understand it. You get it. And as I'm watching this and I'm watching him, and this is in his heel run, so it's, kind of his basic boring offense or whatever. And I don't know, when it was done, I was just like, yeah, I don't know. I think Hogan's fine. There was a long time in my life where I would come on here and tell you, oh, he sucks and he's garbage and he doesn't know how to work and all that sort of stuff. But it's like, no, this dude, maximized every little bit of what he had and realized exactly the template of how to be a big time star and how to be a main event wrestler. So I've come to maybe later in life appreciate his work a little bit more. I don't really want to go and watch, I don't want to watch 2 hours of Hulk Hogan matches, but you watch one every so often and you're like, yeah, I get it. I totally understand why this guy was the top star in wrestling. He understood between the bells as good as almost anybody. You know what I mean? Like he just understood how to be a main event wrestler and fit a template almost perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, setting aside the fact he was younger and obviously was working harder, there was also a certain energy around his pre-WWF matches in New Japan and in the AWA. There was a certain energy around those matches that just felt different than other guys. And he was a pretty good worker in the smarky way during that period. I like his very, very, very early, I'm talking 84, early 85 stuff when he first comes back. 84, maybe not into 85 so much. But
the 84 stuff is pretty dynamic when you watch it. It's clearly a different guy. The 84
stuff's a little different. There's more burst. He hasn't completely settled into the lazy yet successful formula, right? Like not every match has become that yet. And the other thing is they have him wrestling on TV a lot. And Vince stopped that after a while. Like he realized, okay, I need to put him on TV to establish him as this guy. So he would work squash matches as champion. Like there's a famous one against Tiger Chung Lee and there's some others too. And then by, I guess, sometime in 85, definitely by 86, Vince said, all right, now, if you want to see Hulk Hogan, you're going to have to buy a ticket or buy a pay-per-view. I'm not going to put him on TV unless it's Saturday night's main event. And in that case, it's network TV and I'm trying to pop a number and all those sorts of things. And the Saturday night's main event matches, as we've talked about a million times, they were very often the end of a program where you've made all the money you were going to make on the road and you were blowing off the program. So you would blow it off on Saturday night's main event. So he'd work the loop against whoever the fuck, Harley Race, just pull a name out. And then once he worked the whole loop with Harley or whoever else, Terry Funk, insert name here, Vince would put the blow-off match on Saturday night's main event, figuring, okay, I'm not going to try to sell any more tickets with this. And now everybody gets to see Hulk beat this guy and put him in the rear view. And now it would move on to whatever the next program was. That's really the only time you'd see Hogan on free TV once we got past about 1984 and 1985. But during that early period of the Hulkamania, he did work a little differently. Then he settles into his formula. And the Hogan that I have absolutely no use for is when you get into the late 80s and early 90s.
Yeah.
When he gets a little puffier and he's starting to age and he's really lacking in athleticism at that point, and it's 100% shtick. And really the only time he's any good is if he's in there with Boss Man. I will say that. The Boss Man stuff during that era was good. Some of the earlier stuff I liked. I thought he had good... Listen, I will never knock the Paul Orndorff matches. First of all, those might be the hottest house show matches I've ever seen. If you go back and watch those Paul Orndorff, Hulk Hogan matches from... There's one in Toronto that springs in the mind. I mean, you want to talk about the roof blowing off and people literally hanging from rafters and molten hot heat. And the matches were pretty good too. I thought he had good. The couple of matches he has out there on tape with Terry Funk, I think, because those are different. They're very different. Funk brings something different to the table with Hogan. So, and then there's other opponents where, it's just total 100% formula and there's nothing there, But to answer my own question, I think he's a great pro wrestler. I think, if you want to drift closer towards, the Al Snow idea of, well, you're a great pro wrestler if you draw the most money and you get the biggest reaction. It's really hard to argue against Hulk Hogan drawing the most money and getting the biggest reactions and knowing that his formula was going to work. From the standpoint of the art of pro wrestling, you can approach it from that way too. Isn't the idea to get the biggest pop and get the biggest reactions? And he did achieve that. But I don't know if I'd call him a great pro wrestler, but I think I would call him, I think he's underrated though. I would call him underrated, and that doesn't necessarily mean I think he's great, but I think he gets knocked too strongly.
Yeah.
Because of the formula and because late in his career, he was pretty bad, and it was all charisma by that point. But I think it's an interesting question. His early career stuff, it was good, and sometimes delved into great, but probably not enough to where I'm prepared to say, yeah, Hulk Hogan, from a nerdy standpoint, was a great pro wrestler. I'm not prepared to go all the way with it.
I think the way you phrase it is pretty good. I think he's underrated in the sense that I don't think he's shit. I don't think he's awful. I think there's some value into what he did, obviously. Not, and even from a smarky standpoint, I think there's some value into what he did. But yeah, it's just he's not a guy that I'm ever going to sit down and watch an 8-hour comp tape of. That would be horrible. I don't want to do that at all. But I do think from time to time, if you watch a Hulk Hogan match, whether peak babyface Hulk Hogan in WWF or the heel stuff in the NWO with WCW or whatever, you do. I've done this in recent years. I do come to appreciate a little bit more of like, yeah, this dude he understood how to get something out of that crowd all the time. Like when he was in the ring, for better, for worse, that crowd was engaged and excited and lived and died by every single thing that guy did. He was the most important thing in the ring every single second that he was in the ring. And that became both good for Hulk and bad for the wrestling promoters as he started to realize, well, I'm everything to you. I'm the biggest star. I'm the best star. I'm the thing that matters the most to you. Particularly in WCW, which we'll get to, of course, in a little bit. That becomes kind of a double-edged sword. Is that you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. With Hulk, he's the biggest thing in your company. He's the biggest star. He's the main eventer. He needs to be the focal point. But how long do you let him be the focal point, and how much do you let him be the focal point, and how much do you let him determine that he's the focal point? Because no pro wrestler ever is going to get the power and then say, yeah, you know what? I shouldn't be, the main event and win the title and make the most money. Like that's never going to happen. And that unfortunately became, for Hogan, we know his peak eras, and I don't think we need to explain the peak eras of Hulk Hogan, but I think what's interesting, and I think what I want to get into a little bit now, I guess, is as things start to kind of go down a little bit and Vince starts to wonder if maybe this Hulk thing has kind of run its course, how hard and how difficult that was for Hulk Hogan to handle and for Vince to handle and for the fans to handle as well. As there was just, they really, really struggled with that. Everybody involved really struggled with, okay, it's 1991, 1992. How do we move away from Hulk Hogan now? How do we sort of, we've destroyed the territories. He can't just leave and go somewhere else. He has to stay with us. But what do we do with him if he's not in the main events winning every single match? And, Vince's idea was to sort of promote the Ultimate Warrior, but that didn't really work either. And then, of course, something's going to happen where it's going to make it a little bit easier to tell Hulk, hey, why don't you take a break for a bit? But to me, that's more interesting. But I don't know, do you have anything else about the peak of Hulk Hogan? I don't know if there's that really much more to examine about that. Everybody knows it. I mean, WrestleMania 3, WrestleMania 4, Saturday Night's main event, big star. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like the main event, 33 million people watching, 15.2 on the Nielsen's, like big star. Hulk Hogan.
Really speed running everything there.
I don't know what to do. I mean, I feel like everybody knows about that, right?
Yeah. I mean, again, a lot of mythology too. There weren't 93,000 people there. I don't know if you want to open that can of worms.
No, what? No, I do not want
to. Which doesn't diminish anything from the fact that it was still to this day, one of the biggest pro wrestling cards in the history of the world. With the worked number. And some of those big television ratings with, the main event, when it would air in prime time, it'd be the main event versus Saturday night's main event. Some of those numbers were considered disappointing in real time, though. and like we look back now, we're like, 33 million people, right? But like they expected more for some of those, which is wild to think about with today's television climate, right? Where it's like, if something does 33 million viewers, nothing does 33 million viewers today unless it's the fucking Super Bowl, but yeah, that's the level of star that he was, and and then the steroid trial came, and then that's when it really started to unravel for both his relationship with Vince and everything else. And Eric Bischoff gave him just an incredible deal that was impossible to refuse to make the jump. And maybe, in hindsight, do you think Eric?
One thing real quick, and WWE has kind of told you this history too. They released him.
That's what I was just going to ask you. Do you think Eric played himself? Because did he have to give him such an advantageous deal? Because where else was he going to go? Did he really think Vince was going to stay in? Did he really think Hogan was going to stay in Japan? Because where else was he going to go at that point?
Right. That was it.
So my question to you was going to be, and I guess you already answered it. It's like, did he have to give him the insane percentage of pay-per-view? Did he have to just he basically handed him half the company? And he was done with WWE. He wasn't going to go back.
Yeah, they let him, he was done with WWF after King of the Ring 1993. They wrote him off and let him basically run out the rest of his contract, and Vince was done. Vince was saying, you're not worth, you're not Hulk Hogan anymore. You're not the draw you were anymore. And like I said, it's very difficult to book Hulk Hogan if he's not going to be your world champion in main events. And Vince had no idea how to do that. And in other eras of wrestling, you wouldn't have to have that issue. If you had a main eventer and you had no other idea what to do with him, you would just say, hey, we're done with you. Go to another territory, and then we'll come back in a couple of years and we'll do the same thing over again. But Vince killed all of his competition. So it was like, well, now what the fuck do I do with Hulk Hogan? And there was nothing to do with Hulk Hogan. When you were done having him be your main eventer and your top star, Hogan wasn't going to want to do mid-card stuff. Hogan wasn't going to be in tag teams and that sort of shit. So you basically had to say, well, whatever. I guess we move on. So yeah, Vince moved on. Vince said in 1993, I'm not going to, you're not worth the money anymore. You're not worth promoting anymore. You're not worth making the top star anymore. That was the thought that he had. So he basically said, I'm done. So he ran out his contract, and yeah, Hogan went to Japan. He did Thunder in Paradise. He did Hollywood or whatever.
But don't you think once WCW made the big play for him that Vince, that maybe Eric had to give him that kind of deal, because Vince, if nothing else, would have wanted to just keep him away from WCW?
I don't think at that time. I really don't. I think now that did happen in 1998, whether that was a real negotiation or not. We can get to that in a little bit. Right. But in 1998, Hogan did meet with Vince McMahon about returning to the WWF. Again, I don't really know if he wanted to bring him in early 1998. All I know is that Hulk came back to Eric and said, hey, look, I just talked to Vince. And Eric said, oh my God. And then gave him the most insane contract in pro wrestling history. The Hulk Hogan 1998 to 2001 contract is a legendary, ridiculous contract. But in 1994, I think Vince was ready to move on at that point. So no, I don't think. I really think Eric just thought that this is what I need to do. Whatever I can do to bring Hogan in, and I think Hogan probably pried on that desperation, and he pried on Eric's desperation many times, throughout their life as well. I think Eric was desperate to bring him in, and Hogan knew that he had a guy that was, for lack of a better term, a mark in that sense, that I could, hey, I'm good with Hollywood, brother. I don't need to do wrestling anymore, brother. I'm done with that. Wrestling's in the past. And Eric then having to lay out that ridiculous contract to get Hogan to do it. I don't know that Vince was ever going to come to the table again and try to bring Hogan back by 1994. But maybe
when you talk about 98, we have documented evidence that Hogan, from people who claim on the record that Hogan was telling people you should go to WWF. I don't know if it was WWE. I guess it was WWF.
It was WWF. Yeah, it was still WWF.
So I could buy that he was negotiating at that time, because he probably saw the writing on the wall with where WCW was going, and he was recommending to the younger wrestlers to jump, whether it was, who are some examples? I guess Paul White.
Yeah, Paul White.
That time.
Waltman.
Chris Jericho put it in his book, didn't he?
Yeah.
That Hogan told him he should go. So... maybe the 98 thing, there's some validity to that. since he was telling other people they should go. So the point is he ends up there with the contract, and immediately, you have to have him beat Flair. I hate those Hogan Flair matches. I know some people like them.
Yeah, I hate them.
A lot of people like them. I have no interest in watching Ric Flair just feed and bump for Hulk Hogan. It does nothing for me. As someone who by that point in time essentially hated Hulk Hogan, the last thing I wanted to see was him to come into WCW and just run roughshod over Ric Flair. Flair, of course, is just always willing to do business and put people over, and he likes Hogan. So, and then they, he beats him his first match in the company for the title, beats him all over the loop, beats him in tag matches on TV, and then they do the retirement match at Halloween Havoc. And I'm just like, how are they going to book themselves out of this? And no, it's just Hogan beats him and retires him. Now we all know,
yeah, Ric Flair retired for about 4 months or so, and then he was back. But hey,
and it's just like, I mean, what the fuck? But I guess when you're paying a guy what you're paying him, and he has that kind of contract, you better fucking push him to the moon. And
well, again,
and
it's like I said with Vince, it's like if you have Hulk Hogan, there's nothing else you can do with Hulk Hogan but have him at that time
decimate everyone,
be everybody and be your top star. Like that's what you have to do.
And he brought all the friends of Hogan, which you're bringing in the Butcher, and you're bringing in Earthquake as Avalanche, and you're bringing in
One Man Gang and Kamala and the Honky Tonk Man and Jim Duggan. Yeah, 1994 WCW, the first half of 1994 WCW fucking rocks, and the second half fucking stinks.
Fucking stinks. It's so bad. It's just Hogan and friends. And then you're getting main events like Hulk Hogan versus the Butcher at Starrcade.
The Starrcade main event. Yeah.
I think it was Starrcade because
Starrcade 1994, fucking Hulk Hogan versus the Butcher Ed Leslie.
Oh my God. And it's like, what the fuck is this? It was a real depressing time as a wrestling fan to see, WCW go into that state, and that shit is rough. And it was like this slightly off version of Hulk Hogan too. They had to write a new theme. Jimmy Hart had to write a new song, like American Made.
Yep.
and the shirts were a little different, and the presentation was a little different. It was just this, and Earthquake had to come in as Avalanche, and everyone had to change. It was like this bizarro world version of WWF of the early 90s. That's not what I wanted out of WCW was my escape from the WWF, and now it was just the same shit.
And they changed nothing. Literally, if you ever watch it, if people listen to this that have never watched it, it is so bizarre that he's just doing exactly the same thing. And it had already started wearing thin in WWE or WWF by 92, 93. It was really wearing thin by that point. So for him to come in 1994 WCW and do the same stuff, but also be kind of skinny because he wasn't quite on as much steroid. It was just a very weird time to watch.
And it was weird too because you had Hogan and friends, but it was like ships passing in the night. But then you had Ric Flair and Arn Anderson and a young Steve Austin and all these guys who didn't fit what it was turning into, and it was like this weird dichotomy on the shows of Hogan and his cartoon buddies. And then you had like the stud stable on the undercard.
Right.
And it didn't fit at all. Like Bunkhouse Buck on the same card, battling the Armstrongs or whatever, and then you had Vader kicking around for a little while.
And then also you had Cactus Jack on the undercard having like plunder matches or whatever. And then leading to the Butcher versus Hogan. And you're like, what the fuck is this?
Right. And Mr. T wrestled on that show. Like he even brought Mr. T with him, and it's like, what a weird promotion it was at that time.
I did a Bash at the Beach retrospective on this Patreon. I'm like, Mr. T in 1994 has like no cachet anymore at that point. I mean,
no.
Mr. T in 94 is like, what? What are you doing? It's so irrelevant.
Listen, I am almost positive. I don't remember if it was Saturday Night Live or some other like sketch comedy show, or maybe it was, I don't know if, what's Comedy Central's late night gimmick for the Everybody Was High? Adult Swim. I don't know if Adult Swim was a thing yet at that time, but there was someone around that time with Mr. T that was one of these sketch comedy shows where it was a Mr. T cartoon, and the basis of it was that he was post-fame, and his catchphrase in the cartoon was "I need work," right? So it was like Mr. T and this group of like teenagers.
I think that was
right?
I don't know for sure. I believe that was a Saturday Night Live TV Funhouse thing. I think it was a TV Funhouse thing. I do.
TV Fun. I think it's TV Funhouse.
Yeah, I just remember I need some work. It was like,
that was the big catchphrase. Work. That'd be the thing. Is like the teenagers would be like Mr. T from the 80s, right?
Right.
And then the big punchline would always be, "I need work," right? "I need work," and Hogan gave him work. Like he brought the guy to WCW. Like he was no longer. He was like that whole post-fame thing where you become a parody of yourself.
Right.
Where you're like
Mike Tyson. We all lived through Mike Tyson and The Hangover and that sort of that vibe.
Who is the guy? The kid from Gary Coleman is a great example.
Yeah,
he became like a parody of himself. Like that's where Mr. T was at that time, to the point where it was a pop culture thing to mock his post-fame life, which, and here he is wrestling Kevin Sullivan at fucking Starrcade. Like, what are we doing? Well, Steve Austin is doing
jobbing
TV
to Tim Duggan in 15 seconds or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. And like Vader no longer has like a significant role. And they never got around to the Hogan Vader stuff, right? Like that. Like
they did.
Vader,
No, they did at Bash of the Beach 95.
That's
did
right.
It. Yeah. The outdoor show.
But then Vader didn't make it to Nitro. That's what it was, right? Vader didn't quite make it to Nitro.
No, he didn't. I think he was supposed to, but then he had a little fight with Paul Orndorff, and they said that's the end of that. So.
Yeah. So, what a weird time for WCW. And then, we get into 95, which is September of 95 is when Nitro came about. And I guess, so really what you're looking at is the second half of 94 and the first half of 95. That's a little rough. That's a rough period for WCW. Eventually Savage comes in. He didn't come in 94. He came in 95, right?
Very late 94. Very late 94. I forget exactly when, but mostly 1995.
The gang's all here, and that was I'm not quite as juiced up on steroids as I used to be. I'm going to wear a shirt to wrestle Randy Savage, even though he was still like juiced to the gills, but he was an insane person. So
he had insane like body dysmorphia shit going on with him. Yeah, where he would be in incredible shape, but still thought he looked like shit or whatever. So yeah, he wore the shirt or whatever for a long time.
The frilly and the fucking weird colors and all that shit. And then and then when you get into late 95, you get into the Nitro era, and that's where it gets a little better, right? That's where they turn it up a little. You get the Luger jump, and then the early Nitros where Luger was kind of this ambiguous figure, right? Like who's like, is he a babyface? Is he a heel? Is he gonna turn on Sting? Does he like Sting? Does he not like Sting? He had the match with Hogan on, I think, the second Nitro, and then the idea that Hulkamania was kind of wearing thin was that, the Hogan turn didn't come out of nowhere. I mean, that was the talk of the wrestling industry for a long time, that the culture was changing and wrestling was changing, and that Hogan was just still this same guy that he was in 1984, and something probably had to change, and they executed the greatest heel turn of all time, right? I mean,
yeah, and the actual greatest, not whatever this people said the John Cena one thing was, or the New Day one, or what. This one did absolutely transform the business, and I think it is important to point that out too. That this was not a one day in the peak of popularity of Hulk Hogan. Eric Bischoff said, "Ha, I got it. We're going to turn him heel." Everybody at that time knew that Hogan needed to change. Something had to change. The guy had been doing the same shtick for well over a decade at that point. They even dabbled with it a little bit when he did the Dark Side Hogan stuff and showed up in the black and kind of started to have a little bit of an edge to him or whatever. Not full on what we would get with Hollywood Hogan, but they clearly knew that something had to change and that he was waning and that that just the entire world had changed. 1985 to 1995 is an entirely different world. You can't do what you did in 1985 and have it work in 1995 and 96. And they clearly knew that. So that's something I always like to fight against too. The idea that it's like, oh man, I can't believe it. They made the wild idea to turn Hulk Hogan heel. Like, was it still a big risk to do it? Sure. It was. Was it still a pretty crazy decision to do it? Yeah, but it wasn't like he was in the peak of his powers. Everybody was kind of done with Hulk Hogan, the babyface.
No, you go back and read the newsletters too. Like, people were starting to get suggest that he should turn.
Yeah.
And he even teased it a few times, like Dark Side Hogan, and all that sort of thing. So it's like this idea that I think maybe some people who didn't live through it, you may think we're like it completely came out of nowhere. It's not really true. It's not really true. And of course, one of the dumbest things, Meltzer reporting Mabel as the third man when Meltzer literally reported Hogan was going to be the third man before it happened. But in a post-fact world, people just are going to live with that one for decades.
Have you ever read that excerpt? It's like Dave basically throwing out like a bunch of different names. Like it could be this guy.
It could be this guy. You mean the Mabel excerpt?
Yeah. Like the Mabel one. Like Mabel is one of like 5 different names that he's like, I don't know. It could be this guy. It could be this guy. It could be this guy. And he ends the paragraph with, but most likely it will be Hulk Hogan. That is lopped off, and all the other names are lopped off, and it is Hulk Hogan. Oh my God! Dave Meltzer said Mabel's the third man because Eric Bischoff's a fucking fraud. That's why.
It became a thing because that's the name Bischoff picked to mock.
But again, the paragraph ends with, but the most likely scenario is that Hulk Hogan turns heel. Like he says it.
I think
there.
Well, I think even in a later issue, he flat out says it's going to be Hogan.
Yeah.
So, and on audio, I think on some hotline, he flat out said the decision has been made, and it's. But all of those names that were kicked around in meetings or whatever that Meltzer got wind of, that's the Mabel is just the funniest one. So Bischoff picked that one to mock and turned into a meme. And Bischoff knows that his audience is a bunch of dumb buffoons, and now it's a thing. Now he reported that Mabel was the third man, which is utter nonsense. And other names were discussed. You think, Hogan, you think Bischoff, it took a while to decide what was going to happen here and for Hogan to agree to do it and everything else. There were plenty of names discussed. But, I think it would qualify as the greatest heel turn of all time, both in execution, shock factor, Bobby Heenan, aside, and then follow up in what it led to, a huge boom in business, and the turn worked. It was the right time, and it was the right situation. And how do you think the NWO comes across if Hogan decides not to do it, or decides not to do it and then maybe down the line sees, all right, well, I better go heel because this thing's big. Do you think the NWO pops off the same without Hogan?
I don't think so. I think you needed, it's similar to the WWF expansion, rock and wrestling stuff. I think you needed Hogan. Hogan was the guy that really, because especially doing the Invader, because at that time they were very strongly doing these guys are WWF invaders. They obviously had to tamper that down due to lawsuits. You couldn't keep saying, hey, these guys are invading from the other company. But in the early, the first couple weeks of Hogan turning, it's really cool because they're like, Tony Schiavone's like, you know what? Now I have to wonder if he was always a spy from the other company. Like if he was ever really, truly WCW. And then you have Bobby Heenan being like, I always told you guys he was a rat.
Right.
And it was really interesting stuff because the idea was, this guy was always a fraud. Like this guy came to WCW, but he never wanted to be here. He was always a WWF guy. And he's and that, I think you needed that kind of guy and that level of a star. And it made it that much more, impactful that it was like, fuck, that dude who we thought was, here for us and had left that company. Like, nah, he was just an invader. He was just spying on it, and they had to obviously tamper that down a little bit, but I think you did 100% need someone of Hulk Hogan's magnitude to be the guy. Because like if it was British Bulldog or whatever, no, there's no way. If it's Lex Luger, there's no way. It needed to be the absolute shock factor of, oh my God, Hulk Hogan's a heel now, and now he's talking shit, and now he's got a beard, and it was just that tonal. Because I remember I also kind of stopped watching wrestling for a little while at this time, and one day turned on Nitro and was like, what the fuck happened to Hulk Hogan? What is going on here? And I was drawn to it. I was like, well, this is insane. Like Hogan's, the bad guy now. Like that's really crazy. So no, I think you needed that. You need that complete tonal shift with a guy like Hogan for the NWO to pop off the way it did. I just cannot imagine it works with any other guy.
And the Jimi Hendrix song, and he changes his whole persona, and it just all worked. And And it was huge for a couple years there until everything spiraled out of control, and too many people, too many cooks, too many cooks, Rich Craich, as they say. Too many people with too much power. A very weak leader in Eric Bischoff. I think that's safe to say.
Oh, absolutely.
Complete pushed over and ATM Eric and everything else. And, and unfortunately, they did win what in hindsight was a completely meaningless ratings war for 83 weeks, which has given Eric Bischoff fuel to remain relevant for decades since, which is unfortunate for all of us. Because truly, with the benefit of hindsight, what did beating WWE for 83 weeks mean? What did it mean? Other than winning bragging rights or a pissing contest or a dick measuring contest, what tangibly did that mean? What if they had lost in the ratings to Monday Night Raw by 0.01 every week, but everything else remained the same? It's just with hindsight, it's amazing that people cling to that as some kind of just gargantuan accomplishment.
Yeah,
when at the end of the day, it means nothing.
It's a good way to describe the narrative shift, I think, and I think that's why people do it, because it's harder to say, well, yeah, over time, WCW's pay-per-view business and live event business and all that sort of stuff, rose and started it's just easier to say, 83 weeks, you know what I mean? Because it's just, to a lot of people, it's an easier way to talk about turning the tide, which WCW did do for a very brief amount of time. But as, we've pointed out many times on this show and that obsession with that ratings war and that obsessions with what was, like you said, an utterly meaningless ratings war ended up being the downfall of that company, because they could not, when they started losing that ratings war, they started freaking out and going nuts and making horrible decisions, even though they were still making tons of fucking money. And they were still, but Eric Bischoff had and still has, whether he's actually being truthful or not, has if you're second, your last sort of idea about it. But it's like, no, dude, you were still selling shit tons of tickets. You were still selling shit tons of merch. You were still doing, WWF was beating you in the ratings, but who fucking cares? Like, keep doing what you're doing. Keep making money. Keep building stars. Like, you can still do that, but he was obsessed with the ratings war and obsessed with that the narrative of the Monday Night Wars, and it was completely their downfall of that company.
Yeah, it ended up being a massive negative because he was chasing that forever.
Right, and you watch mid-1998 Nitros, and it's like every episode is we got to do something. We got to do something. We got to beat them this week. We got to beat them this week. Why? Who cares? Do your shit. Do whatever.
Just make money.
Yeah, just keep making money. And they made a lot of money all through 1998, and made a lot of money through early 1999, and then that shit went off a fucking cliff by the spring of 1999, and it never recovered, and they were dead in a year and a half.
Out of the sheer desperation of beating another show in the ratings.
Right.
I mean, in hindsight, it was insane behavior to care that much about that. But now this guy's able to frame himself as a business expert 30 years later.
Right, even though
it's incredible, and he's a
something
dunce.
else. It's something else. Yeah, he is,
and he's an absolute dunce. He's got a career just loaded with failure, but but maybe he's smarter than any of us, because maybe he knew that by simply winning that meaningless ratings war, it's given him oxygen for 3 more decades, right?
It's given him a lot of jobs, too. He got rehired by WCW, he got hired by TNA, he got hired by WWE multiple times. Like, yeah, he's probably the smartest guy in terms of framing that and understanding that the narrative of defeating the big bad WWE for 83 weeks or whatever. It's fascinating to look back on. And, the thing I always, for the real downfall of WCW, and I've talked about WCW a lot on this Patreon and on the show or whatever, but to me, I always go back to Starrcade 1997, and Hogan's largely, responsible for that as well. Eric's absolutely responsible because he was a pushover of a boss, and he just didn't, he never stood up to Hogan ever. And, largely when Hogan said, hey, I should win and I should do this, like, for a long time in his, for 15 years prior to that, it was like, yeah, probably, that probably is the right move. But by Starrcade 1997, you have the NWO just destroying everybody, beating everybody, being the top, heel group, and Hogan holding the title almost nonstop. He lost the title to Luger for 5 days and then won it back or whatever.
Switch.
Right. Yeah. And won it back right away. But, Starrcade 1997, that is when everything was perfect for them to finish that story. Finish the NWO. Sting just comes from the fucking rafters, drops the Scorpion Death Drop, puts him in the fucking Scorpion Deathlock, whatever you want the finish to be. Hogan taps. Hogan gets the pinfall 1, 2, 3, and it's over. You know what I mean? And it's over. And then you can tell the story of the fracturing of the NWO and all that other stuff in the mid card or in the upper mid card, whatever you want to do. You can do Nash, Hogan stuff, whatever you want to do. But Sting has to be your champion, and WCW has to reign supreme, and NWO has to have fractures and not be the same. But he couldn't do that. And Eric couldn't do it either, and didn't understand how to book this company without having, or how to, structure this company without having Hogan be the top guy. So they do whatever the fuck that Starrcade 1997 finish was, which was convoluted, and the fast count that wasn't really a fast count. And this, I think, really begins, in my mind, when Hogan's politicking has gotten completely out of control, and Eric Bischoff is not the kind of guy that's going to stop him. And Vince, for better for worse, could sometimes stop Hogan from doing his insane politicking, but Eric never could. And the contract that Eric signed Hogan to also precluded that he literally couldn't, because Hogan had complete creative control over everything that he did. So there wasn't anything you could tell Hulk Hogan to do, because he just could say, no, brother, this is what I'm going to do. And Eric had to say, oh, okay, well, yeah, that is the contract I gave you, so I guess you can just do whatever the fuck you want to do. And I always look at that Starrcade 1997 because it was just the easiest, cleanest idea ever. As Sting comes in, he beats Hulk Hogan, the NWO is done or stumbles, and WCW reigns supreme, and Sting's your new champion, and you start telling a new story. But they didn't. They just went right back to Hogan. And Hogan was the champion by fucking April again the next year. And it's just, at that point, the bloom was off the rose, and that's the point where Hogan has just lost complete, attachment to reality, and just has this company and the company's owner, or the president of the company, by the balls completely, and just runs the show. And that leads to a very ridiculous 1998. A lot of bad pay-per-view main events with Hogan, where Goldberg should probably be in the main event, other guys should be in the main event, but instead it's all about Hogan again and again and again. And then the finger poke of doom in early 1999, and now we've completely lost the plot.
Now it's completely over.
Right. Now let's bring the NWO back together, but I'm the top guy. But I'm cool now because I'm with the cool guys, because the Wolfpack got cool. So now I'm back with the NWO, but we're going to mostly be the Wolfpack because the Wolfpack's cool. So now I have like Jinko jeans and fucking wallet chains and stuff. And it's like, what the hell are we doing here? And now we're just completely off the rails. By 1999, it's done and we're over.
Yeah, this is the self-preservation era of Hulk Hogan.
Right.
Where he has the power. Eric Bischoff is his lapdog. I mean, Bischoff's just a mark for him, because Bischoff's convinced that when in doubt, Hulk Hogan will fill the house. Hulk Hogan will draw money. Hulk Hogan will draw a rating. So this is Hogan winding down, getting older, and wielding that power and doing whatever he needed to do to stay on top and keep those checks coming. I mean, this is the self-preservation. Now Hogan was always a master politicker and manipulator. Of course. Don't get me wrong. But this is really when, like you say, it went completely off the rails, and everyone around him saw that. And, your Kevin Nashes and people like that were alternate we're the same, we're pulling the same shit. And somehow Kevin Nash got the book. How the fuck did that happen? How did Kevin Nash ever get the book?
I have no fucking idea. I know.
It's just because he's a smooth talker and a big star. And Kevin Nash can be very charming and engaging. Could you imagine the amount of puss that Kevin Nash slayed in those years?
Oh, of course.
I mean, Can you even imagine? I mean, it's, he talked his way into the booking position. It's, and Hogan never needed to be the booker because he controlled his own destiny at all times. And and who needs the responsibility of booking the cruiserweights when I could just make sure that contractually that I can stay on top? So, that's the self-preservation era of Hulk Hogan, and make as much money as you can. And now we have evidence through other wrestlers that he knew it was a sinking ship, and he knew this thing was doomed. He didn't care. He didn't care if he burned down the house because
he got his contract and he was going to bleed that thing for every fucking last penny that he could.
Right. And then, post WCW, when did he do the, when was the Australian thing? The Australia
early
tours
2002 WWA, yeah, and was Andrew McManus's WWA or whatever. I want to say that was early 2002.
Yeah. And then there was the XWF thing built around Hogan and Kurt Hennig. Remember that?
Yeah.
So, I don't know how many matches Hogan actually worked with that thing, but that was kind of the Kurt Hennig revival before he came back to WWF in that Royal Rumble where he made it to the Final Four. And they never really intended to bring him back, but he got over so big. Remember that Vince signed him and he brought Kurt Hennig back. That was around that time too. But there was probably a multitude of startups built around Hulk Hogan in that era that we're not even remembering. Ideas for startups, things that never got off the ground, places that held like one show. But those are a couple of the more prominent ones. And that's before he just ends up back with WWE in 2002.
Yeah. And that he comes in, they do the NWO revival thing, Vince McMahon, the Poison, and yeah, that stuff. People look back fondly on that era of Hogan too. And I by this point, we're talking 2002. I'm such a fucking smark at this point. Like, I couldn't stand any of that shit. Like, I was so over Hulk Hogan and so over the NWO and so over that entire shtick that by them coming back in and turning on The Rock and that WrestleMania 18 match, like that had nothing for me. I had no interest in that whatsoever. And of course, then, he turns babyface after the WrestleMania 18 thing, and then he somehow fucking politics his way into winning the WWF titles at that point, which was insane.
Amazing.
Like, he beats
amazing.
Triple H in the red and yellow, and it gets I think it gets. I don't even think it wasn't. I don't think business-wise it did well at all. I think, there was probably some fans that found it, endearing or whatever, that Hulk Hogan was back in the red and yellow in the WWF winning titles or whatever. But man, I had no use for any of that time period of Hulk Hogan.
Around that time, he found time to go beat Masachono in New Japan too. Around that time,
yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Don't forget that.
2003,
and he would always bounce back over there. Remember, he beat Stan Hansen. Remember, Hansen did the job for Hogan.
Yeah.
That would have been 10 years earlier, something like 10 or 12 years earlier before that. But he would always pop back into New Japan every now and then, and they would even try to capitalize on his early 80s period there, and and around that time, he went back and worked Chono, and then the Mr. America stuff, I guess, or did that come late? No, that was 2002, 2003,
that was,
right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, and then the later on in like 05 and 06, that was the Shawn Michaels stuff and
Randy Orton feud where and that all ends, by the way. That first off, the Shawn Michaels thing, of course, ends with him basically being a complete prick to Shawn Michaels, and Michaels giving one of the great performances of all time of like, all right, you want me to fucking sell more for you, pal? Right. You want to beat me? All right, you know what? And you have one of the most
passive aggressiveness at its finest.
It's just these two carnies, Shawn Michaels, who
trying
just got
to out-carny each other.
The best part is that Hogan comes back to WWE, and all these guys that think they're political movers and shakers, your Triple H's and your Shawn Michaels or whatever, just get blitzed by this guy. Like, he outworks them all. To the point where Triple H is like, fine, beat me for the fucking world title. I don't care. The guy that just is so protective about everything that he does. He's like, you know what, dude? Fucking, I don't care, man. Beat me for the title. And Shawn Michaels being like, all right, motherfucker, fine. I'll just sell so much for you that it looks farcical. I don't care. Like, it's just like those guys. He found a way to make Shawn Michaels and Triple H go, you know what? Whatever shuts you up, I don't care.
Here's the thing, though. The guy still had the Riz, as the kids call it today, Rich, because he out-rizzed The Rock at WrestleMania.
Yes. Also a great, right. Another great,
Okay. He legitimately
he ate him
out-rizzed.
alive. He ate him up.
He ate alive the most charismatic man on the planet at a WrestleMania. At the peak of his charismatic powers. So, I mean, even 2003 Hulk Hogan, could
still had it.
Yeah, I mean,
still had it.
And he out-politicked The Rock in real time in the ring. And Hogan had the ability to do that by just manipulating his facial expressions. it's that's why I say it's just a little different with him versus a guy like Stone Cold Steve Austin, who was so heavily, and I'm not knocking Stone Cold Steve Austin, of course I'm not, but was so heavily gimmick based, right gimmick, right time, right, for the right time period. And The Rock, who I think probably learned a lot from Hulk Hogan, you know, being someone schooled on wrestling history and growing up in wrestling and dealing with Hogan, and it's just different. Hogan was just different. He did the same thing to the Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 6.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'll put you over, and I'll hand you the title, and I'll wave to you from the little cart. But by manipulating my facial expressions, I'm going to get all of the sympathy.
Right. I'm going to smack the mat. I always remember the smacking the mat. No, I've lost the title. No. You know, yeah.
And it just sucked all the juice. That is that thing that we saw with Muto towards the end, too. Right? Where he had to put over, what was the trios match? Where he stormed out of the ring. It was Tanahashi. Was it Shota Umino? I think it was Shota Umino.
Yes. Yeah. And Tanahashi had to run out to get him. Or they ran out to be in the spotlight because there was a spotlight on Muto and they had to run to get into the spotlight.
So the idea was to get Shota Umino over in the match, right? And Muto, being the Hulk Hogan of Japan that he is, he pulled the Hogan maneuver and he left the ring instead of raising the kid's hand and pointing at him, you know, whatever the fuck. He leaves the ring because he knows the cameras are going to follow him. He's looking solemn. He wants the attention because he was probably annoyed that wasn't going to be one of his nights. And Tanahashi was smart enough to go chase him down. Do you remember this, Rich?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, of course. We talked about Tanahashi literally made sure that he stayed, that Shota Umino was in that spotlight.
That's right.
Because there was a spotlight on Muto who was leaving through the crowd, not through the entrance ramp.
Yes.
Leaving through the crowd. And Tanahashi grabbed Umino and said, no, fucker, we got to go. And ran through the crowd to walk down into the spotlight with Muto and say, oh, hey, what's up, man? How are you? Yeah.
Tanahashi said, no. He's not pulling this tonight.
Yeah.
And Tanahashi is got the enough stroke to, you know what I mean? Like someone like Shota Umino, he's a kid. You know, so Tanahashi was wise enough to recognize what was happening. That's the Hogan Muto level of manipulation that very, very few other than those two have had in the history of wrestling, to where they recognize I can make this look like someone else's moment, but I could still find a way to make it about me. And that's why we always saw through Muto during that run. It's like, fuck this guy. He has no interest in helping Kaito Kiyomiya. None. Zero. And we'd have people saying, oh, no way, he's going to put him over in the end.
Okay.
Are you out of your fucking mind? He doesn't
that
care
guy?
about...
Are you sure? That guy?
He doesn't care about Kaito Kiyomiya. He doesn't care about pro wrestling. Noah. Keiji Muto cares about Keiji Muto. And that's it. That's all he cares about. And if that motherfucker had any knees left in his body, he'd still be out there being Keiji Muto and caring about Keiji. And that's the same thing with Hogan. He didn't give a fuck about the Ultimate Warrior. He's not going to let The Rock outshine him. He probably had that fucking whipped up in his head for weeks leading up to that match. He wasn't going to let The Rock take his spot. No fucking way. And imagine pulling that move on the Rock. Like Hogan knew The Rock was going over, so Hogan was going to make sure that he got over. That's exactly what that was. You know, that's like the scene in Rounders where Matt Damon's talking about when he took down Johnny Chan and fucking oh shit, what's the actor's name who played who was the other I'm gonna blank on this. Somebody in the chat's gonna have to catch up and help me. He's in fucking Severance now. He plays the gay guy. What the fuck is that guy's name?
Oh, John I don't know how to pronounce it. I know who you're talking about.
Why can I not think of his name? Hold on.
Tortorella? John Tortorella? Not that.
Oh, John Turturro. John Turturro.
That's John Tortorella is the hockey coach, I think, right? Isn't that the often disgruntled NHL coach?
So John Turturro in Rounders, where, you know, he hears Matt Damon tell him the story, and he goes, you took down Chan. You motherfucker, you took down Chan. Hulk Hogan took down The Rock.
Yeah.
He took down The Rock. You don't take down The Rock. Who else could take down The Rock? Nobody. Maybe Muto.
He took down in short order. He took down Triple H, The Undertaker, The Rock, and Shawn Michaels. I mean, like I said, he came in like a bomb. These guys were not used to this guy coming in and politicking the way he did. Yeah, they were on the good side. They were on the team that won because everybody was in, all for one and one for all or whatever. Not really, but to the lesser extent. And then this motherfucker comes in and just runs over this entire thing. And he tried to do that again during his last run. So obviously he leaves for a little bit, comes back, and I always remember this too. His final match is against Randy Orton at SummerSlam. I want to say 2006 SummerSlam, maybe it's 2007. I think it's 2006, whatever year it is. And basically the idea is, all right, Hulk, Randy's going to beat you because we're trying to push this guy. You think that works for him, brother? No. Hogan's like, nah, I don't know, brother. How about I beat Randy Orton and then I face John Cena? And they said, you know what? You can beat Randy Orton and then we're done with you. And that was it. He never worked in the ring for WWE ever again. They said, all right.
That was it.
Vince even was just like, all right. Randy, just lose to him and then we're done. Because Hogan said, well, I beat him and then I go face John Cena for the title. And they were like,
yeah, in fucking
no,
2007.
It says like 2007. And they're like, no, we're not going to do that.
2007 Hulk Hogan. So,
stroking that Fu Manchu and being like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's good money. I think there's money in that. And they're like, no, we're done. We're done.
Well, I mean, then it was off to Memphis to work, that match with the Big Show, right?
Oh, God, yeah.
Guess, that was his.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, that would have been in '97, right? It wasn't the Mid-South Coliseum; it was some other building. It was the FedEx Forum, is what I'm being.
Oh, wow, the home of the Grizzlies. Home of the Grizzlies.
So, the cage match says they did 4,500 fans for that, with Moondog Cujo versus the Barbarian opening things up.
Oh boy, he got the barb. Of course, he got the barb to show up. That's great.
Bob Arion wanted to work the show. Is there a tape of this show somewhere? Because Greg Valentine versus Mr. Hughes. Abdul the Butcher versus Al Green. Where did they find Al Green?
The big dog. The dog, Al Green. All right. All right. Memphis Wrestling I see the match. The Hulk Hogan Paul White match is available.
I've seen the match.
To watch on YouTube. You want to see the whole show, though.
I don't care about the match. I want to see Bill Dundee and Dutch Mantell against Bobby Eaton and Sweet Brown Sugar. That's what I want to see. Yes, Coco Bill does Sweet Brown Sugar.
I love it. He's in Memphis, man. I get it.
Well, it's Memphis.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something about Bobby Eaton and Sweet Brown Sugar.
Hell of a team.
That's one of the most underrated tag teams of all time.
We watched them a little bit on Tour of the Territory so far, and they fucking rock. Bobby Eaton and Sweet Brown Sugar fucking rock.
That is a great, not good. That is a great tag team. And there is a shocking amount of footage of that tag team out there, too. On YouTube alone, you could find a ton of Bobby Eaton and Sweet Brown Sugar. And a little teaser, Rich Craich. Not the last you'll be hearing about that tag team on this edition of the Flagship.
Oh, my God. Now I have. How in the world are you going to tie in?
Oh, it's going to be one of the greatest segments in the history of this show. That's how I'm going to do it.
All right.
And I'm not even afraid to oversell it. Also, Brutus Beefcake and Bubba the Love Sponge against the New Assassins. Who were the New Assassins, Rich Craich? You want to take a stab?
The New Assassins there's been several Assassins, but these are the new ones in 2007?
Yes.
They're probably old Assassins, right?
Actually, no, I don't have any clue. It doesn't say who they were. They got the old black cage match, Assassin 1 and Assassin 2 with no profile. Brian Christopher versus Buff Bagwell. Kid Cash and Ricky Morton versus Flex and Tim Grind.
Huh.
Gotta admit, I'm not familiar.
I don't know. I don't know the game of, what is it, Flex and Tim Grind?
Yeah, they were working as Too Cool 2.
Too Cool 2.
Because we needed a second incarnation of Too Cool.
The new Too Cool. Great, yeah.
And then Hogan beats Paul White in a brutal 5-minute match in the main event. As that had to be considered a business failure, right?
Oh yeah, they wanted 2,000. What did they say they had? 4,000 people there.
But I'll tell you, it wasn't a business failure, and I'm not sure the exact timeline. Remember, he wrestled Jacques Rougeau in Montreal and filled the house.
That was 98 or 99, and then guess what? Guess who politicked their ass on that night? Jacques Rougeau did. I think he because obviously they were like, well, yeah, Hogan's going to beat you. And he was like, no, not in my hometown. I forget what happened. They had to do some convoluted finish, but Jacques was like, fuck no. I'm getting it. I think he got a clean win.
No, he won. Jacques Rougeau beat him.
Yeah, I think for the first time in Hulk Hogan was like, all right, motherfucker, fine. You want to win. I don't care. I love it.
No, Jacques Rougeau won that match.
Right.
Yeah, 100%.
Like clean pin, right?
Yeah.
Like clean 1, 2, 3 pin.
Yeah. And then as people pointed out before, the Australia tour, we got mixed up. That was actually 2009, not 2002.
Well, they first they tried to have him on the first Australia thing, but WWF hired him back. Because they did the thing with they did the Tokyo Dome. So they wanted him to be on those shows, but he wasn't.
On the right track.
Right, because they did. That's when they did the first Jeff Jarrett guitar attack thing, and that was supposed to build to Australia, which is also supposed to build to TNA or whatever. But then that's when WWF hired him back.
Yeah. So then they did the 09 tour, and then there's the TNA era, which I mean,
I have zero fun. All this era stinks for me. This is when TNA just lost all appeal to me whatsoever.
The classic scene from that era is when he was finally leaving the company and he booked himself to have Dixie Carter holding him by the leg as he begging him not to leave. I mean, that's just the most Hogan move of all Hogan moves. That iconic video of her grasping onto his leg, begging him not to go. And that's when he got.
Even though he was actually going, he was actually leaving. By the way,
no, yeah, he was really leaving. Like it was, but you know, he had to put himself over even in exiting. And he got Brooke the job, and then she did the wedding with Bully Ray, and just a wild time in TNA. Eric Bischoff trying to recreate the Monday Night War was during that era.
Mm-hmm. We should tour. We should tour across the country, even though we absolutely cannot tour across the country. We do not have enough fans and not enough people watch our show.
Business expert Eric Bischoff had a lot of good ideas for TNA at that time, as you can see. Just a total mess, even though they had, plenty of on paper star power. It just not a fond era, I don't think, for anybody. And that was really it for Hulk Hogan. Is his last official match?
It's in TNA. I looked it up. His last televised match was TNA Bound for Glory 2011 versus Sting. He had a couple of tag matches on house shows for TNA, but yes, TNA was his last match is in TNA.
And, it's funny for someone who grew up in the McMahon territory during prime Hulkamania. The only time I ever saw Hulk Hogan live at a wrestling show, of all places, was TNA Lockdown 2013. I never saw Hulk Hogan live, ever, outside of that. And I went to WWF shows in the Meadowlands during Hulkamania. And for just a stroke of luck, or again, I was never a big Hogan fan. I was never a Hogan fan at all. I was never begging my father to buy tickets when Hogan was defending against whoever the fuck at the Meadowlands. But each time I went to WWF shows in that era, it was during times where Hogan was gone for whatever reason, for all his various, when he would take time off or whatever. And I just completely missed seeing Hulk Hogan live and never saw him live as a pro wrestler. Because he didn't wrestle on that lockdown show.
He had wrapped it up by that point. He was just doing manager and duties or whatever. Or he was the on-screen authority figure or whatever.
Yeah. And he came out, and I never experienced a real Hogan pop. I mean, they popped for him, but it was nothing special. It wasn't 1986 in the Boston Garden. But I specifically remember my first ever pro wrestling show. It was the main event of that show at the Meadowlands was Earthquake and Dino Bravo versus Tugboat and Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Oh, my.
Yeah, oh, my. In a Hulk Hogan dedication match because he had been injured by Earthquake on TV.
Okay. This was during the write letters to Hulk Hogan so we can add you to our catalog mailing list era of Hulk Hogan. Yeah.
Correct. That was my first ever main event of the first ever wrestling show I attended, the first match of which was Haku versus Jim Brunzell, which I obviously ate up.
That sounds right up your alley. Yeah, that informed your wrestling fandom forever. You were like, this right there, that's what I love. Yeah.
Yeah, I think my wrestling fandom had been informed sort of by then. But yeah, that certainly set it on the track. The best match on that show was Mr. Perfect versus Tito Santana for the Intercontinental title. And Mr. Perfect was my favorite wrestler for most of my childhood. Once he came into the picture, that was my guy. And they did a dusty finish. We all thought Tito won the belt. And my God, was I devastated. And I fell for the dusty finish, hook, line, and sinker. Now, I should have known by then that they weren't going to do a title change on a house show.
But you did.
I should have known.
Yeah, maybe.
I should have known by then, but they fooled me. But it did turn out to be a dusty finish, and all was well. And Mr. Perfect did not, in fact, drop that title. But yes, somehow, and that's amazing. And not on purpose or anything. I never saw. Did you ever see Hulk Hogan wrestle live?
Never saw him live ever. Yeah, I'm always really surprised that it never quite. But for my fandom, it would kind of make sense because my peak time.
You came a little later.
I came a little later. Yeah. So by the time I really started watching wrestling, it was 93, 94 is when I really get into it. He's not really doing much, and I didn't go to a lot of live shows at. As a child, and then I started going to live shows in, the 2000s or whatever. But for the most part, it was just, WWF shows, and he was still in WCW at that point. And then I just never, his various WWE runs, it just never lined up with me being there when he was there. So yeah, I don't think that I ever once saw him live, and I find that very interesting. And today when you talked about that, I try to look it up and be like, there's got to be some time that it never happened. It never did. Not at a TNA show, not at a WCW show, not at a WWF show. Just never happened. So I've been to various events where he's been. I've been to card shows and stuff like that he's been to, but never seen him. Never heard a Hogan pop in person. You want to know the first match I ever watched live?
Yes,
at the Rosemont Horizon on August 23rd, 1997. Miguel Perez versus Sonny Rogers was the
wow.
Yeah.
Sonny Rogers. What the fuck?
Yeah, it was a weird show. It was a Shotgun Saturday Night taping and some weird Raw tapings or whatever. So it was it was an interesting show.
Did the gang wars, had they started yet?
These were peak gang wars. Yeah, these were peak Los Barrios, the peak. The Latin guys versus the black guys versus the skinheads. Peak of that era, for sure. Right. Yep. Yeah, there was on that show, the Los Boricuas song, oh my God. I remember me and my friends being like, not again. How is there more of them? And it's like, oh God, here comes fucking, just it was like Los Boricuas. And we're like, oh fuck, just up and down the card was DOA members and Los Boricuas. It sucked so much.
Well, listen to this show. I pulled it up. Haku defeats Jim Brunzell. The Brooklyn Brawler defeats Barry O.
Hold on. It's not bad.
Coco Beware defeats the Genius. Dustin Rhodes over Buddy Rose. How about that?
Dustin Rhodes over Buddy Rose. I like that. Okay.
In the Meadowlands in New Jersey. Demolition successfully defends the tag team titles over the Hart Foundation. The aforementioned Tito Santana DQ win over Mr. Perfect. And Jim Duggan and Tugboat defeat Dino Bravo and Earthquake. And I'll never forget this. My brother cried and stomped in the arena until my father bought him a foam Jim Duggan 2x4. Which,
I love those, yeah.
which he still has in his house.
Does he still have it? Good for him. I'm glad.
The foam Jim Duggan 2x4. He had to be 5 or 6 years old at the time, but that is not a very good looking show. But I would love to see that Dustin Rhodes Buddy Rose match.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of good work. Yeah, that sounds like some fun work there.
Young Dustin and late stage Buddy Rose.
So what year is this that we're talking Buddy Rose?
1990. This is Blow Away Diet. Buddy Rose.
This is not fat Buddy Rose. This
is not the Buddy Rose you're watching on Tour of the Territories when you drift over to Portland. That's not peak Buddy Rose, who was one of the best wrestlers in the country at that time. This is Blow Away Diet Buddy Rose, but I still would like to see him in there. I mean, now look, this is the kind of thing they used to do. They would take a young wrestler like Dustin Rhodes and stick him in there with a veteran like Buddy Rose, and they would work the loop. And a guy like Dustin Rhodes, who's now in the position of Buddy Rose today, would learn a lot from working with a guy like Buddy Rose all over the place, right? But you just don't do it like that anymore. You know, these matches are all over-agented, and you can't deviate. You can't follow, what the crowd is giving you or any of that. But, man.
I have my full card. You want to see this full card?
Yeah, let's hear it. I want to hear it.
Oh, God. August 23rd, 1997, from the Rosemont Horizon. All right, Miguel Perez versus Sonny Rogers. Recon and Sniper of the Truth Commission defeated the Headbangers. Tiger Ali Singh pins Adam O'Brien.
Wow, this is some show.
Savio Vega pins D'Lo Brown. Yeah. Jerry Lynn pins Steve Casey. A little early Jerry Lynn for you on WWF television. Vader defeats Bret Hart via disqualification. This is like I said, shotgun and like multiple Raw tapings as well. Goldust pinned Salvatore Sincere.
Hell yeah, Tom Brandi.
Yep. Dude Love beat Rockabilly. Road Warrior Hawk versus Davey Boy Smith Jr. Crush in Chains versus Farouk and Rocky Maivia. Disqualification because all the Gang Wars guys ran in. Taka Michinoku versus Jerry Lynn. 5 minutes. It was over in 5 minutes, so probably not that good. The Patriot defeats Owen Hart. Dude Love again is out here, again facing Davey Boy Smith Jr. So Davey Boy Smith Jr. and Dude Love again. The Undertaker versus Triple H. The Legion of Doom versus Jesus Castillo and Jose Estrada Jr. Ken Shamrock versus Salvatore Sincere. Scott Putski versus Steve Casey. I want to say Sean Casey. No, Steve Casey. The Interrogator, yes, more Truth Commission versus Sonny Rogers and Jerry Fox. More Sonny Rogers. And then finally The Undertaker versus Bret Hart. Awful.
So was Don Callis on the show with the Truth Commission?
Oh, yeah.
So he was.
Yeah, he was there for sure.
And you mentioned a young Adam Pearce in there.
Adam O'Brien. No, Adam O'Brien. I had seen Adam Pearce by that point because Adam Pearce had been in Windy City or whatever at that time. But no, Adam O'Brien. I don't know if that's Adam Pearce.
I think Adam O'Brien is Adam Pearce.
Is that Adam Pearce? Okay, well then I did see a young Adam Pearce. With the hair,
I can't imagine
the bright.
I can't imagine there were two Adam
O'Brien. Yeah.
Can't imagine there were two Adam O'Briens running around at that time in Chicago, no less.
Oh, you're right. You're ahead to be him.
So, because he's from the area, right?
Oh, yeah, real close. But
how'd he end up a Packer fan instead of a Bears fan?
He's smart. He's not an idiot like my friends. You should be a Packers fan.
Where is Lake Forest, Illinois?
It's north. It's not Green Bay, but it's north of the city. It's very close to Chicago. But if you're a smart, rational human being, you wouldn't be a Bears fan.
Sonny Rogers, according to Cage Match, was his trainer, so it had to be him.
It had to absolutely be him.
So he got him booked. Yeah, he brought him along. I'll get you job duty, kid.
Yeah. Right.
So
that's still, by the way, still used as a marketing ploy for. There's a couple trainers in the city I know because my friends are still aligned with that a little bit. Where there's one trainer out there that's like. If they ever need you in New York, I can help you, kid. And it's like they don't use enhancement guys anymore, dude. Like, what are you doing? But this is a guy who still has his long hair and everything. It's and my friends asked him, and he goes, "You never know. You never know when you're getting the call." It's like I don't think you're getting the call, but okay,
you're not getting the call.
The
call's not coming.
The call is not coming, dude. It's over. But
so Hulk Hogan dead. Fair to say it's either Hogan or Vince, the most instrumental figure in modern pro wrestling history. Fair to say?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, undoubtedly. Yeah, I don't.
Impossible to pick one?
I think they, like I mentioned at the top of the show, I think that they are so linked that one doesn't exist without the other in that sense, and it needed both of them at the exact time that they came together to do what they did. So, does Vince expand the way he does without Hogan? I don't think so. Then does Hogan become the mega star without Vince? I don't think so. I think we laid it out pretty well earlier in the show that Vern wasn't capable of doing it. Nobody else in America was capable of doing it, and Vince didn't have a guy like Hogan that he could have pushed. So no, I think they're. I don't know if you can pick between the two. Maybe Vince, because Vince continued to have a legacy in the years after Hogan had sort of outlived his, in that sense. Vince will also be remembered for getting WWE to this stratosphere of TV contracts and stuff that, just makes it a completely different company to when it's not a wrestling company anymore. And he said for years and years, oh, it's sports entertainment, we don't do wrestling or whatever. But with subsequent TV deals and it became something beyond that. So yeah, maybe it's Vince. But
yeah, I think the more I think about it, the more I'm with you. I don't think you could separate them. I don't think you can. But in terms of modern wrestling history and perhaps wrestling history, period, those are the two most important figures, for better, for worse, and all in between. I don't think that's in dispute. How can it be?
It can't be. Yeah, it absolutely can't be. And
how can it be?
Real quickly, I do want to talk about some of his great lies, and then we can move on.
Oh my God! Listen,
we could do a whole show on Hulk Hogan lies.
I can't believe we went 3 hours. That's number one. Almost 3 hours. Actually, I had to take that really long shit before we started. That was a rough one. That was like giving birth. But
congratulations to you.
So we're a little short of 3, but we're going to hit 3 here.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we should also bring up Gawker, right? I mean, the whole Heather Clem thing. I mean, he took down Gawker. He leg dropped Gawker. Mm-hmm. And to some people, that's a massive positive. Won a massive lawsuit against them. I think 30 million. Was it 30 million? 50 million?
It was 100 million.
Whoa.
He eventually settled for 31 million.
Okay, he didn't. I was going to say he didn't.
Yeah, he didn't get 100 million, but that's what he initially went for.
Okay, and what did he get out of Bubba? Like $1,000 and an apology or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
It was just he just wanted the apology. He wanted the apology.
Yeah,
he wanted the apology, and that was the important part. The money, not so much. And then I mean the Hogan lies. I know you probably got a bunch of them in the holster. I'll give you my favorite one real quick, and then I'll let you run through yours. He did the Rogan podcast last year and started in on his usual bullshit of how he was on the first Pride show doing shoot fights, having no clue that Joe Rogan obviously knows mixed martial arts history inside, out, and in between.
Yeah.
And knowing full well, and not knowing that Rogan is obviously going to fucking call him out. So Rogan's like, no, hold on. And
so good.
Hogan instantly realizing the fatal error that he has just made, completely changed the subject and took it in another direction. And Rogan was way too polite to like circle it back and call, when it's awkward. You ever catch someone in a lie, but for some reason you're the one that feels awkward once they know that you've caught them? Have you ever been in that position?
Oh, yeah. Plenty of times.
It's like you catch the lie. They now know you've caught the lie. And for some reason, you are the one that feels shitty about it.
And you want to apologize. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry I caught your lie. What is that thing inside of us that makes us feel like the asshole, even though the person we're talking to lied to our face? What is that? I don't understand that emotion. That why does that happen? But anyway, that's what Rogan experienced because he's like, I'm going to just let the guy change the subject. I'm not going to humiliate the Hulkster on my show. And Hogan realized he had made a fatal mistake. But let's run through some more of the.
They're so good. Yeah, one of the ones that I always like is he said, and this is, you talk to anybody of a certain age, and you might get this. If you're out in the dating world, you're a woman out in the dating world, you probably get the I was going to make it to the pro sports, but then I had an injury type thing. Well, Hogan said that he was scouted by Major League Baseball teams. He had an elbow injury.
Baseball? I never heard baseball.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So he says that I played in the Little League World Series and I had a 714 batting average. But guess what? They track that because the Little League World Series is a big deal and it's on TV. Yeah. No record of one terrible ever playing in the Little League World Series.
714 batting average.
That's pretty good batting average. I love this one. Elvis Presley, big fan of the Hulkster. One problem, Joe. What do you got?
Plausible. Hold on now. That's plausible.
Is it?
I'm setting you up, Rich. Tell us why it's not plausible.
Elvis Presley died in 1977. Hogan had not wrestled yet at that point. So maybe he was just a fan of, like, I maybe it's Little League World Series. Maybe Elvis Presley watching the Little League World Series was like, that guy, I'm a big fan. But
maybe he saw him ripping gap doubles in the Little League World Series.
Right, it was like that guy, that kid right there. Kid's got that terrible lady from Tampa. I tell you, that kid's got pretty good moxie. The Rolling Stones and Metallica. He was just about to be the bass guitarist for both of them, but of course, didn't quite.
I had heard Metallica. I had never heard the Rolling Stones.
It's so good.
Didn't they form in like 1959? Yes. What the hell is he talking about?
They formed so many years. He was probably like a teenager when they formed. I think they officially formed. Look at it, 1962.
1962.
He was like,
was he even born yet?
He was born, but he was. He was. Let me see. I think he was born in 19. Yeah, he was 9 years old. Oh my god!
And Metallica, by the way, has disputed that many times.
Of course they have. Yeah.
Like, no.
Oh god! I think he's always said that he was going to be the guy in The Wrestler. You know, after the movie came out and it was popular. Oh, brother, that was supposed to be me. And Darren Aronofsky is like, no, I never once called Hulk Hogan. Why would I do that? So.
The star of Santa with Muscles was not considered by the art house film director to be in The Wrestler.
Right? You can't believe it. So. He partied with John Belushi after WrestleMania 2 in 1986. Just a little problem there.
Very plausible.
Well, no, because John Belushi passed away in 1982. So, that would have been.
Well, maybe it was Jim Belushi.
Maybe. Well, a common mistake that a lot of people have made. Oh, hey, yeah, you're really fun. Or you're Jim Belushi.
Does Jim Belushi still bounce around Chicago, living off according to Jim fame?
I think so. Yeah, I have to look at Jim Belushi's face all the time. There's a Greek diner I go to. And he's from the town I live in right now. So there's multiple Jim Belushi autographed photos behind the counter. And it's like, love you, Sam, from Jim or whatever. Right. I'm like, oh man.
Is he considered an annoying Chicago celebrity?
He was. I think he's kind of tailed off a little bit, but there was a time where him, Jim Cusack, and Bill Murray were like John Cusack. John Cusack, yeah. What did I say? Jim Cusack. John Cusack. And Eddie Vedder would be common. I hate to say this, sorry about Eddie, but if like the Cubs were in a big time game, like every Fox, shot between the innings or between a pitch was like zooming in on Eddie Vedder, John Cusack, Jim Belushi, and it's like, get out of here, go away.
I gotta say though, I don't blame, like they can't control that. So what I mean by annoying celebrity is like some cities have celebrities that you want to run into. Oh shit, I saw so-and-so today, right? And then cities have celebrities that nobody wants to run into. It's like, fuck, I ran into Jim Belushi today. And
yeah.
Being very annoying on the fucking, you know what I mean?
That happens with the 85 Bears are that way, where you're like, because every member of the 85 Bears is still the biggest celebrity ever in this city, and they know it too.
Oh, right.
So like, I remember Otis Wilson walked into like this computer store I was working at this time, and he was just like, I'm Otis Wilson and I want the goods. You know what I mean? I'm like, come on,
Otis, man. My man Wilson. Otis, my man Wilson.
In, he's like, give me your best deal. And we're like, come on, Otis. Like, come on. And he was like, he was just like, well, I should get this for free because I'm Otis Wilson. I'm like, get out of here, Otis. And I heard like that he is that rep, that Otis will just go to a store and he'll try it. And I don't blame him. He's probably gotten a lot of free stuff by being like, I'm Otis Wilson. Give me this for free. And people are probably like, all right, well, he's fucking Otis Wilson. Like
Otis, my man Wilson, who was the 11th best player on the defense.
Right, but are you going to say no to him?
And he's and if he played for the Oilers during that time, no one would know who he is. But just happened to play for that team.
Right. So he's always remembered. All right, a couple more here. This is always the great one where he the Hulkster in Heaven song from the wrestling boot band. All about that. All about a child, a dying child he met at SummerSlam 1992 at Wembley.
Okay.
He wasn't on that card.
Sounds like a very nice gesture.
Well, yeah, he wasn't on the card. He never wrestled there. But otherwise, that's fine. Okay. Just make up a fake dead kid. That's fine. Well. No problem with that. Let's see if there's any other ones. I guess like then there's just like the injuries. I slammed Andre. He was 600 pounds. tore every muscle in my back, and then he died a day later, and then he didn't want to put me over. You know,
Died
that
a day later.
It's just like every time he says that story, it changes. And it's boss didn't want to put me over, but then eventually when we got in the ring, he's like, all right, I'll put you over. And then I tried to slam him, and he wouldn't go up for me, and I had to rip every muscle in my back, and then he died. It's just like, okay.
He ranges anywhere from 600 to 1,200 pounds, depending on who he's talking to.
Right.
And he told him, "Slam me, boss." And then,
Slam me, boss.
Yeah, that story does change every time.
Every single time.
The subtle, the slight details of the story changes every time. Yeah, because again, like we talked about at the top, and this is a nice bow to put on it. I mean, he just he worked himself into a shoot.
Mm-hmm. He lost all grip with reality.
Into a shoot. Yeah, he was just living the gimmick 24/7. And he just was always working, always manipulating, always politicking, always looking out for himself. And, you know, like a lot of guys who, you know, are not the best people, he found God at the end of his life, which is not uncommon at all. And that's kind of a tip-off to what maybe he thought about himself internally. You know, it's like they start to feel their own mortality, and they start thinking about their misdeeds and the life that they lived, and you know, they turn to the church, and I think that's the classic example that we saw play out here with Hulk Hogan, a truly, without being too cliche, but a truly larger than life person. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah,
I mean, you hear that thrown around a lot. He really was larger than life. It's he was almost a caricature. He was at one point one of the most famous people in the country, probably as famous as the president at one point. There's no doubt about that. And it's still kind of surreal looking at the run sheet where it says Hulk Hogan dead at 71. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's hard to believe.
Yeah,
he's just hard to believe. It's hard to believe. He's one of those people that you just, you know, you knew it was coming someday, but it's like, it's hard to believe. And, you know, it's I don't know how many more of those kinds of celebrities we're going to have with the changing of culture and how we consume media and all of those things. You know,
there'll be fewer and fewer for sure.
There will be fewer. Yeah, they'll still exist in some form, but it has to be fewer. I mean, the common person doesn't know who's number one. You know, what's the number one song in America right on the Billboard chart right now?
No clue.
Nobody knows who the artist. It's like, it's just harder to be that level of famous.
Let's see what the number one Billboard song is right now. Ordinary by Alex Warren. No fucking clue.
What's his name?
It's his name is Alex Warren. Him or her, I don't know. Somebody named Alex Warren. Ordinary. No idea.
Yeah, I have no idea who that is. I don't know who that is.
It's been on the charts for 23 weeks too. So ideally, it's not like a just popped up. It's been there for a while. No idea.
Let me click play on this. Let me see if I know this song.
Alex Warren, Ordinary. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. I bet you I know the song though.
Yeah, you probably have a better chance of knowing the song than I do.
Because my wife listens to all this shit.
Yes. Yeah.
Actually, I've never heard this song in my life.
There you go.
It's got 92 million views.
Yeah.
Let me get to the hook. Hold on. Oh, no. You know this song. Oh, yeah. Never mind.
Should I listen to it too?
If you don't know this song, then you truly live under a rock. Yeah, I know this song.
All right.
Yeah, it's a big hit. Skip to about a minute. That's the hook.
All right. Unfortunately, everyone's going to have to hear it. So, Actually, I shouldn't do this because then let me do it on my phone here real quick so it doesn't.
Oh, we wouldn't want to get demonetized for the $8 we're going to make on this.
Make our $8. No, $8. Are you kidding me? That'd be great. $8 whole, man. Be so lucky. Alex Warren, Ordinary.
Whoa, what a boon! $8.
Yeah. What? Really? $8 whole? Oh yeah, I know this song.
Yeah.
It's really, this is number one song.
But I tell you what, though, if you played that song for me and said, "Who is this?"
Yeah, or
not a chance.
No, you say, "Oh, that's Alex Warren." Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So anyway, the point being, I don't know. It's much harder to achieve that level of fame. On top of the fact that Hulk Hogan whether you like it or not, is one of the most charismatic people to ever walk the earth.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no question about that. He is one of the most charismatic people to ever walk the earth. I don't even think that's an overstatement. So certainly more charismatic than this Alex Warren that I'm looking at here in this video. He better hope he's got another hit in him, because maybe he does have more hits. How would we know? We wouldn't know.
We'd have no clue. Yeah, we'd have no idea. But yeah, it seems like a pretty generic guy for the most part. So good for him. Yeah. Good for him. Make as much as he can out of it. But I think we've covered it all for Hogan. I don't know if I have anything else I'd really say in my notes, but
we got more to do. Maybe if it was someone that I was a big fan of at some point, I'd be a little more passionate to talk more Hogan, but we didn't go. I mean, we went 3 hours and I don't even think we went deep. I don't know how this happened. I mean, we blew through a lot of his career. We didn't go super granular at all. And I turn around and, we're 3 hours into the show.
Yeah.
So
no, he's one of those guys. We could do an 8-hour show on Hulk Hogan. I mean,
what did we even talk about though? I didn't even know what we talked about.
His whole career. We talked about it. But what's funny is we passed through I was like, all right, yeah, so 1985 to 1988, I got nothing. What do you want to say? We didn't even talk about that. You know what I mean? We went right past the peak of WrestleMania, right past his actual peak, because it was, so much of his beginnings, and then a lot of it was talking about how his legacy has been damaged by his own deeds. And I think it's important to have that conversation, because I think a lot of other people are going to have let's talk about WrestleMania 3 and slamming Andre and Saturday Night's Main Event and flexing and all that stuff. But yeah, I thought it was important for us to do what we did, where we talk about some of the warts in his career as well, how he is, a massive, massive, massive all-time star. But yeah, there's certainly, the lying, the politicking, and then, the stuff that came out later, the tapes, the racism, the lack of any sort of apology, the lack of any sort of humility, all that stuff really, and the pivot too, like you said, the pivot into, okay, now I'm just going to be the anti-woke real American guy, to try to find a way to get, to parlay the next...
To stay relevant in any way possible.
I don't know how much longer I have here, but for the next 10, 15 years or whatever, I want to stay relevant to that group of people and these people, and that how... and that was going to be the real American, freestyle wrestling thing, the last venture he was going to do, him and Eric Bischoff doing their freestyle wrestling organization. It was going to be that, it was going to be, when the announcement this week that it was going to be on Fox Nation or whatever, that's the goal was to do that, to appeal to that audience. And it was not going to work. There was no way that was going to work. And I think one thing that was notable, and why I sort of, in some sense, believed Bubba the Love Sponge when he said that things are not great for Hogan, is that Hogan was very absent for a lot of the promotion of that. And there's no way you launch that without knowing that you're going to have Hulk Hogan front and center as much as possible. And the fact that he was not front and center at all made me think, ooh, something's not great with Hogan. He appeared on one conference call, I forget with who.
Did one Zoom
he
type call.
He did not look good. Yeah, he did not look good.
He looked haggard. And that's not with hindsight. We mentioned it at the time, how haggard he looked on that Zoom. But, now there's, it's come out that he did have some surgeries and stuff, and maybe Bubba was conflating resting from the surgeries with being unwell. But again, this is all going to come out. I mean, we're doing this show the day that the man died. The guy died 11 o'clock this morning. He was declared dead at 11:07 a.m. this morning. And we're right. It's 10:51 p.m. on the day of his death. So this stuff is going to come out. And we'll find out for sure whether you have to hand it to Bubba or not, whether he was on top of this one. Either way, is that even his place to spill those beans?
Definitely not.
From that standpoint, too. Now, look, the guy, Hogan didn't fuck my wife. So from that standpoint, maybe he's still got an axe to grind. Although I think the whole deal with that is...
he was more than happy. Yeah, the whole deal was true. Hogan saying, hey, can I fuck your wife? And Bubba saying, yeah, sure. And then filming him doing it, and
just record it so I can diddle on about watching it later. Yeah, look, and if Bubba and his wife are down with that, that's their business, and who cares if that's whatever. So yeah, I did forget about that aspect of it. So, and I did see Bubba say something about how he regretted not patching things up with Hogan before he died.
Sure, yeah, of course.
I mean, I'm sure he has those regrets, but at the same time, was it really his place if he really regretted not patching things up with this guy? If he did have the goods. I still think there's a chance that Hogan has not been on his deathbed and just happened to randomly die. Because it's a heart attack.
Right.
But we'll find out. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we don't have to hear about Bubba the Love Sponge ever again.
Yeah, that'd be the greatest thing ever. Is that
right.
One positive of Hulk Hogan passing away is that hopefully, mercifully, we'll never ever ever know about Bubba the Love Sponge.
Yeah, maybe Bubba the Love Sponge is just out of our consciousness forever now.
God,
because the only time we'd ever hear about him, it was concerning Hogan, right? So it's like if Hogan is gone, then there's no reason to ever hear about Bubba the Love Sponge again, right? Is he still married to Heather Clem?
I do not believe they are still married.
No. Oh, okay.
No, I don't.
So
don't think so.
The BBC did not come calling for me this time.
No, not this time. Yeah,
they didn't come calling for me this time.
Jerks.
Well, The thing about it now is these media hits all require video, so I would most certainly turn them down. I have no interest in flipping on the webcam and doing a media hit. That would be a complete non-starter for me. That was 10 years ago, and it was a radio hit, so I didn't have to worry about
terrestrial radio. Yeah, a lot easier.
Yeah, I didn't have to worry about it. I don't want to have to prep myself to look good to be on TV. I'm not interested. Not that they were knocking down my door, but in the case that they would. But are we done with Hulk Hogan? Are we finished here?
I think we're done. Yeah, I got nothing else to say about Hulk Hogan.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Well, we're over 3 hours. So what do you want to do about this? You want to
Let's keep going, man. Let's plow forward.
All right, we're just going to do this as a big flagship. We're not going to overrun this. We're just going to go long ass flagship to make up for.
I mean, let's do Slammiversary, which was going to be the lead topic until 11:07 this morning, and then play it by ear from there.
Somebody quote tweeted on I think it was a Blue Sky or something like that, said because I mentioned that the show was going to be mostly about Hulk Hogan now. And someone said, Hulk Hogan refused to put TNA over once again. You know what I mean? It's just like, because all week were like, all right, the lead topic is going to be Slammiversary unless something massive happens. And it's like, how about one of the biggest stars in wrestling history passes away?
I think it was Hulk Hogan buries TNA one more time.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Hulk Hogan buries TNA one more time. Yeah.
But I have, listen, we have to do Slammiversary. I got something cooking. So I don't want to do it behind the paywall.
I see. Okay, all right. So let's do Slammiversary for sure and see how long that goes.
And then go from there. Yeah. And if you're listening live, okay, you're going to miss an epic flagship segment. If you're not going to want to listen, just stick with it.
I have no idea what's happening here.
I know it's late.
I'm so scared.
This is not one you're going to want to hear about first. And I would recommend sticking with it to hear it live. So anyway. Let's look at this dopey Slammiversary.
Stupid show. The count. I didn't watch any of the fucking pre-show. Do not make me watch any of the pre-show. Did you watch any of the pre-show?
Enzo, what do you mean?
you love Real One. I forgot about that.
I love me some Real One.
The fucking Skip, realest guy in the room. How you doing? The Skip.
Man, I don't know. I thought. Listen, the guy can talk. The guy.
Yeah.
I enjoyed his performance with Joe Alonzo in the Fourth Rope Battle Royal at WrestleMania weekend as the double troll team.
That is a good duo. They should tour the country with that duo because you cannot root for those guys at all. They're just deplorable in all forms and fashion. So they're good heels. Yeah. They're good heels.
With all of that said, I did not watch the pre-show.
Okay, yeah. Josh Bishop, Real One, and Zilla getting the win over Jake Song. I love it's just so perfect. So yeah, it was the Elegance brand, which you couldn't pay me to watch the Elegance brand versus Inspiration. Thank God that was on the Countdown show. And then the Hometown Man versus Eric Young, great, love it. But I love it's just the perfect encapsulation of TNA Slammiversary is Josh Bishop, Real One, and Zilla Fatu representing Fourth Rope. Mm-hmm. Defeat the team of Jake Something, Mance Warner, and Steve Macklin on the pre-show.
Steve Macklin, of all people. Mance Warner, Jake Something. Now, not only do they let WWE come in here with the stars of NXT and trample all over them, now they're doing jobs for Fourth Rope. That's what TNA is doing here.
And said, hey, so how about three of our pretty
Steve Maclin's a push commodity.
Yes.
I mean, there's no way around it.
Right, Jake Something back from injury. You know, there's a lot you could do with the Jake Something. Mance Warner, one of the guys they pushed a lot over the last year and a half. Yeah, we'll team all three of them together to lose to Josh Bishop, Real One, and Zilla Fatu. No problem, guys. We would love to lose the fourth rope. I
noticed they moved the Elegance brand versus the Inspiration match to the pre-show. Now, in my preview of it, I said that this had the potential to be the worst match of like the decade.
Yeah, because it was
apart.
Ash and Heather, right? Not Maggie Lee. It was Ash and Heather.
Ash
right?
and Heather.
Oh, God.
Versus the awful Inspiration.
Oh, because I could almost squint and think that maybe Maggie Lee could, if it was like Maggie Lee and Heather versus Cassie Lee and Jessie McKay, maybe I could squint and think. Oh, no, if it's Ash and Heather, oh boy.
Now, I didn't see it. I don't know how bad it turned out to be. I guess the chat will have to let us know, but that looked awful on paper. I mean, you can't book a worse match, I don't think.
No, thank you.
In a major league company. I mean, that's brutal. Cage Match has it a 4.41, which isn't that terrible. So maybe it wasn't atrocious. But as for Slammiversary, look, they announced 76-23. Depending on your source, the North American record for Lockdown was either 6,700 or 7,200. I think Cage Match has it at 7,200. Other sources have it at 6,700. We knew they were going to announce a number higher than 7,200. That was a lock because in the days leading up, they were talking all this about how they were going to set their North American record. They weren't going to talk about that and then not announce the North American record, whether they broke it or not.
Right, and they had that days out. The days out before they said, we're going to beat our... So you knew no matter what they were.
You knew they were going to announce it. Now, they may have had more than 7,200 people in the building. Did they have 76-23? Maybe. Probably not. It is pro wrestling. Did they have over 7,200 paid? I mean, we know for a fact that they were doing buy one, get ones and sending offers to people who went to AEW shows in the same building. We know that they were papering it pretty late in the game. So who knows? But the bottom line is this. This was a massively successful house for TNA. And look, I don't think we're ever going to get the real number. I've talked to some people who try to hunt these things down. And, state of New York is tricky when it comes to that stuff. If you're waiting around for some turnstile counts or some official tickets sold, I don't think you're going to get it. I hope we do. I don't think we will. So I think we're just going to have to live with and go with this 76-23, slap a little asterisk next to it, knowing that it's probably inflated to some degree.
Yeah, and you're not going to get and for people that might not know, the process a lot of times when like Brandon or these people will find out the number, it's a little bit easier with these shows that are bought or have tax incentives aligned with them, because then the city of Arlington is giving a massive tax exemption to WWE to do this show or whatever, so it's a little easier to ask, so what did the show actually do? How many people actually went to the show? For the UBS Arena, they just booked the show. They just booked the arena and booked the show. So nobody is at liberty to give you any of that information whatsoever if you ask for it. There's no New York's tight-lipped about it. TNA is probably not going to give you the actual number.
They're not going to give the real number, not a chance.
And the UBS Arena is really not obligated to give anybody the real number either. They don't care. If somebody called and asked them, maybe they would say, yeah, sure, I'll give it to you. But they might also say, we don't care. We're not going to give it the number. There's not as much incentive. There's no public financing being involved in this whatsoever. So there's no need for transparency.
Yeah. So their goal was to do the big house here, and they succeeded. This is a big house for them. So good for them, no matter what the real number ends up being. I would love to know what the gate is. I would love to get that information. I just don't think we ever will get it. But, were there over 7,000 people there? Yeah, probably. I don't know if they inflated it to that degree where I don't think they bumped it from 5,000 to 7,600. What did WrestleTix have for the final distributed?
They had somewhere in the 56. It was like 56.
Really?
Yeah. Let me try to figure. And that was a couple days prior to the show.
Okay. Well then.
Well, let me double check. Let me double check if they had updated it. That's the last I saw of it, but let me get into it here.
No final count from us.
I didn't get a final. No, I looked and I did not see a final count from them. There was an update. So 4 days ago. So basically the day of the show, they had 6,805 as the tickets distributed.
They had 7,000 in there.
Yeah, so they probably had 7,000 in there.
They had 7,000 in there. Now the question is how many are paid. So But yeah, look, you don't want to take anything away. You know, you always search for the truth. You want to know what the real numbers are, of course. But, you know, they probably had more people in the building than they've ever had before in North America for a show. So good for them. Where do we go from here? You know, the booking on the show was obviously the big talking point coming out of it. I watched the main event today. I had watched the rest of the show earlier in the week, but I hadn't gotten around to the main event. The main event was way worse than anybody described. I couldn't believe how bad this main event was.
Yeah.
Not only because Trick Williams stole the pin and won, and they didn't go with Santana, but because the way that match played out, they didn't even do it well. I mean, and that's to be expected when you have a guy who's green as grass, like Trick Williams, who doesn't know what he's doing. You have Joe Hendry, who stinks.
By the way, the Joe Hendry thing, the least over of the three guys.
I think it's over.
Yeah.
Okay, rephrase. That's a word with multiple definitions. I think it's done. It's done. He's not as over as he was. There's no doubt about it. That's crazy. You would think when you squash a guy and embarrass him at WrestleMania, we're told that that's a great idea. And
it's
great exposure
and
it
eyeballs and yeah.
You know, so what happened? When you consistently treat someone like shit and present them that way to the public stops believing in them. No pun intended, since we're dealing with Joe Hendry here. They don't believe in him. Can you believe it, Rich Craich? Can you believe that's the end result here? Wacky. And wouldn't it be funny after all this if WWE decides, the moment passed?
Yeah, people have always said that could possibly happen, where they go,
we're not interested.
We did what we could do with you, but we're good. Have fun. He's yours. You can just keep him. We're good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
I think it's a very plausible scenario.
So you have Trick Williams, who doesn't know what he's doing, Joe Hendry, who we all know isn't any good, and then I guess I'm going to be the one to say it, Mike Santana, who I think is wildly overrated. And I haven't heard anyone make that point, and I'm not trying to be edgy boy over here, but can we pump the brakes on the Mike Santana praise? Can we take it easy? Now, I credit the guy for betting on himself because he's in a much better position now than he ever would have been in AEW. Tony Khan was never pushing this man, and he realized it, and he got the fuck out of there. And good for him, because it's worked out for him. He's a main eventer in TNA, and in a couple of months, he's going to be in WWE. But here's the thing. They're not pushing him either. Anyone who thinks Mike Santana is moonwalking into WWE and is going to be some main eventer or big star someday is out of their mind, okay? I would not wager right now that he gets out of NXT. Now, I have nothing against Mike Santana. I like him well enough, and I said he's overrated. I didn't say he stinks. You could be overrated and still be very good. I like his work, and I love that he bet on himself, and he's a great story. But we really got to pump the brakes on this guy. I agree he should have won. Let me be clear. He should have won the match. And I think maybe they're hesitant because they know the clock's ticking and he's got one foot out the door. But here's the thing. What's the difference? A WWE guy is your champion already. But what the answer really is they're not making the decisions. WWE is making the decisions. And they still want Trick Williams holding this title. So Trick Williams had to find a way to have Trick Williams come out of this match with the belt. But I think we're going a little crazy with the Mike Santana praise.
Yeah, I think he was the best guy to win this match and probably should have won this match. It was set up to win this match.
He's a nice little wrestler, Rich, but people are acting like listen, he's all right. He's a nice mid-card wrestler. And in TNA, he's a main eventer. Don't get me wrong. I don't want people to twist what I'm saying here. He deserves his TNA push. He deserves to be TNA champion. He should have won this match. But, I mean, come on. I think it's just the Mike Santana stuff is getting a little out of hand. Okay, but anyway, that's neither here nor there, and that's what people get annoyed with me with this week. But that's fine. But the match was a fucking disaster, and
the layout was atrocious for people. That
they didn't structure it in an effective way at all.
So it was my least favorite. Of course, they announced it as a triple threat match because, of course, they did, and just immediately made me annoyed. The bell rang, and Santana and Hendry immediately grabbed Trick Williams and threw him outside the ring. And Trick Williams effectively never really got back in the ring. It was essentially Mike Santana and Joe Hendry wrestling together one-on-one most of the time. Trick would come in occasionally, and they would knock him out again. And then eventually Trick just started selling that his leg was hurting. Yes. And then sold that his leg was hurt, and sold that his leg was hurt, and sold that his leg was hurt. And these two guys wrestled to fucking crickets, by the way. The fans did not give a fuck about Joe Hendry versus Mike Santana when it was just them two in the ring. And then finally, when the finish came, Trick just ran in, threw the guy off, and then did the pinfall and got the 1, 2, 3. And I was like, fuck you. That was so fucking the waste of my time and a waste of everyone's time. And I knew the finish. I knew that Trick won, I should say.
Yeah.
Before I watched it, I knew that Trick won. I knew that people didn't like it. I knew that people thought the match sucked. And I was like you. When it was done, I was like, oh my God, that's so much worse than I thought it was going to be. I thought it would just be this lazy, bad WWE triple threat match, and Trick is just kind of going through the motions. I didn't know that Trick just literally didn't wrestle because they probably don't trust him to wrestle enough, and just stayed outside the ring while these two TNA guys wrestled the crickets, and then just ran in and stole the pinfall, and that was it. And then raises the hand of Carlos Silva, Mr. TNA's hand afterwards. And I'm like, how are you not humiliated by this? How is this entire company not humiliated by what's happening here?
It's really embarrassing. I look, and I've talked about this a million times on solo shows, but the end result of this has to be TKO helping them get a media rights deal in order to sacrifice your world champion and make him look like a complete goof, jobber loser at WrestleMania, and then completely remove, and now to the point where the guy might not even be over anymore, to put your world title on a shitty NXT wrestler whose own company they concede he's, not ready for anything important, to put your women's title on a WWE wrestler, to have WWE just dominate your promotion every step of the way in this entire story. And if people think there's going to be some big TNA invading NXT angle or some big revenge, you haven't paid attention to wrestling history. Okay. It's not coming. None of that's coming. So you're going to lose Jordan Grace. You're going to lose Joe Hendry. You're going to lose Mike Santana. You got your world champion completely treated like a goof at WrestleMania, and you had to pretend it was a good idea and a positive. This pay-per-view was an utter disaster with WWE stepping all over you again. The end result has to be that they get you a media rights deal and they facilitate it. Otherwise, what the fuck are you getting out of this? A couple thousand extra tickets sold so you can brag about your largest North American attendance? How much money does that cover? I had someone in TNA tell me that all these attendances they're doing where, set this one aside, but all these other every month, every pay-per-view we have to hear about, oh, this is the biggest number we ever did in this building, or this is the biggest number we've done in about 10 years. It's only a couple hundred extra tickets. It's not a substantial amount of revenue. It's good for PR. It sounds nice to tweet it out, but this deal isn't helping them make it's not helping them make more money.
If you know anything about wrestling business, you know that unless you're doing good house shows and touring all across and they're not, obviously, one random show that you sell
500 more tickets than last time
mean fucking anything.
I mean,
that's a loss leader.
I was told that some of these shows still lose money.
Yeah, of course. I'm sure they do.
You sell 500 tickets at $40 a pop. All right, you're making an extra $20,000 once a month. In the grand scheme, I mean, that's nice. There's nothing wrong with it. But they need a media rights deal. And if they're not going to get a media rights deal out of this, they're just getting completely ransacked for nothing. At least if they get the media right, if that's at the end of the rainbow and they get a deal with whatever fucking cable network they can get one with, and even if it's like $10 million a year, which would be great for them, maybe this was all worth it. Maybe. But here's the thing. When WWE inevitably and eventually pulls the plug, because their end game here is just to get more wrestling on TV to continue to oversaturate the market and hurt AEW. That's their end game. Okay? That's why they want to help TNA get a TV deal, to continue oversaturating the market. That's why they run 3 shows in Atlanta to try to, on All In weekend, to oversaturate the market and make you too tired to order All In because you just watch their shows all weekend. That's why they want to get AAA a TV deal in America, to oversaturate the market. They don't give a shit how well it doesn't do. So once TKO accomplishes that, and if they pull the plug and stop sending NXT talent, what are you left with? What if the NXT fans stop coming to your shows, right? So it's like, you better get the TV deal before they pull the plug, because then you're left with nothing. Then you got embarrassed, all WWE did was tell their audience that you're small time. You're not even as good as NXT.
You're not even as good as our developmental brand.
Why would an NXT fan keep watching TNA when they've been told every step of the way that they're not even as good as NXT, which is the developmental brand? So you have to get, if there's no media rights deal at the end of this, they're literally getting nothing. And at the end of the day, it's going to hurt them. It's one step forward, two steps back. And who I really feel bad for, genuinely, is the hardcore TNA fan who has to watch their company. You know, on one hand, all right, they get more attention and all this, but you're getting ransacked by a developmental brand, and you've become a prop in some shitty fucking culture war between AEW fans and WWE fans.
That you, as a fan, never really wanted to be a part of. Like, I feel horrible for Andrew Sinclair, who's done TNA reviews and previews for VoicesWrestling.com for, I mean, God, it's got to be going on pretty close to a decade for him, because he took over after Garrett. Whatever happened to Garrett, whatever happened there. So another guy I feel bad for too. But Andrew's had passion for TNA. I mean, he said, I'm going to follow in the footsteps of Mr. TNA, Garrett Kidney, and I'm going to cover, TNA for Voices of Wrestling, which is a huge ask. And I even at the time, I remember telling him, like, look, you're going to follow in Garrett's footsteps, and nobody knows more about TNA than Garrett. And Andrew's done a phenomenal job over the years that he's done it. And the last couple times he's messaged me and been like, I don't know if I'm going to do it because I do it, but I'm getting pretty close. Like, I think I'm pretty close to of just being done with this. And I'm like, look, whenever you're done, just be done. I don't care. It's not a big deal to me, but I want you to be passionate about it. If you lose the passion, then don't even bother. And he's getting close to that, because it's like, yeah, if you've been a big TNA fan for a long time, how could you enjoy this? How could you sit down and watch TNA Slammiversary and say, yes, this is a product that I want to invest my time in? I mean, this is a horrible show. I thought there was one thing I liked on this entire show, and there was one thing that didn't humiliate me or make me think, wow, if I was a TNA fan, I'd be utterly humiliated by what this company has become at this point, of how pathetic this all is and how sad this all is. And like you said, how sad it all is if there's not a fucking pot of gold at the end of this rainbow. Which ideally there is. Carlos Silva says there is. Okay, we'll see when there is. But if there's not a pot of gold at the end of this rainbow, then my God, what you've done to this company is just, and it's revolting in one way. Like, I find modern TNA revolting, and it's also like really sad. And I'm very sympathetic to fans of this company for a long time that now have to sit here and watch this and they're like, what the fuck is this? What is this? It's rough. It's a rough watch. It's really rough.
Yeah. And no, this wasn't, and look, it wasn't a good show. It was a bad show. I didn't think it was as bad as some of the cage match rating was sitting below 2 for a long time.
Oh, it's right not now, that bad. Yeah, it's not that bad of a show.
Right now it's at 3.9, which is much more reasonable. But I didn't think the show was atrocious bad until I watched the main event today. And then I was like, oh, fuck this show. Because not only did the wrong guy win, the match was horrible. And it came across so low rent. One other point I want to make is they really tried to make this feel like a big show. They had the special entrances and things like that, and I don't think any of them worked. I thought trying to make the show feel bigger actually made them come across even more low rent. That's how I can. The national anthem, and I think it was Tommy Dreamer's daughter. And look, if she's a kid, then look, I don't know how old she is. Okay, so maybe I should be careful here. That was awful. I mean,
it wasn't good. It wasn't good. Yeah, I when you mentioned that, I remember. So I started the show and I had it on in my one room and I hit play and I was like, they're doing a national anthem gimmick, whatever. I'm gonna go to the kitchen, grab something, and come back. And I'm in the kitchen and I hear whatever's happening. I'm like, what is going on in there? Like, what is happening? And I rush over. And I'm like, this is horrible. This is a very bad rendition of the national anthem.
Yeah. I mean, have her take up painting or something. I mean, be a good parent. You got to nudge her away from this.
I think she was a child, by the way. I'm looking at it now. I think she was very young.
Well, my bad. Don't they have twins that are like 25 years old or something?
Yeah.
That's not one of the twins?
No, I'm looking here. Let's see.
Well, she was great then. She was fantastic. I never heard better singing before in my life.
Keep at it.
She has the voice of an angel. What can I say?
Let's see. Yeah, it looks like she is... she's 21. Never mind.
Oh, fuck her. She stinks.
Stalked. You're bad. This was bad.
It was really bad. And then,
apparently she was on The Sopranos. Did you know this?
As a baby. Yeah. She was the Bobby Bacala. And,
yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's what it says. Yeah, I don't know.
Come on, do I know this?
I thought I had to get one on you, but why would I think that I could get one on you?
Slip one past me?
Yeah.
Slip one past me?
Yeah, so she's 21, so this sucked. Yeah, this is really bad.
Yeah. Yeah, and they tried to do the big entrances for the main event. It just came across low rent. There were production issues all throughout the show. The comical backstage segment where we have to hear the in 3, 2...
and 1, go. And then the best part about that too is so it's M by Elegance and the personal concierge and Ash and Heather, and they're all backstage, and you see like the concierge just slapping his hands together, getting ready for the promo, getting ready or whatever. The girls are just kind of hanging out, and then and by the way, we cut to this, and there's like 8 seconds of this. It's not like they immediately realized their mistake. They just stuck with it. So the guy's slapping his hands together, the women are getting all ready, and the guy goes, "All right, guys, 3, 2, 1," and then they go, "Ah!" They all start screaming at the same time. It was
really
so
bad stuff. It's
God. It made
just
the fake acting so much worse too, because you're like, "Oh, this is so deplorable. Like, what is this?"
I thought it was an embarrassing night from an outside perspective. If they had new people watching because of all the hype the show had, it was very similar to the Game Changer show in Hammerstein a couple years ago. Mm-hmm. Where that really curtailed a lot of their momentum in terms of creating new fans. Game Changer really had a chance to create new fans that night, and they failed massively, and they drew a whole new audience that just was never going to give them another chance. And they're still plugging along and doing fine with their core fan base, but it's like no one pays attention to Game Changer except for Game Changer.
Right. They were
fans.
never going to grow after that show ever again. That show was the moment where everybody that watched that show for the first time was like, nope, never again. I'm never watching this shit
awful.
ever again.
This is a pile of shit. And I think there's a little bit of that here where I think Slammiversary probably drew a lot of fresh eyes that haven't watched TNA in a long time with all the hype and all of that. And then they gave people that pile of shit. It wasn't as bad as that Game Changer show. I mean, that Game Changer show is one of the worst pro wrestling shows I've ever seen.
It wasn't that bad.
Full stop. It's one of the worst pro wrestling shows I've ever seen. It was almost Legends of Wrestling level bad. And I don't even think I'm exaggerating. It was a horrendous, horrendous show from top to bottom. This was just a bad show. And Mustafa Ali, Cedric Alexander was an overbooked mess. I didn't like that match at all. The Cardona teaming with the System against Dark State. It was, again, an overbooked mess.
You say TNA never gets any wins over NXT. There you go. Matt Cardona in the System beat Cutler James, Dion Lennox, and Osiris Griffin. Oh, and Saquon Sugars. They beat them all.
Yeah, that's true.
They beat Dark State. Come on.
It's a big dub. But Carlos Silva didn't celebrate with his guys. He celebrated when the WWE people won.
Yeah, that's
interesting.
Strange, yeah.
Including Indy Hartwell, who defeats Tessa Blanchard in a terrible match. Now, I hear people calling this the worst match of the year.
No, this is just plain old bad. Yeah, I saw that too. No, my notes were not as bad as everybody led me to believe. It was just a plain old bad match.
I thought I had the hot take, but you agree with me.
No.
I didn't. I just thought it was a standard issue bad match.
Yeah, I think people don't watch enough bad wrestling, because if this is like, oh my god, this is one of the worst matches you'll ever see, like, you got to watch more bad wrestling, because I don't know, there's a lot of bad wrestling.
They didn't see Maki Ito versus Mickie James. I can promise you that.
I can assure you.
Now look, Indy Hartwell stinks, and we all know that. So maybe that.
Yeah, she couldn't do anything right in this match. I mean,
she never does anything right.
Exactly. So she's bad, and she's been bad for a very long time. So hopefully people are going to wake up now and realize that she's just bad. She's just plain bad and has been bad for quite some time. So
JC Jane beats Masha Slamovich title for title, and I thought the first half of this match was every bit as bad as Indy Hartwell, Tessa Blanchard. But I thought they rallied in the back half, even though there was some messy stuff like using the belt shot right in front of the ref, but I think they
the belt
rallied
was in the ring when the referee counted 3.
The referee just staring at the belt. But I think they rallied enough from a work standpoint in the back end, and Masha's too good to have a match that's truly awful to the level of the previous. So I thought they rallied on the back end, and it's embarrassing that JC Jane comes in here and wins, especially when Trick. Now, I thought that was a tip off that Santana was winning for sure in the main event.
You would have thought,
but it's TNA for 20 years will find a way to let you down. Leon Slater defeats Moose. Leon Slater is really the one big positive story coming out of the show. I think a lot of people were clearly exposed to him for the first time because he lit up my Twitter feed when I logged in to see if people were talking about the show. And they were talking about Leon Slater. And look, this is nothing new to me and you and our listeners. We've been putting Leon Slater over for a long time. And he's 20 years old. And if Tony Khan doesn't do everything in his power to ensure that he gets his claws in that guy before, because obviously WWE has their eyes on him. They're seeing him wrestle on all these shows, right? So it's like, I guess it all depends where Leon Slater's head is at in terms of, does he have the WWE dream? Or is he one of these guys that just wants to wrestle or is he one of these guys that just wants the best deal? I don't know enough about Leon Slater. Okay. But if there's any chance, I mean, this guy has the potential to have a really huge future.
Yeah, this match was great. I love this match. This is by far the best match on the show, and a match that I would truly recommend to a lot of people because I thought Moose was phenomenal in it as well. Leon had to do all of his big spots and had to hit all of them perfectly, and he did. He had to sell anytime Moose gave him big offense, and he did. And then Moose had to also sell that Leon Slater was catching him by surprise and getting him with the high flying moves and all that. And I thought Moose was great in this match. I thought Slater was great in this match. I thought the crowd responded. And you finish this match and you're like, yes, okay, there you go. There is a template to look at. And this is a guy to look at. And this is something, a young wrestler, stupid young wrestler still in the prime of his career that is doing stuff that even in today's wrestling world where you see so many high flyers and so many guys that do spectacular stuff, this guy is like a step above a lot of guys. How smooth his high flying is otherworldly. Like he is another level onto itself. So you see the potential there. You see a guy that you're like, yes, this is a guy you can push in the future. And there's probably other guys up and down this roster. And there's probably other guys in the world that TNA could push if they really wanted to. But you see it with this guy and you see it with this perfect match structure and you go, yes, okay, they got it. They figured it out. They have it. And it's only one match on the show where they actually did do that. Only one match on the show that gives you any hope. But yeah, it was almost more frustrating that this match got lumped in with all the rest of the show, which I thought was, largely pretty terrible. And this one match is like this one perfect shining example of how wrestling can be done so well because Slater looked phenomenal and gets the win and the crowd goes nuts and the crowd's engaged in all the work and stuff. And it didn't need to have a bunch of run-ins and it didn't need to have a bunch of bullshit. It was just a very well-booked, well-told story. Leon Slater, the smaller wrestler, uses his speed, and Moose uses his power, but Leon Slater's speed and tenacity and never say die attitude was just too much on this night, and he wins the X Division title, and it was great, and it was a great moment. And AJ Styles comes out and gives the rub to Leon Slater, and you're like, yes, okay, this is how it should be done. And then we got the rest of the show, which wasn't how you get it done.
Yeah, I talk about, all right, well, maybe AEW should keep an eye on this guy. WWE, serious. It's like you just, because TNA is in a position right now where, let's be honest, they're a stepping stone promotion, right? But if they can get a media rights deal, maybe that changes a little bit. Maybe if they have more money to play with, they can convince a Leon Slater at the end of his contract, hey, stay another 2 years.
And I would love that.
And
for you and I think we both would prefer TNA get a TV deal and be able to be a player in the free agent. I want
them to get a TV. I want them to get a meaningful media rights deal so they could become more of a player and stop being a stepping stone. That would be great if we had a third promotion. Now, they're not going to get a media rights deal that rivals anything AEW is getting, but anything for them would be an improvement on the $0 they're getting now. So if they get $20 million a year, yeah, that's dwarfed by the $185 that AEW is getting. And yes, Eric Bischoff is out of his goddamn mind and probably trolling when he goes on Ariel Helwani's show and says that if they get a media rights deal, they can challenge for number 2. Does Eric really think they're going to get $185 million? He might because he's an idiot.
Yeah, but
he might because
the good thing about his quote is, and he can couch it in saying, well, I just said if they get something. And the problem is that aggregators, again, will take that quote and just post it and say, Eric Bischoff says if TNA gets a contract similar to AEW, then but none of that's realistic. It doesn't mean any. It's a fucking lie. It's a stupid lie.
He didn't even say that though. He said if they get a TV deal, he thinks they could challenge for the number 2 promotion. Okay. Now, here's the thing. On one hand, Eric is probably just trolling AEW. He's trolling Tony Khan. He's trolling the fans. But on the other hand, I'm not so sure. He might just be stupid. He might really think that. Because he might not. I don't think he has a real grasp of the television industry in 2025. I don't think he has a real grasp of the television industry in when he was running WCW. So I can't remember who it was. Somebody texted me last week and they were listening to Bischoff on some podcast. And he was talking about the viewership during the Monday Night War. And he was saying, well, it wasn't really whatever the number was, 3.5 million people watching. It was the same people bouncing back and forth.
He always brings that up. Yeah, he always brings that up.
But that's not how the ratings work.
Right.
He doesn't know how the ratings worked even when he was running a company. That's not how it works. So that's why I think that maybe he's just stupid. And maybe he really thinks that TNA is going to get a media rights deal in the same stratosphere. Even if TNA gets a media rights deal, Rich, it's going to be a fraction of the 185 million, and that's okay for TNA. But what constitutes being number 2? What does he think constitutes that? It's revenue. It's fucking revenue. TNA just had to paper and lie to say they set a North American attendance record, and AEW has another $3 million gate coming up at Forbidden Door.
After just doing one a couple days ago. Yeah.
So what the fuck are we doing here?
Well, we're giving Eric Bischoff oxygen, and nobody should.
And that's a huge. I don't even know why.
Everybody does it, but everybody does it. They can't help themselves to post the next Eric Bischoff dumb lie or stupid thing that he says.
But my point is he stupid or is he trolling? I'm really not sure.
I don't know anymore, and I don't know if he knows anymore.
I really genuinely don't know.
I'm not sure if he knows anymore. I think he's also lost all attachment to reality, so I don't know if he knows anymore.
I mean, he doesn't know anything. And if he does know things, he never even accidentally exposes that he knows them. So he might just be dumb. He might just truly have no fucking clue.
Right. He always gets mad because what'll happen is like an interviewer will be like, yeah, the Monday Night War is like 6 million people were watching every Monday night. And he would go, actually, a lot of those people, they counted both ratings, but actually it was probably some of the same people watching both shows at the same time or whatever.
Do you think with a gun, let's not do the gun to the head. Let's say with $1 million on the table that Eric Bischoff could successfully explain how television ratings work.
Hell no.
He can't do it. He cannot. He doesn't know. He doesn't know media right. He doesn't know. Wait, what does he know? What does this man know? I mean, why is he considered an authority on anything? Why are we asking his opinion on anything in 2025 in pro wrestling? Other than anyone can give an opinion on whether they think a show is good, whether they think booking is okay. He can give an opinion on that. But here's the other thing. He claims he doesn't even watch AEW anymore. So his opinion's worthless there too. His other big thing is, TNA doesn't go around saying they're going to take over and beat WWE. Tony Khan has never said that.
Never once said that. Never once ever said that.
What has Tony Khan said from day one, Rich?
We're a challenger brand, and that's all.
Challenger brand. We want to be a challenger brand. He even plugged the book of whatever book he was reading about challenger brand. Eric just makes things up on top of everything else. Anyway, that's enough about Eric Bischoff. We talked about the main event. The Hardys win the 4-way ladder match to retain the titles. Nobody cares, and I don't care. Here's what I care about. Bully Ray comes down to the ring after this match, Rich. And I know this inspired you to write an article.
It did. I did. FlagshipPatreon.com wrote an article about the addiction to nostalgia that professional wrestling has, because it is absolutely fucking absurd that we're building up to a Dudley Boyz Hardys Boys match in 2025.
$10 tier for that article.
Yep.
You know what else I find absurd? Bully Ray said to the Hardys that one of the biggest debates in wrestling is who is the greatest tag team of all time.
Mm-hmm. Always. We're often debating who is the greatest tag team of all time.
and he put the Dudleys and the Hardys in that conversation. And I'm not bothered that he put the Hardys in there, but I'm bothered that he put the Dudleys in there. Now, he did say that everyone knows the greatest tag team of all time is the Road Warriors. He gave the Road Warriors credit.
He did. Yeah, I did hear that.
But I am personally insulted that he would even hint that the Dudleys are even... Have you ever heard anyone who knows anything about wrestling or wrestling history consider the Dudleys even in the conversation for the greatest tag team of all time?
I'm glad you qualified it as somebody knows what they're talking about. Yes, because I'm sure there's some dolt out there that is. But yeah, anybody that knows what the fuck they're talking about, no.
I'm not talking about like Sam Roberts or something like that. Right, I mean someone who knows what they're talking about.
You have to qualify that by somebody that knows something about professional wrestling history that's not WWE. Because yeah, some of those guys might think the Dudley Boyz, but even in WWE canon, I'm not sure that you can. Even if you are one of those dopes like Dopey Pete or Sam Roberts or whatever, or Jonathan Coachman or any of these idiots, there's no way that you, even in WWE speak, I don't know that the Dudleys. You know, you'd be maybe Edge of Christian, or you'd be the Hardys, or you'd say the Hardys. Or the Usos. The Usos or the Hardys seem like the easy, I'm a modern WWE fan and I have the brain of a fucking goldfish. The Hardys or the Usos would be the pick you'd probably make. Or you'd say the Hart Foundation, even though you don't know shit, but you want to sound smart, so you say the Hart Foundation.
Right. Yeah, right. You say an old team just to give yourself a little hint of credibility.
Yeah, the Hart Foundation. They usually go to the Hart Foundation, which is even funnier, because I would give you more respect if you went with the British Bulldogs, but they always go with the Hart Foundation.
Right. So anyway, Bully's implication here was that this Dudleys versus Hardys one more time.
Yeah. Which, as I pointed out in my article, they did one more time 11 years ago. They did the exact same angle where, to start off an episode of TNA Impact, the Dudleys came out and then the Hardys came out, and then they said, hey, we're going to do this one more time. And the crowd went, one more time. And Bubba said, we haven't done this in 12 years, but we owe it to these fans to do it one more time. That was 11 years ago that they hadn't wrestled each other in 12 years. And I can't believe we're fucking doing it again in 2025.
And we're doing it again. But his implication here was that this is a huge match in determining who the greatest tag team of all time is.
You got to rip up your list.
And it's not the first time that he has alluded to the fact that he thinks the Dudleys are one of the greatest tag teams of all time. Bully really believes this. And I find it both hilarious and insulting because, again, I don't know one serious person who knows what they're talking about who would even bring up the Dudleys in that kind of conversation. They're just not that level of team. They have Rich. Name a great Dudley Boyz match that didn't involve a table or a ladder.
Can't do it for you.
Can you do that?
I can't. What's your favorite Dudley Boyz ECW match?
Listen, I saw many of them live and I can't give you one.
Right.
Can you, I'll give you one better. Give me 5 great Dudley Boy matches that did involve ladders or tables. You could probably give me about 3.
Okay. I give you Royal Rumble 2000. Did involve a table and a ladder with the Hardys. I'll give you WrestleMania 2000. That's a good match. Involved tables and ladders and stuff. I'll give you SummerSlam 2000. Involved tables and ladders. I'll give you WrestleMania. 5's gonna be tough. I got you to 4. WrestleMania X7. I forget if they were in the other. So, there was the 5th TLC match that had Benoit and Jericho or whatever. I forget if they were in that match, but that'd be my list. But that's it. Short list.
The point is, this is not a great tag team in any way.
No.
Yeah, the point is, this is not a great tag team in any way, shape, or form, right? I mean, they never drew any money. Do you think they ever drew any money?
No. God, no.
I don't think they ever drew any money. Do you think there's a single promoter, whoever promoted the Dudleys, who has one less penny to their name if the Dudleys had never existed?
Does Heyman have one less penny if the Dudleys never? Yeah, it probably wouldn't have mattered.
They never drew it. Do you think it would have made any difference?
They were a good little gimmick.
They
were a good little thing on the show, but nobody bought tickets to hear Bully Ray call them a slur or something. No, probably not.
The Dudley gimmick is because Paul Heyman loved the movie Slapshot. Okay, so they got their gimmick from Slapshot. They stole their act from Public Enemy. Let's be honest. They totally ripped off Public Enemy's routine for their act. And they got one of their catchphrases from a Budweiser commercial. That's what the Dudleys are. And they're a gimmick team that has no historical relevance whatsoever, other than being the third team in some innovative, famous ladder matches, other than being the third wheel team in those matches. Is that a fair assessment of the Dudleys?
I think that's fair. I think that's absolutely fair.
So I'm sitting there listening to Bully Ray talk about how they're among the greatest tag teams of all time, and it was pissing me off, to be honest. And I'm sitting there watching this, and I thought to myself, I think I can name 100 teams better than the Dudleys with minimal effort. I don't even have to try hard.
100 teams better than the Dudleys.
100 teams off the top of the dome, Rich Craich, that either drew more money, were better workers, have a better resume of matches, or are more historically significant than the Dudleys, or in some cases, all of the above. 100 teams. I thought to myself, I can do that with minimal effort, and I did. And it took me about 40 minutes. And you know what I'm going to do right now, Rich Craich?
We're going to do it all?
I'm going to name every fucking team.
Let's
all
fucking
100.
Go. Let's fucking go.
That are 1,000. Now, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something else, Rich Craich. I went over 100.
Just to show off, yeah.
I kept going, and I was able to get over 100. But you know what I did? I pared it down to 100.
Nice round number.
I am 100% convinced that you will not even dispute or argue or say, maybe to any of these 100 teams.
Okay. So the gimmick is you're gonna say them, and I'll tell you if I think they're better. That they're better than the Dudleys.
No, that'll take too long. I'm so confident.
You're just gonna run them all down?
I'm gonna read all 100, and you're gonna listen quietly. And at the end of that, you're gonna say, Joe, I don't know, maybe but you're not gonna do that.
Okay, I'll get the notepad. I'll get the notepad out anyway in case anyone does catch my eye or catch my ear. So,
and once again, here's the criteria. Because I think this is fair criteria for the greatest tag teams of all time. Because every team is different. Pro wrestling is varied, right? You got workers, So I contend that all 100 teams I'm about to name either drew more money, that's easy, are better workers, that's even easier. I can name probably 500 that are better workers. Have a better overall resume of top-end matches, or are more historically significant than the Dudleys. Those are the criteria. Is that fair criteria?
That seems very fair. For the great to declare somebody the greatest tag team of all time, yes, very fair.
And I also contend that many of these teams tick multiple, if not all four of the boxes. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here are 100 teams that are definitely better than the Dudleys. 1, Holy Demon Army. Settle in, because we're doing them all. 2, Midnight Express, Eaton and Condrey. 3, Midnight Express, Eaton and Lane. 4, Rock and Roll Express. 5, Patterson and Stevens. 6, the Road Warriors. 7, the Fantastics. And that's Fulton and Rogers. I could be a real asshole about this and give you Fulton and Fulton,
Absolutely.
But I'm not even going to do that.
You could and you should, but you're not. Okay.
8, the British Bulldogs. 9, the Hart Foundation. 10, the Fabulous Kangaroos. 11, Dusick Family Riot Squad. And we're going to go with Emil and Ernie here. I could give you other combinations, but again, I'm going to be nice to Bully Ray. 12, Freebirds. 13, New Day. 14, Usos. 15, Arn and Tully. 16, Arn and Ole. 17, Ole and Gene. 18, Arn and Bobby Eaton.
I was hoping. All right. Thank you.
19, Bobby Eaton and Coco Beware. 20, Lawler and Dundee. 21, Jumbo and Yoshiaki Yatsu. 22, Doc and Gordy. 23, Masawa and Kawada. 24, Masawa and Kobashi. Settle in for this 8 All Japan run. You see my train of thought.
Is this one your train of thought? I'm trying to, as you're doing this list, because this is how you wrote the list down, right? In this
Listen
order.
To me. These are in no order other than off the dome.
Okay, so I'm wondering. I always wonder how you went from one name to another, but now I can tell that you've decided I'm in All Japan. Let's fucking go and let's do all of them right now.
You see me bouncing from region to era to promotion because I'm just thinking off the top of my head. Where'd I leave off? 24, Masawa and Kobashi?
Correct, yeah.
25, Kobashi and Johnny Ace. 26, Misawa and Yoshinari Ogawa. 27, The Funks. 28, Brody and Hansen. 29, Hansen and Gordy. 30, Furness and Crawford. 31, The Steiners. 32, Tenzan and Kojima. 33, Kengo Kimura and Tatsumi Fujinami. 34, Inoki and Sakaguchi. 35, Inoki and Baba. 36, Kenta and Marufuji. 37, the Briscoes, Mark and Jay. 38, the Young Bucks. 39, FTR. 40, Omega and Ibushi. 41, Omega and Hangman Page. 42, Ogawa and Zack Sabre Jr. 43, Gato and Jado. 44, Raka and Perez. 45, Adonis and Ventura. 46, Demolition. 47, The Rockers. 48, The High Flyers. 49, Bockwinkel and Stevens. 50, Butcher and Mad Dog Vachon. 51, Bruiser and Crusher. 52, Steamboat and Youngblood. 53, Snuka and Brody. 54, the Briscoes, Jerry and Jack. Why I didn't think of them after the first set of Briscoes, I couldn't tell you.
That's where your brain went. Who knows? It got there. It got there eventually.
55, the Hardys. 56, the Young Pistols / the Southern Boys. 57, the Nightmares, Ken Wayne and Danny Davis. Don't Google Ken Wayne. Just go watch the matches, but don't Google Ken Wayne.
Don't.
58, Crush Gals. 59, Beauty Pair. 60, Baba and Jumbo. 61, Sakamoto and Okabayashi. 62, Akiyama and Kobashi. 63, Hansen and Tenryu. 64, Inoki and Fujinami. 65, Tenryu and Jumbo. 66, Tenryu and why am I tripping over this? Hara, Tenryu and Hara, forget the first name. 67, Sharp Brothers. 68, the Assassins. In this case, obviously, Hamilton and Ernesto.
And by the way, Sharp Brothers, one of the most monumental teams in the history of, because a lot of people listening to this might not know about them. Recently went into the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame. Just a massive, massive team. Pretty much set the standard for Gaijin teams in Japan. So just an insane. Has to be on that list.
We're going south of the border, baby. 69, Eddie Guerrero and Art Barr. 70, the Lucha Brothers. 71, Silver King and Tejano. 72, Ultimo Guerrero and Rey Bucanero. 73, Santo and Gory Guerrero. 74, Rene Guajardo and Carlos Lagarde. 75, Black Shadow and Blue Demon. 76, Santo and Ray Di Jalisco. 77, Dr. Wagner and Angel Blanco. 78, the Astronauts. 79, Masato Tanaka. And Yoshino and Doi was 79. Yoshino and Doi. 80, Manami Toyota and Toshio Yamada. 81, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn / El Generico. 82, Owen Hart and British Bulldog. 83, Ricky Dozan and Toya Nobari. 84, the Wild Samoans. 85, the Fabulous Rougeau Brothers. 86, the Motor City Machine Guns. 87, the Hollywood Blondes. 88, the Hollywood Blondes, Buddy Roberts and Jerry Brown.
Hell yeah.
89, Red Dragon. 90, the Kings of Wrestling. 92, Davey Richards and Eddie Edwards. 93, did I miss one? Did I skip a number in there? Let me go back. Mostly Machine Guns, Hollywood Blondes, Red Dragon, Kings of Wrestling, Davey Richards. No, I did not. 90. It's 92, though, not 93 that I'm on. Christopher Daniels and Frankie Kazarian. 93, the Fabulous Ones. 91, Ric Flair and Greg the Hammer Valentine. 95, Dusty Rhodes and Dick Murdoch. 96, Arn Anderson and Ric Flair. 97, Owen Hart and Yokozuna. 98, Larry the Axe Hennig and Harley Race. 99, the Fabulous Fargos. Do the Fargo strut for me, Rich Bake. 100, Ivan and Nikita Koloff. That is 100 tag teams that are 1,000%, without question, without a shadow of a doubt, better than the Dudleys in at least one and multiple of those criteria that I laid out at the top. Can you dispute that at all, Rich Craig?
There is one team I wrote down the entire time. Owen Hart and Yokozuna is a bit of a reach. I think you could very easily replace them with any number of your teams that you lopped off.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you had one because I have 17 teams that I can give you now.
All
that
right,
you
let me
can
see
replace
if any of those 17 can replace Owen Hart and Yokozuna, who I think, that's a little loose. That's a little loose.
1, Dusty Rhodes and Magnum TA.
Okay, you've replaced them.
2, Adrian Adonis and Dick Murdoch.
Okay, you've
3,
replaced them again.
Sabu and Rob Van Dam.
Oh my God! How did you get to 103 and then said, Sabu and RVD? Yeah.
Because I realized the next day I forgot some, baby, but don't think I wasn't going to write them down. 4, Bad Company. In this case, Brian Pillman and Bruce Hart. 5, Bad Company. In this case, Pat Tanaka and Paul Diamond. 6, the Sheep Herders. 7, the Orient Express. 8, the Mega Powers. 9, the Heavenly Bodies. How did I forget the Heavenly Bodies? 10, Snuka and Gordy. 11, Aussie Open. 12, Lance Storm and Chris Candido. 13, the Islanders. 14, the Samoan SWAT team. 15, Public Enemy. 16, Apollo 55. 17, Time Splitters. Do you want me to keep going? That's 117.
Pretty easy. Yeah, pretty easy.
Easy. Off the top of the dome.
I couldn't believe how when you got into the 80s, I was like, oh God, this is there was very easy to do. Very easy to do. I would say the Sheep Herders, you could double dip on the Sheep Herders too, because I'm watching a lot of the Jonathan Boyd, Luke Williams Sheep Herders, and they fucking rock. They're so good.
Absolutely.
They're so good. And obviously the Luke Williams, it's easily.
I mean, really, this was so easy. I didn't even struggle to come up with 100.
And you pretty much kept to the 70s, 80s, 90s to 2000s to the current, and pretty much kept to America, a little of Japan and a little bit of Mexico. You could have gone, and even like big time in Dragongate, there was probably several Dragongate teams you could have done.
I did one Dragongate team with Shino and Doi.
Right.
One Dragongate team. I didn't have to go any deeper than one Dragongate team. I mean, this was easy. I got to 100 and I said, man, I should have challenged myself and said 200. And then I went to bed and I hit the pillow and I started thinking of more. And I started getting up in the middle of the night and writing them down.
Shining Wizard points out Zeus and Bodyguard. Got to get Zeus and Bodyguard in there.
I mean, seriously, did I reach it all?
The only one that I wrote down of the 100 was Owen Hart and Yokozuna. That was the only one I wrote down.
But they could easily be replaced by one of the other 17,
the first name you gave me was, Dusty and Magnum? And I said, okay, they've been replaced.
I mean, any of those other 17.
Did you even say the New Age Outlaws?
No.
Yeah, you don't even do that many other WWF teams, like contemporary WWF teams. You didn't do Edge and Christian either.
They are not on my list.
Right. I mean, those two are probably better than the Dudleys in the current time.
I left off Arn and Larry Zbyszko, the Enforcers. I don't know. I feel like that wasn't even a challenge.
That seemed too easy.
Who did the Dudleys clear out of anyone I named?
Owen Hart and Yokozuna is the only one I have. It's pretty remarkable. Yeah, when you lay it out that way, when you put it that way, Joe, it is
Did you think it was going to run out of steam around 70?
I thought by like 65 you were going to be I thought there'd be a little bit more of like these Owen Hart Yokozuna teams, and I'm like, Joe, they were a team for a half a year and didn't do it. But no, it was like I said, when you started getting into the 80s and you were like, all right, now we're going to Mexico, and I was like, oh boy, it's like El Santo, and oh god, all right, we're
by 65, I didn't even touch Lucha yet.
Yeah.
I didn't even get to Santo and Gory Guerrero yet.
Right. When you gave me Santo and Gory Guerrero in like 76 or something, I was like, okay.
These are still slam dunks at that point.
Right.
Like, it's not even arguable.
Did you say the Outsiders? Because I think they drew a little bit more money than the Dudley Boyz with a Z.
No, I mean, I left off a lot of teams that I thought even might walk the line to maybe. Because I felt like there were enough slam dunks where I didn't have to even push it. I didn't put the Killer Bees on here because I thought to myself, would I watch 1,000 Killer Bee matches before one Dudley Boyz match? Yes, I would. But there might be some listener who's like, oh, come on, the Killer Bees. So there were teams that popped into my head that I didn't even write down. Because I felt like, no, I can get 100 dunks. I can get 100 fucking Florida Gulf Coast alley-oop dunks on Georgetown in that 15-2 game in the NCAA tournament. Remember that game?
Oh, yeah.
Dunk City? I said I have a 100 alley-oop dunks where if you even dispute me, you're showing your lack of knowledge if you think the Dudleys clear any of these 100 teams. And that's what I did. And it took me like 40 minutes. It wasn't even hard. I Googled nothing. It was simple.
I could tell from your train of thought. I could tell that none of that was really Googled. It was just kind of
following where my brain was going as I was
like,
it was
because you did like Crawford and Furness, and then I could tell you were like, then the Steiners, because you were thinking, all right, who's big beefed up Gaijins? Yeah, the Steiners. Let's go. All right. So no, it definitely, and you did it all without Too Cool 2. So that was, it's also pretty tough too. Without whatever what was the name of Too Cool 2? It was like
Too Cool 2. Yes.
The Memphis guys. Yeah, it was fucking. Ackerman Razor, I forget what their name was.
I barely touched Memphis. I did Lawler and Dundee. I did Eaton and Sweet Brown Sugar. That was pretty much it. I mean, there were a lot of territories I didn't even touch.
You didn't really touch the territories. You didn't touch any modern company. Like very, very rarely did you touch.
Very little modern.
Very little like Attitude Era either. Like you didn't, not even in their day. Like even in their day, which I said again, you could use the New Age Outlaws, and the New Age Outlaws are a slam dunk bigger deal than the Dudleys ever were. The Outsiders are multitudes more. Chris Benoit had several teams at that time. He teamed with Chris Jericho, and they had a great run. Yeah, it's. And here's the best part about it. As far as I could tell, those were all male teams, right?
I had the Crush Gals, Beauty Pair. I had Toyota and Yamada, of course.
So you had a couple.
I didn't have any American women's teams. But I didn't have to think hard at all. I just wrote down, I got to 100 and I was like, this was cake.
Yeah.
These are just, I got all the iconic teams. I think
you could have done
250.
Teams. I think you could have done 250 pretty easily if you needed to.
Well, see, here's the thing. If I'm doing just based on work, it's going to be too subjective, but I know I can get to 200 easy. Like without even a sweat, I can get to 200 easy if it's just work. But I'm trying to be like, all right, work I considered the least. Like work, they'd have to have one of the other categories too. You see what I'm saying? Because I don't want people coming at, because work is very subjective. I don't think I don't know. This was very simple.
Potentially too easy. Yeah.
I mean, you know. Yeah, and
the Death Missionaries. It's great. You didn't bring up Los Brazos or the Death Missionaries.
Well, that's funny because I'm going to tell you why. Because I thought of them and I didn't break up. Like I could have broke up the Viano tag team out of the. But I said, you know what? If you notice, I did 10 or 11 lucha teams, and they were all teams. I didn't even touch trios. Could you imagine if I started naming trios? We'd be here all fucking night. I didn't. So I thought about them, but I said, you know what? I'm going to stick.
Yeah, I'll stick to just strictly tag teams, 2-person tag teams.
Yeah, I'm not going to break out. Like, I'm not going to do that. And there you go. So, very simple. I didn't go to Puerto Rico. I didn't even touch I didn't even think about Puerto Rico. I didn't think about, there was several territories I didn't think about. So that's 100 tag teams who are without question, definitely with and cannot be in dispute, would rank higher than the Dudleys on an all-time list. He's got a lot of fucking nerve thinking they're even in the conversation. Pause for YouTube clipping.
That's great. That's perfect.
Yes.
All right. There it is. All right. So what the hell are we going to do with the rest of the show here?
Someone's asking what they think the cutoff is. I would put the Dudleys in the same range as like Killer Elite Squad. Maybe like the Skyscrapers.
I think they have a slightly more impact than those teams, but not much.
Killer Elite Squad.
Their in-ring. Here's the thing: the in-ring for the Dudleys falls apart right away when you don't include Edge and Christian, the Hardys, and tables and ladders and all that sort of stuff. Your bell to bell normal Dudley Boyz match doesn't mean anything. And like you said, draw wise, you're really squinting to come up with any sort of draw. Were they a fun TV act in the WWF at times? Yeah. But that's about it. That's its extent of it. So that you have to kind of find a team that's like not very good and was a fun act for a little while. I think would be your comp if you could try to find one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They'd probably they might get into the top 200 if you're not considering work at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you just consider notoriety or whatever. It's tough. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out it's tough. It is difficult for them, but
yeah, we got people. Yeah, I mean, there's people sending teams, and they're all valid. I mean, Mil Mascaris and Dos Caras, an obvious one. Jerry Lawler and Austin Idol. The Grams. I didn't say the Grams.
Oh God, yeah. Like I'm saying, you didn't even get into like the 60s. You basically your cutoff was like, other than the Sharps, like otherwise you didn't.
I had some slam dunk historical teams like the Fabulous Kangaroos, Patterson and Stevens. But yeah, I really probably less than 10. So, I mean, All Japan's a cheat code.
Yeah, you could just do 2 decades of All Japan and fill that list 75% of the way, pretty much.
I did have the Lucha Brothers. Someone's asking. They were on.
I did hear the Lucha Brothers, yeah.
I did say the Lucha Brothers. I did not have Evil and Sonata.
No, that's... And then somebody has Dudleys or Headbangers, and that is the rare case why I will choose the Dudleys. I would definitely choose the Dudleys over Headbanger Mosh and Headbanger Thrasher. I'll tell you that.
I did have Motor City Machine Guns on there. I did. I think I did.
No, you did. You did. You for sure did. Because I was writing them down. I was like, oh, he's not going to get some. But it was like 92. You got some Motor City Machine Guns.
Well, can I make a confession?
Yeah.
I forgot the fabulous ones and slipped them on the main list after the fact.
Just to keep your cred. Just to keep your cred a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, because I thought I forgot the fabulous ones until the next day. And then I swapped them out with Sabu and Rob Van Dam. So I put fabulous ones at 93. And I put Sabu and Rob Van Dam on the extras. So, but now I'm just exposing my embarrassment anyway. So,
but it won't be on the YouTube. It won't be on the YouTube clip, so they won't know. Only all the real ones.
To me, they were the biggest one. I can't believe I forgot they should have been one of the first 10 that I thought.
Yeah, but that's all right. That's all right. You got there. You got there.
All right. So, we doing anything else on this show? What else
I mean, we got Kobe World. We got.
Poor Kobe World.
We got to do Kobe World. We can't let Dragongate.
I got like no energy left. I just read 100 tag teams.
Two title changes in Noah. 2 GHC title changes in Noah.
I know.
We'll let the G1 go. We'll let the G1 go. I don't care about the G1.
Yeah, I'm doing that every day. So, lead the way. I'll try to get some.
All right, let's do it. Let's get a 5-hour flagship here. You didn't get a true flagship last week. Well, quit your bitching, everybody. You're going to get a 5-hour flagship this week. All right. Dragongate Kobe World 2025, July 13th, 2025. So better late than never, I guess. Real quick, attendance-wise, 4890 in Kobe World Hall. Some recent events attendance to give you an idea. Recent Kobe World attendance numbers. 2024, they had 4795. So this 2025 show beat where they were in 2024. 2023, 5150. So this is a little bit down from where they were in 2023, but way up from where they were in 2022 and 2021. Now, those are a little interesting because those are broken up into night 1 and night 2. So 2022, night 2 was 2515. So obviously this was much better. Night 1 of 2022 was the Ultimo Dragon 35th anniversary show, and that had 1915. So that was a very not good number for that. And then 2021, that was also split up into 2 nights. The first night was 2396. And the second night was the Speed Star final. That was the Yoshino final match in Dragongate. That was 3580. So, 4890 is a decent number for Kobe World. I mean, obviously it's not what they were doing in their peak days, but as we've often talked about, some of those peak Dragongate numbers should also be looked at with a little bit of, were they doing good numbers? They were, but as good as they said, maybe not so much. So,
well, I mean, the ones now are inflated. So, I mean, it's not like,
right. But 4890 for Kobe World. So now, how much of this show did you watch? Did you watch all of it, or I watched just the business end of this show?
Whoa, what the fuck? I thought the assignment was to watch the fucking show, and
I didn't get the whole show done. I didn't get the whole show done. So.
What a fake fanboy! I mean, you know, it's unbelievable. You know, you're supposed to be the big Dragongate guy. and you don't even watch the whole. You just what's the business end? You watch the main event?
No, I watched the top three, all the title matches.
Well, I guess it's what we're talking about.
All right. I mean, if you have any hot takes on the Gaora TV title 5-way match or no?
No, I was annoyed that I had to watch more CyberCon. If you want to be honest, you want the honest truth. But yeah, they squeezed in a lot of old. The Rookie Doi came back in for that match, and Kai, KZ, and Mochizuki were in it too, and the former CyberCon retained, and I have nothing else to add. I did really enjoy Midoko Kakuta over Strong Machine J in the no DQ match. He was ripping the mask, and it was pretty violent. And I was thinking to myself, I think Kakuta's due for a push. Boy, was I clairvoyant.
You were onto something.
Boy, was I clairvoyant. So we'll start with the main event then. Shun Skywalker defeats Yamato. I thought it was a good but not great match. Did you think it was a great match?
I thought it was great. Yeah, I thought it was pretty great. Yeah.
It's good. I enjoyed it. The big news, though, on top of him winning, I guess there's a lot of big news. He wins. Shun Skywalker wins the title. His boys turn on him, and then Midoko Kakuta is revealed as the next challenger, I guess. Right. So, I watched the Japanese. I didn't watch the English language, so I may have lost some details in watching some of these matches. But Kakuta, I thought, had a killer Champion Carnival, and I thought he looked great in the Strong Machine J match. And I was thinking to myself, he had that run with the Dreamgate, cut short with the arm injury. Remember that terrible arm injury?
Yeah, it was awful. Match started, and a couple minutes in, he blew his arm out or whatever.
And he really wasn't ready anyway at that time. I don't think he was ready anyway at that time. Now he's ready, and he feels like a guy who can really be a legitimate top of the card guy for them. It was too soon to go for him before, but I'm looking forward to that, to seeing where this Kakuta Shun Skywalker thing goes. And it's time for Yamato to lose, I think, and turn it back over to some of the younger guys. And they're going in a different direction with Shun. So as a total package, I really enjoyed the main event and everything that happened afterwards. And I will also say that as a total package, top to bottom, the show did not give me the same feeling of dryness and dread that modern Dragon Gate usually gives me. Did it connect with me the way that peak Dragon Gate? No, it did not. But I thought this show had more life and more energy and felt like a more vibrant and exciting show than some of the dreary Dragon Gate shows that we reviewed that I've complained about. So I did enjoy this show more than the usual modern Dragon Gate offerings.
I think they're on the right path. This is the most I've been, and that's my notes say, is this is the most I've enjoyed the top end of Dragon Gate in a while. And I think it always comes to the top end. It always comes to who's your top stars, who are the guys you're pushing. And during the days when we had to, squint at some of these guys that weren't quite ready yet, and it was like, are we really sure this guy's ready yet? And some of those days where you had to squint and look at, your Yuki Yoshioka's or whatever, who was just not, it was just boring as fuck and just wasn't getting anything done. It really comes to Shun. Shun, I think, is such a undeniably great main eventer and such an undeniably great wrestler that I think he really helps that top end. I think Yamato still being Yamato helps, and that's why that match really delivered for me, because I thought he was phenomenal in that match, and I really liked it. I liked it a lot more than you did. I just thought the something that I always appreciate Dragon Gate doing, and they did it in this match too, is that Yamato didn't necessarily have a comeback. It was one of those things where little by little you could see he was just getting beaten down and beaten down and beaten down and beaten down. He's not coming back from this. He's just not. And every other wrestling company in the world, very often, the babyface will come back from that. In this case, it was just like you could see it. You see the finish happening, and you see the guy losing like 10 minutes before he loses, but it's like that they drag you to that point where they just drag, it's just, you could tell Yamato's got nothing left in the tank, but he's leaving it all out there, and he's going to try like hell, but Shun eventually he just had too much, overpowered him, beat him. So I really, really like the finish, and I really like the match itself. But like you said, I think the top end of the card, at least for me, kind of jumping into Dragon Gate this year, I've only kind of looked, I haven't watched a lot, but I've watched a decent enough to kind of feel like, okay, we are in a much better place with the main event talent in Dragon Gate right now. And I think it all starts with Shun, and I think Kakuta as well. So the English language, they did a pretty good job of translating it. Jay did about what all happened here. And essentially what it was is, and you know the stipulation, but for people that don't, Shun Skywalker said, hey, if I don't win the Dreamgate, I'm out. I'm just going to leave Dragongate. I don't care. If I can't beat you, I'm leaving. I'm done. So the idea was he beats Yamato or he leaves. So Kakuta basically and the rest of the Z-Brats guys, that's why nobody helped him either. The rest of the Z-Brats just watched Kakuta beat him. One guy, Homare, came up and helped Shun Skywalker and got him up to his feet and walked out with him. But the promo that Kakuta basically said was, why would you leave Dragongate? Why would you ditch us? Like, you only care about yourself. You don't care about us. So, yeah, you won the title, and that's cool, but mentally you're weak, and we're done with you. So hit the fucking bricks. And that's essentially what it was. I'm strong. I can lead these guys. You were going to ditch us if you left. You know what? Screw you. You're out of here. And that's essentially what it was, which I think is a really cool story to do. And I think Shun Skywalker having a babyface run is well overdue as well. I'm very curious how he does that.
I agree.
And we're going to talk about it with the GHC title too, and Noah. I think it's a good opportunity for a couple companies to try out guys that are really good as heels and see if you can get anything with them as baby faces. But Shun Skywalker to me is so undeniable as like a charisma machine that I would love to see what happens with him as a babyface. And I think it's going to work. I really do. And that's going to be what they're going to do moving forward. Is Kakuta's leading the Z-Brats now. I don't know if they're going to change their name or whatever. I'm sure they will. And Shun and presumably Homare, the only guy who stuck with him, will do whatever their own thing is, whether they form a new unit or just kind of go off on their own. And that's cool. And I think there's a lot of really fun dynamics to that. And I love the idea of Shun winning the title, but still getting turned on by his unit. His unit's still not believing that he's the guy that they need to strap their rocket to long term. I like that. That's an interesting way to go about this. So, yeah, I like the match, and I love the Kakuta turn too. And I've been really impressed with Kakuta recently as well. So more than happy to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I think as I said, I don't have anything else to add. I thought it was a good main event match, and I liked everything that happened afterwards. And I'm glad you added the additional context so people understand what was going on there. So I will give you the floor for what else did you watch? Why don't you talk about what else
Triangle
you
Gate match. So I watched the Triangle Gate, what I thought was a really fun. So they did a open the Triangle Gate 3-way 9-man tag elimination, which sounds more complicated than it was. It was essentially just 3 different teams, and when your team lost, you got eliminated, basically. So
yeah, they did 2 eliminations. You had. Yeah. Go ahead. Anyway, I cut you off.
Bendito, Flamita, and Luis Monte, Team Mexico is what they were calling them. Z-Brats, Homare, Ishin, and Kato, and then Love and Peace, Jackie Kamei, Mochizuki Jr., and Rita. So, yeah, it seemed like, again, it seemed complicated when they described the rules and stuff, and then I was like, after you watched the match for 2 seconds, you understood, it's not complicated at all. This was interesting. I liked a lot of the action here. I thought there was a lot of really, really good back and forth, and the Team Mexico, I was really impressed by Team Mexico. Bendito is a guy that I've seen a lot recently, and I really, really like him. Flamita, for people that haven't checked in on Flamita in a lot of years, he's gotten really good as well. He's a big boy now. He's very big these days, but I think
he is where he belongs.
Yes,
I like him here.
Yeah,
and
it fits.
Luis Monte, who was the former Diamante, of course, who got the big shove in the Dead or Alive cage a few years back. Remember?
Yeah.
I'm interested. It's interesting because they haven't really done a ton with him since then. I know he was the Dreamgate champ, but that's going back to like 2023, right? Actually, it says he won it December 2023, lost it in June of 2024. It wasn't as long ago as I thought.
Yeah, he won it longer than I remember him, but he held it longer than I remember, I guess, as well. So he's, June 2024, you said, is when he lost it?
Yeah, it felt like they had something with him at that time. But this is this Team Mexico trio, all 3 components work for this. You have the former Dreamgate champion, Flamita is back home.
Mm-hmm.
And this Bendito is a guy who, I guess they've been using. Did he come in late last year? Or is he just this year, right?
I wish Case and Mike were here.
He's like a freelancer. He bounces around, right?
Yeah, he was there a couple times. Yeah, he did a lot. He did some GLEAT for a while, and then now he just bounces around between a bunch of different places. But it seems like they're going to keep him there a little bit more regularly. I want to say he was there.
Well, I put a title on him. I mean,
yeah. I think it was just this year for him, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't know if he wrestled there before, but yeah, I've seen him. We've seen him in a bunch of other places. Yeah, I don't. Let me see. Let me go to his cage match here real quick. I don't believe so. No, all of his Dragongate matches start in May of 2025 and on.
Yeah.
For him.
So there you go. What'd you think of the Twin Gate?
Oh, sorry. He was also in Dragongate USA this year. It was the match that I saw. The really good match at the Derry. There was a couple good matches on that show, but a really good one, the Dragongate USA Pro Wrestling Revolution show. The Twin Gate. I love the Twin. I am a huge fan. Ben K these days, and I've always been a huge fan of Ben K, but Ben K's kind of realized, and he's getting a little bit better at the dumb jock shit, and he is so fucking good at it right now. And Kota Minoura and him, I saw them do it live at Dragongate weekend. Those guys go out there, and when they're in the ring together, they have no regard for one another, and they just go out and they slap and punch and kick and lariat and knee the fuck out of each other.
Lay it in.
And there was the one spot here, and they did this on WrestleMania weekend as well, where Ben K does like a sliding knee to Kota Minoura, who just fucking, or maybe you know what? I forget if it was, maybe Ben K took the knee in this match. I forget, but these guys do it where whatever. Someone took a knee to somebody, and they died. They looked like they died. They just folded in half, and they showed the replay, and there's just sweat and spit, and the guys folded completely in half. It looked really, really great. And big fan of Hyo as well, so I like this match a lot. I thought this was a phenomenal Twin Gate match, the likes of which, you can feel like, a classic Twin Gate, big time Dragongate Twin Gate match with the Z-Brat team, Jason Lee and Kota Minoura, who I think have a really, really good, just really good chemistry with one another. And Jason Lee, who I'm a huge, huge fan of. And I thought the Love and Peace team of Ben K and Hyo just kind of works. And Hyo has got that awesome move where he does the kind of the wheelbarrow into a pile driver type thing. It's just great move. I mean, they did stuff in this match that, again, it's the classic thing that I always say. Nobody can have a tag team match like Dragongate guys can have a tag team match, because nobody works in such a close unit and in such a close knit group with all of their fellow wrestlers and wrestle each other all the time and wrestle each other as much as they do. This is one of those just perfect Dragongate matches that cannot be done by any other company. There's no other company in the world that can have a match that looks and feels like this Twin Gate match, which I thought was really, really great. So yeah, for me, I only watched the top 3 matches. I thought all 3 were really good. Twin Gate I loved, and the Open the Dream Gate I really, really loved as well. So,
all right. I am admittedly running out of steam.
You're good. You know what? I can get you back on steam real quick.
Okay.
Motherfucking Kenta is the GHC heavyweight champion. How the hell did we get here? How the hell did we get here, Joe?
Well, I'm going to tell you, I love how we got here, because they now have a situation where Kenta has never beaten Ozawa, and Ozawa has never beaten Kenoh, and Kenoh has never beaten Kenta. So they have these 3 guys, right, who are like, now Kenta and Kenoh are aligned and everything, but these are the guys at the top. And Ozawa also has a gripe because he lost the title to Kenoh by referee stoppage. So he, as a shitter heel, can complain about that and say that he was never really beaten, right, when Kenoh knocked him out. And then Kenta beats Kenoh the next night. And Kenta, being the GHC champion, just works in all kinds of ways. And I really felt at the time that Kenta should have beaten Ozawa when they had their big match. But now that I've seen how the rest of this is played out, I think this is the correct path.
This is better. Yeah, this is better.
They've set up so many different interesting storylines coming out of this now with guys that, it's like all 3 of them. One guy has beaten the other, but the other hasn't beaten, but one hasn't beaten. I'm running out of steam. One guy has beaten one of the other, but hasn't beaten the other guy.
Yes.
So you have like this 3-way thing going on. And Kenta is just a different human when he steps into Noah.
How good was he in this match?
So good. This was so fun. Both of these matches, because even Kenoh and Ozawa was not a typical Ozawa match, okay? And it was just nasty and physical, especially Kenoh and Kenta. That was super physical. But for those who don't know, they did back-to-back anniversary shows in Cork, and Kenoh beats Ozawa for the title on the first show. Kenta beats Kenoh, and Kenoh are tag team partners right now for the title on the second show. Both of them sellouts. They have no problem selling out Cork, and I'd like to see them get more ambitious with some of this positive momentum they have. and run some bigger buildings, but they're doing their thing in Korakuen. And Kenta is just a different human. You can see how he mails it in everywhere else now.
It's equal parts. Like, it's awesome to see him back, but I'm now frustrated that we basically wasted 12 years of this guy's career. Or he wasted 12 years of his career. It's just like, you're still really good. Why were you not good for the last 12 years?
To be clear, he's not what he was. Let's make that very clear. Like, this is not 2009. Kenta.
Oh, no, of course not. But
yes. The physicality, the nastiness, the
energy, just the dumb jock energy in this match.
Yes.
In this match, Kenta and Kenoh, they're like you said, they're teammates. They're in the same unit. They start the match off with a little bit of like, let's see who's, better. And then, and then Kenta just slaps the shit out of Kenoh. And then Kenoh's just like, all right, motherfucker. And then just kicks him in the back. And then they just proceed for the next 3 minutes to just kick each other in the back to find out who's stronger than the other guy. And some people look at that spot and get annoyed and say, oh, that's stupid. I love that spot because that's just the ultimate dumb dude thing. Like, that's just dudes being dudes, right? Especially two guys that are in the same unit.
They're also buddies.
Yeah, they're buddies being like, you're not that strong.
I'm going to show I'm tougher than you. No, I'm tougher than you.
Right.
It's classic. It's toxic masculinity done right is what it is.
Exactly.
And in
does it make sense?
You need that sometimes.
No. Is it stupid? Yes. But I love it. It's toxic masculinity. Like, all right, motherfucker, kick me as hard as you can. Yeah. All right, let me kick you harder. And then we'll do this for a couple minutes, and then we'll decide who kicks each other harder. And eventually Kenoh won, and he kicked him harder, and then Kenta stood up and then slapped him. And then they slapped each other for like 3 straight minutes.
And then they slapped each other. But here's the thing. It's not done in a silly PWG way, though.
No.
That's the thing. Like, it's not a let's stop the match and get goofy now and kick each other in the back. That's not the vibes at all. It's two dumb jock wrestlers who quite honestly would probably behave that way in their actual life.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, these two guys, you know what I mean? So it's like, it fits the story and context of the match and who they are as wrestlers too. It's not some PWG or Chikara thing where they're stopping, breaking kayfabe, and we're all just enjoying something silly. That's not what it is. It totally fits.
Oh, there was no smiles. Even when they were challenging each other to kick each other in the back as hard as they possibly could. No smiles. There was just, you think you're tougher, motherfucker? Kick me in the back. Prove it.
Yeah, well, let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah. It's Michael Jordan challenging his security guy to flipping the quarters to the wall.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's what it is in physical form. You know, these guys have the Michael Jordan mindset. Michael Jordan is just hyper competitive and wants to prove he can flip the quarter to the wall. These guys are hyper competitive and want to prove they can kick harder than their buddy. So, and then they just kick the living shit out of each other. And look, Kenta can still do that. That he can do. And he just totally gets who he's supposed to be when he's in Noah. And it's been that way since day one, since he returned. He just gets who he's supposed to be. And he's an absolute joy to watch when he's in a Noah ring. Hadn't cracked one single smile since he came back.
I noticed that. Not one smile. Remember when at New Japan he started doing that goofy dance down to the ring?
Oh yeah, like taking the power walk.
Yeah, the power walk. And we remember you and I, we did a show when he signed in NXT, and we were just so remember how much he smiled?
He's smiling. And
he is at Waffle House and he's smiling. He comes out in NXT and he's smiling, and we're like, what the fuck is this?
This isn't Kenta. This is a man who never smiled once from the start of his career to the day he left Noah, and now that he's back in Noah, has not smiled since.
Mm-hmm.
He
and that's
knows
the
who
way
he's
it's supposed to be.
When he's
and
there.
That's the way it's supposed to be. Yep.
Totally gets it. You know what he's supposed to convey and who he's supposed to be. And what I was going to say was, watching these two matches were such a joy to watch just as a wrestling fan, because it's the kind of wrestling that I like, and it was such a huge departure from what we've usually been getting in Noah main events with Ozawa. And I think it's great that they created a star, and I like Ozawa. I love Ozawa, but it was getting stale. And they really needed to do something different with him. It was getting old, it was getting stale, and quite honestly, it was getting annoying. And now it's like they completely refreshed Ozawa now too, because now he has new motivations and goals, because he's now got to get his title back. And he's got two of these guys, in front, the one that he's never beaten, and the other one's the champion. And he got knocked out and embarrassed and humiliated. What have I been saying about Ozawa? That motherfucker needed to show some ass. It was time. They established him. They got him over. It was time to show some ass. And he did when he got his lights knocked out. In a classic Noah finish.
Right. Just a kick out of nowhere, essentially. Dropped his ass right to the ground, and the ref said, no, you're done. It's over.
This was Nakajima, Kenoh, Kiyomiya era, when Kiyomiya was a young boy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Kiyomiya, Nakajima, and Kenoh, when those three guys would just, like, knock each other out in matches. Like, this was a throwback to that era of Noah, before Muto came back for the retirement stuff. That's these two matches were hard, physical, and that used to be the identity of Noah at various different points.
Absolutely.
And this is and it's so refreshing, not only as a departure to what Ozawa's been doing, but to what All Japan's been doing. All Japan's been leaning into comedy and just light and pop. And it's like, it's a departure from that too. So it was just, God, I just watched these two matches back to back, and I'm like, fuck, man. It like reminded me what I love about wrestling. It was those kind of matches.
Yeah, the Kenta Kenoh for sure was a match that in my notes, it's just like, if you want to know what I want in wrestling, it's this match right here.
Yeah, especially in this place and time when we're not getting that a lot.
Right.
Especially in this place and time. It'd be one thing if it was like shoot style was trendy and we were getting that kind of shit and it was being done better. But we're not getting that anywhere. So that makes it all the more interesting and fascinating to watch too when you do get it. And yeah, Kenta, that's my boy. That's my favorite wrestler of all time for new listeners who might not know. And it's nice to see him back on top and in a position where it's earned. It's a good move for business and like a good booking move, good business move. It's logical. It's not some nostalgia play, since that's kind of been the theme of the week, right? And something we just talked about with the Heart. No, he's a top guy there, and deservedly so. And it makes sense with the stories they're telling and the booking. It's just it really made me happy. It really did make me happy.
Yeah, I think booking wise, like you pointed out, the matches were great too. But booking wise, it was a really, really good idea too, because Ozawa, you want to get away from him before it gets too old. You want to get away from him before he stops. And he was still a big business mover. He was still the king of Korakuen for a little while there, and that's great. But you want to try to move the title off him before it gets a little too long in the tooth. And I think we were just about there. And like you said, with him now, there's a lot of different directions you can go with Ozawa. You can have Team 2000X fracture a little bit. You can have Ozawa start maybe turning to the babyface side. Maybe you have a couple other guys leave. Owada-san is teasing that he's going to be done, and he's in a match where if he loses, he has to leave the company or whatever. There's a lot of stuff going on. Now they're looking at their leader, and their leader's being they have to pick him up in a heap because he just got knocked out by Kenoh, the guy who's been in Noah for a while. So it's showing some ass. Like you said, Team 2000 is finally showing some ass, which is good. Kenoh has the big win over Ozawa. So you can always look at that, and Ozawa can always try to get back at him. And like you said, Ozawa beat Kenta, but he hadn't beaten Kenoh, and Kenta hadn't beaten. It was just, Kenta hadn't beaten Ozawa. It's just perfect. There's so many different things you can do now, and I really wish they do. I really do hope they start teasing a little bit of Ozawa, evolving his character a little bit, leaving Team 2000X, changing a little bit. They've had a very good run with him, obviously, but yeah, we're 7-8 months into it, and you want to make sure that you're ahead of it, as opposed to sort of catching up once it's gone too late. So I think risky move to take the title off him, but really when you see it happen in totality, you're like, oh, okay, that actually is brilliant. It's going to be, and this is not. He'll have the title again very soon, but he'll probably have it under different circumstances.
Yeah, and you mentioned Owada-san. So Owada, he's obviously going on excursion. I mean, that's clearly. So you think they're going to send him to NXT, or? I mean they've sent some guys there lately, and I guess it's worked out okay-ish. So, I mean, it would seem like that would be a destination unless... Yeah,
where else? Who else are they aligned with right now? Noah. Like, is there any other... There's no company in Europe that makes sense, right?
I'm sure if he wants to go to Mexico, I'm sure they can get him a link up in some form. I mean, they've got Mexicans working for them who would have connections, but I'm just curious if he ends up in NXT.
I bet he is. I mean, that's got to be the betting favorite for where he is. He's 24, good looking dude. I think he's probably, and they're probably thinking, we'll send him out to NXT and see what happens when he comes back. I don't know. Yeah, it's like you said, Mexico might be an option, but it seems pretty obvious to me he's going to NXT. So that's
got to be the favorite.
Yeah. So, all right, well, he's losing that match and he's going to NXT for sure. So I tell you, betting wise, my man is leaving the company for a little bit. But all right, that is GHC by GHC titles. Definitely recommend watching both those. The Noah 25th anniversary, New Departure on night 1 and night 2. Did you watch any of the other shows, parts of the show, or just the main events?
Of what the
Noah shows? Yeah.
No, I watch the shows. I do the work. Rich
Yeah. No, I
do the
picked,
work.
I'm a little tired myself, but I picked at some of the matches. There, Yohei and Hayata, I had to skip that one, I will say.
You didn't like that throwback to 2014 or whatever the fuck?
No.
That could be a throwback to a lot of years. Those guys
I was going to say, where'd you pick 2014 out of the other 11 years that they face each other? I saw that and I was like, you know what? No, I'm good. I'm going right to Kenoh and Ozawa. But the rest of the card was just kind of undercard tag team matches. Nothing too notable.
Well, I don't remember the last time we've done a live flagship with the two of us on a Thursday, probably a month ago.
About a month or so ago, yeah.
Well, they got 5 fucking hours tonight. So
goddamn right they did.
5 hours tonight.
All right, so I think we are ready to get out of here. So, oh my God, my window just froze. No, we're good. All right, so that is it for us here on the flagship. Again, flagshippatreon.com.
That would have been awful. Could you imagine if you lost all that?
It's not gonna. No. It's still on YouTube. We wouldn't lose it. It's not the old days on Skype.
We got the YouTube gimmick now. Yeah, we got the YouTube
Thank
gimmick.
God. Back in the old days, remember that?
Oh my God.
There was a couple of those shows where I'd hit stop and then I'd be like, oh my fucking God, you got to be kidding me, Skype, and it would just freeze and lose the show.
Well, thanks for the 3-hour conversation, Joe. But
yeah, that was great. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. Great audio though. Best show we ever did was the ones we all lost. But no, flagshippatreon.com for all of our bonus audio and bonus write-ups and all that other good stuff. $5 tier, $10 tier. There's also a free tier. As I said, I did a Hulk Hogan quick little bio and write-up about his career. It's on the free tier. All you have to do is sign up for free, and you will get that, as well as some other bonus stuff as well. The first night of the G1 daily audio was on the free tier as well. So if you join to that free tier, or say you're a $5 or $10 tier member and you want to downgrade for a month or whatever, don't just cancel outright. You can stay on that free tier, and then you're still going to get some bonus audio every so often, and it makes it a little bit easier when you do eventually want to upgrade back to the $5 or $10 tier. We also have a $1 trial tier too, so you can get some stuff on there. But that is it for us. That is Joe. I'm Rich. Flagship Patreon. Flagship Podcast. Talk to you guys next time. Take care. Bye.
My name is Tyler Fornes, and I am one of the co-hosts of The Good, The Bad, and The Hungy AEW podcast here on the Voice of Wrestling Podcasting Network. We take a broad scope approach to the world of All Elite Wrestling and the entire universe of Tony Khan. We talk about the big matches, the big stars, the promos, the storylines, and we also look at it from a big picture perspective. How are things going to change over the course of the next 10 years with AEW still in the picture? How are companies like WWE going to adapt and adjust to AEW? Are they going to be a similar way like they did with WCW in the late 1990s? Will there be a counterpunch? We talk about all of that and more on The Good, The Bad, and The Hungy every week on the Voice of Wrestling Network.
Hello, Voices of Wrestling listener. Dave Ryan here. Have you ever wondered to yourself how many hidden gems are hidden away inside the last years of World Championship Wrestling? Have you ever asked yourself how many tenuous gags can be made about the name Mike Enos? And have you ever thought about what it sounds like for two Irishmen to interpret a very chaotic company through its B show? The answers to all this and more are just a click away. Check out Days of Thunder every second Thursday on the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network.
If you're a podcast host, listen up, this one's for you. My name is Allie Jackson. I'm the host of Finding Mr. Height, a dating and relationship podcast that I've been doing for 4 years now, sharing my positive and practical approach to dating that's built on my own life experience. And I wanted to share another experience that I've had, my secret behind monetizing my show. It's called Red Circle, and I was just telling my colleague about how much I love their platform. With Red Circle, not only am I getting a seamless hosting experience, but I also love the support I receive in ad sales. It's not just typical ad sales either. It's targeted targeted opportunities based on my show and my life. And the platform is super simple. You just set your preferences and Red Circle matches you with sponsors that align with your show. You can vet every opportunity and their platform gives you great analytics. More recently too, my Red Circle team has brought me opportunities outside of my podcast on social media to really augment the podcast partnerships, bring them full circle. I just can't recommend them enough. If you want to give it a try, go to redcircle.com to get your free trial. That's redcircle.com for a free trial.